Hi, everyone. Welcome to Normal America Show. Host robnoerr. Trying to keep this voice of mine. I've been streaming too much, like averaging like 10 hours a day or something. I promised everyone that I would do a call-in show for anyone, even because I've been trying to limit it to people that disagree with my takes on things. And then you know how that is. People are they want to talk about things that they agree with or other things, and I feel like it's I sound like a jerk when I'm like, hey, actually, this was limited to people that I disagree with. So today it will be open to both people that agree, disagree, whatever, and we'll go in maybe a couple hours. I don't know, but that way people can't call me a liar. You can't say Rob said he was going to do a call-in show for all of us and didn't do it. So here I am. Hope you're all doing good today and slept well. I did. I slept pretty good. Again, I'm still fighting this voice stuff. Too much use of the old voice this week. But, man. I don't know. Exhausting, but I guess on people's mind. So worth talking about. I still plan on doing a show tonight, unless I get some debate offer or something like that. I'll probably be starting at 10 p.m. Eastern. You bastard, Chicago pipe fitter. I knew I was opening myself up. I mean, my cough drops are called throat coat. That already sounds like an allegory that oh yeah, the great Mr. Bill. Yeah, Mr. Bill's a great man. I always enjoy talking to him. Glad you found me through him. He's a good guy. What happened to the prize fighter Crucible cartoon? I don't know. Is it not still up there? So I will I'll be addressing some things surrounding the Andis. Uh-oh. You remember when they used to do that? They would take celebrities that were dating and they would combine their name. Like what's an example? I don't know. You guys know what I'm talking about. I sound like an old boomer. They used to do that. They would combine the name of like the man, Benifer, yeah, like Ben Affleck and Jennifer Brangelina. There we go. Yeah, is that what we got with Andrew and Candace? Candrew. Oh shit, that's horrible. Yeah, Brangelina. That's another one. Oh boy. No, I think one thing I can safely say is I don't think that there's a chance of all of a sudden Candace and Andrew, even though I did my favorite picture of the whole thing was the picture of them with PBD standing in the middle, and someone just captured it like used car salesman sells 2009 Dodge Charger to mixed race couple at 39% APR. Very funny. It was very. You want to go back to those days of the combining the celebrity names? Oh boy. So what's there to talk about? I'll start with this. Candace put a post out that specifically says that she is not referencing me when she was talking about the unprofessionalism of the team. So I'll respond to this in two ways. The first is, look, I think that the lead up and the discussions leading into this debate, both publicly and behind the scenes with negotiations, were pettiness on both sides. I blame Candace's side. I think they started it. But it was a very condescending stunt. You could look online and see the messages that were on X, that sort of the public negotiation started before the behind the scenes. So there was a lot of like snippiness on her side. And yeah, it was reciprocated from what I saw in the negotiations. whatever. I don't know what to say. Other, and that's right, obscure moderator. Thank you, man. The post he put out that was just so. I think that that's what happened. If she would have been like, Andrew, I'm happy to accept your offer. Like, let's work out the details, hash it out, be happy to do it. I think the tone would have been very different from the beginning. Other specific criticisms she had, about supposedly their team asked for the people's names the day before or something. I don't know. That probably happened. I know this, that the night before, the panic from like our side, basically Mr. E, was that we assumed we could live stream this. And then they were basically like, no one ever said that. And so he was like, I was doing research, and then I was like, for me, I think that there's such a thing as over preparing. And so a big mistake I've seen people make when I was a debater in college and then a debate coach is you get excited and you're up the night before and you're cramming and you're preparing, and then you're kind of like sluggish. You didn't get a good night's sleep, or. So for me, I've always been the type of dude, it's easier said than done, but it's like, set a time and be like, okay, by 11 o'clock or by midnight, I'm done. I'm going to get a shower. My routine is I usually shower in the morning, but I like to brush my teeth, and I mess around on my phone for like half an hour and then go to bed. So I'm aware that Mr. E was really going back and forth with their team about the frustrations with, are we going to be allowed to live stream this? That's it, though. That's all I was aware of. So, I don't know. Yeah, that Smokey, that was sort of our point as well, especially if Patrick Bet-David's team got to live stream it. Why would they be allowed to live stream it and not us? And so there was a lot of like, are you effing kidding? Like, this is horseshit. Now, the question was, Mr. E, he packed this whole, like, I watched the dude. I was on the airplane with him. He packed all these cameras. He packed microphones. He thought that we were allowed to go in there and set up a camera and mic up all the participants and have our own feed. And I think it didn't get hashed out until we were there. And I think that I'm very tech illiterate, but my understanding was eventually they shared a stream key or whatever. So I think that the Crucible's live feed, again, I didn't watch the Crucible's live feed. I was busy fact checking, but I'm pretty sure that it was literally just basically restreaming through Candace's cameras and stuff through the stream key. So, and as far as like the hiding who was coming, I wasn't hiding. I publicly did a live stream saying I was coming. Wasn't aware of any time before we got on the airplane that it was ever asked, by the way, who's coming. And I didn't think it really mattered. Now, having said that, like, I think if we show up with like Candace's ex-boyfriend or something like that, that's over the line. I think everyone would agree with that. I guess there was a problem with Gerald because works on Steven Crowder's team. Gerald was, first off, I have nothing but great things to say about Gerald. I think he's smart. I think he's incredibly nice. I met him at DebateCon. It was a pleasure to meet him there. It was a pleasure to hang out with him down at the Candace Owens event. When he was there, I didn't feel any tension at all. Granted, we barely saw Candace, but she came up, hey, how's it going? Hey, how you doing? Do you need a drink? Do you need anything to eat? No, thanks, Candace. That was my interaction. And I think Gerald was right beside me, and I didn't hear her say, like, what are you doing here? Not saying that she would have had to say that, but as far as her team or anything, Gerald seemed pleasant to them. They seemed pleasant. The only person that was maybe a little surly while we were there was Mr. E, but I just chalked that up to Mr. E being who he is. And it wasn't like he was being an outward dick to people. He was just really struggling to figure out what to do with the stream key and get the setup. That was it. And I don't think, I can't speak for what Candace's team thought, but I don't think anyone thought he was over the top there. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to say. People that are Candace fans are going to make up their mind that it was like this horrible thing to bring Gerald. I didn't get the impression that we were hiding that we were bringing Gerald. I just got the impression that they never asked in the contract who's coming, and we, quite honestly, I wasn't certain who all was coming. I knew I would be there. I knew Ryan Mullally would be there. I knew Mr. E would be there. And the other thing to say is, I don't know, maybe I should keep my mouth shut about this, but if you're a fan of the Crucible, Mr. E is Mr. E. He's not robnoerr or Andrew Wilson or Ryan Mullally. He doesn't use his real name. And so we did all, I know I provided ID. I believe everyone provided ID when we got in there. And so I don't think he hid his identification while he was there, but maybe he wasn't gung-ho to be sending his name via email because he thought maybe that he could, be doxxed or have his, be attacked by, and it's not an unreasonable fear. I mean, there were people leading into that, Candace fans that were saying, and they're still saying it today, maybe we put bugs in the house. Not the insects, but the recording devices. Maybe we stole something. So, I don't know. I think it's much ado about nothing, is what I think. And again, I go back to this is why it was a bad idea to do it at Candace's house. I understand she's pregnant, though she did say I would have went on Rogan for someone else and seemed to imply she'd be willing to travel pregnant for other things. But fair enough. Even if I accept you're pregnant, that's reasonable. I thought, the city we were in is a big city. You couldn't find a convention center. I mean, there's already $300,000 being exchanged. How much does it cost to rent out a convention center, a hotel room? $10,000 at most. And that wouldn't be unreasonable to drive 10 minutes or something, I would think, even while pregnant. So, I don't know. But I will say this, despite my many disagreements and thinking what Candace is doing is very horrible, I do appreciate that she specifically said that it was not that I was professional. I don't know. My feelings on this are very weird. I deal with a lot of people whose worldview I find quite disgusting. I've debated people in person that believe in abortion up to the minute of delivery. I find that to be a reprehensible position. I find it to be murder. And not, well, we disagree on when life is conceived. That to me is how you could look at a 9-month baby in the womb and be like, yep, kill it. I don't care. That's horrible. It's horrible. And yet, I try my best to separate my distaste for the position or even distaste for the people with the ability to be pleasant and professional, particularly when you're in person. And so I try my best. And I mean, with the whole debate con thing with Loner Box, how could Rob and these people be so polite based on what the arguments are? I don't know. That's just how I am. And so I fully intended and hope that I accomplished that I was, despite not liking what Candace is doing, entering her home in her studio with her team, and I'm a guest there. And I'm going to try to be a professional. And I am not just representing myself, but I'm representing the Crucible. I'm representing Andrew Wilson. Andrew could behave however Andrew wants. But as me, as a small bit player on his team, I am not going to disrespect Candace or her team or Andrew by being unprofessional. That's my take on it. And that would be my take if we're going into Candace's home or Candace Owens' home, or if we're going to Hunter Biden or Joe Biden, or if we're going to Destiny or any of these other people. I would be the same. I would be professional. It's not my place to harm the reputation of people or to disrespect other people in that manner. Now, I'll disrespect the shit out of you argumentatively. No problem. If that was me in the debate, I would have probably been more hostile than Andrew. But as far as the professionalism behind it, that's sort of where I'm at with that. What else did I have to say? I'll defend Candace's and her team a little more here as well. I don't think that just because Candace's team treated me with professionalism, and they did, there are no bones about it, and Candace was professional while she was there as well. I barely talked to her, but there was no hostility. She said, hey, it was very nice. I don't think that obligates me to be like, well, then I'm not going to criticize Candace for the things she's doing. Right? I think what's going on with her accusation that she's leveling at people and being unwilling to defend her opinions, I think it's grotesque. I really do. And her team being polite to me does not change that. And I'm going to continue to go hard in the paint on that. However, to defend Candace and her side somewhat, her point in addressing this post about me saying that I was professional, and I saw a point that either she or someone that supported her was making, and I find this to be true. Just because we were professional while we were there doesn't obligate her to all of a sudden be like, well, these are great guys. If she has problems outside the scope of that, she should be allowed to voice those problems. I am. I think her team and her were very professional while we were there, and I have a lot of problems with her. And I'm going to voice those problems. Not about the professionalism or how she treated us while we were there. So I would hold her to the same charitability. If she's like, and I thought one of the things Rob said in his video, I think Rob's a piece of shit and blah, blah, blah. Fair enough. I don't think she's obligated to be like, no, Rob's a great guy because he was nice and professional. She's under no obligation. And I'm under no obligation to return that. So I hope that people understand that. Me saying, or Candace saying the others were professional, doesn't mean we're friends. Doesn't mean we agree with each other. Doesn't mean that it's like, oh, maybe I was too harsh with my criticisms. Nope. So I hope that clears that up. There was a big post a guy put up today about maybe we put bugs and devices in, and it's all so exhausting. I mean, I shouldn't even have to address this, but I'll just say they checked our devices and stuff when we came in, which I did not find to be unreasonable, by the way. But they kind of, I don't know, they had one of those metal detecting wands. It's just reasonable. I didn't care. I didn't feel like, oh. So, I mean, whatever. I guess the argument is her security is really bad, or, we're trained really well to hide surveillance devices. So it's just stupid. It's dumb. It's victimhood bullshit. If you think Candace crushed the debate like all of her supporters are saying, why do you even need this narrative? So, I don't know. I don't have much more to say on that. The kids' playroom thing, I find this to be odd. I mentioned this, but none of us wanted to be in Candace's kids' playroom. The room that we were brought in is the room that they had said, this is where Candace's kids play. It was a garage. And there was a lot of people there, and there wasn't a lot of room. It was kind of a cramped space. And clearly, in the space where PBD and Candace and Andrew are, we're not going to be lounging around there. So I had a job to do. I was in the production room, which makes sense. But what about all the security and all the people that weren't in the production room, including members of our team? Where were they going to be? Well, you're going to be in the rooms that they led you in. So, I mean, I don't know. It did, I joked around yesterday. I was like, I could be like, oh my gosh, I felt so awkward that she brought us in this space for her children, But really, I didn't. It didn't feel like, I'm just being hyperbolic because I feel they're being hyperbolic. It didn't feel like this was like a weird space for us to be in. That like, it's not like we were brought into like a child's bedroom, and there's like dolls and stuff around and we're like sitting on a bed waiting to go. It didn't feel like that at all. It felt very much like my studio's in this section and there's several I thought the studio was all of the sections. I explained this. Maybe this is my redneck being a brokey, not having a lot of money. I don't have a big house. I got a little tiny house in the middle of the woods. But for me, I wanted to build a studio. I think that'd be cool if I made enough money to build a studio. And what I mean by that is a garage. And my studio would have my lawnmower in there. And it would have a bathroom in there. And it would have a little mini fridge in there. And have like a setup like I have here. And it would have some chairs in the other room. And that would be my studio. I wouldn't be like, no, the studio's only the room with the camera. The whole place would be my studio. And if any of you came to my place and I said, hey, please only film inside my studio, that's what I would be referencing. I would basically mean, I don't want you filming the outside of the house. I don't want you walking in my house and filming. That's it. That's what I would have meant. If she's claiming that by studio she meant only basically where the camera was that was filming Candace and Andrew and PBD, I don't know. And listen, maybe there are those of you out there like, this sounds like bullshit. This sounds like cope. Maybe I am I'll plead ignorance on, maybe I'm in the minority, but that's how I looked at it. It didn't seem like these were necessarily private spaces that you would be unwilling to have people in. And furthermore, Gerald said that security told him he could film there. I feel if there was any, like, I don't know. I mean, it was a wall. I believe Candace said the only reason you couldn't tell that children played there was because he had the camera focused up. Well, Gerald's like a really tall guy, so if he's going to have the camera on his face, it's probably going to be high up in the air anyways. But isn't that sort of proof that it wasn't like some nefarious plot? If he wasn't filming like the children's toys and stuff, he's just standing in front of a wall? I don't know. But again, much ado about nothing, I thought. What else do I have? Just comments that were coming in. There were some people who, that, at least one guy that was, he wants to debate on the debate. Ryan Mullally reached out to him and was like, sure, let's do it in modern day debate. So I hope that happens. But he said something that was interesting. And I'll try to pull this one up so you can see. And I think that this really sums up like my frustration. DD got a podcast. I don't think he'd mind me sharing this post. It's a public post. He's referencing Jake Rattlesnake here. And he says, Jake said to him, you're just dumb, man. Stop it. Find a new hobby. Because he's going at Warren Smith. Because Warren's take was Andrew won the debate. And Jake says he's dumb. And DTG says this. He says, what's with these people behaving like the left? I used to like your content, Jake Rattlesnake. But all of a sudden you went from exuding common sense and intelligence in your YouTube videos over the past 4 years to all of a sudden not wanting to deal with substance, but instead insulting people and avoiding debate challenges. So in other words, you've all of a sudden turned into the same progressive you spent the last 4 years destroying on your show. Respectfully, how about you stop blindly following Andrew Wilson, which is this weird obsession you've attached yourself to, and by the way, is destroying your brand, and get back to the reason why so many people followed you just a couple of years ago. Both you and I know you will never publicly debate me. Now, I offered to debate DDG, but I also know that Ryan Mullally and him might be debating. But I think there's something worth addressing here, and I can't speak for Jake Rattlesnake. Jake's one of my favorite people in the space. I love Jake. He's the man. Mr. Coom, baby, for the win. Jake doesn't strike me as someone who was running from debates. He just did a space the other day where I thought he was very articulate. I think that Jake's frustration is with people that are just can't articulate like any of the reasons on substance that Candace won. And when these people are like, how could Warren Smith, like, how could you do this? Like, Warren, I thought you were supposed to be this great thinker, and you didn't even cover the debate fairly. He says, this guy makes a 10-minute video flat out lying about the Candace Owens, Andrew Wilson debate. He didn't mention any of Andrew's blunders, bloopers, lies, and embarrassing moments at all. And so I think Jake's just like, dude, you just, if that's it, because alls we've been hearing, including Mr. Coombe, alls we've been hearing is, well, Andrew, he didn't memorize the 7 charges. Oh, Andrew, Candace was like, I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you. And it's like, oh, cool. Can you give me any substance? Any substance of her defending her position that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robbins is a patsy? Can you give me even one argument she made? And, for those that have been watching me since Monday, I mean, I guess Sunday, maybe I started streaming. Maybe it was Monday. I've streamed almost half the day, every day, sometimes more. I streamed 15 hours the first day. Call-in shows, debating people on X Spaces, debating people on other people's shows. Many of which are like, Candace won decisively. And I'm like, can you name me one thing she said? In fact, I was on a space, and congressional candidate Dan Blazarian, who lost his race yesterday, he jumped on the space. Here's how that went. I'll just play the entrance to this, or the intro. Now, you'll have to excuse me. My voice doesn't sound good today. It was even worse on this space, but I'm wearing the same hat. How about that? Can you show me one argument she made that he was set up as a patsy? Just one piece of evidence.
No, listen. I think you're right. The way you frame.
Well, then
that,
how could you say? How could you say Candace crushed him if she didn't even provide one piece of evidence? And that's the way it's been. It's just been like, well, no, she didn't provide any evidence, and it's very much like, Now I could argue. There are other ways to view a debate. And ultimately, no matter how articulate I could be as to why I think Andrew won, I can't force anyone's opinion. And if you subjectively think that Candace won, more power to you. All I could do is point out, like, well, here's why I think a reasonable interpretation on substance. And I could give an interpretation on, if you don't want to focus on the topic of the debate, why I think Andrew won as well. I don't mind doing that either. But, so I think Jake's coming from that perspective, where it's exhausting. It's exhausting to be on space after space and debate after debate and deal with these people. And it's just literally like, you guys are Fed sloppers. You're Zio shills. Andrew got crushed. Why are you following Andrew? Ha! It's like, oh, cool. That's a cool opinion. Can you show me why? Because you're stupid. But I said to this DDG guy, I'll be happy to talk to you if Ryan does it, no problem. And he's welcome to call in if he would happen to be watching. He can call in here when we get to the calls. But he said something interesting there where he was like, Jake, you used to be analytic and willing to defend your position, and now you're not. So you're like a lefty. Well, that sounds like Team Candace. That's exactly what they do. Baron Coleman won't debate. Ian Carroll won't debate. Stu Peters showed up and then refused to defend any of the positions. Candace Owens required $300,000. Andrew having to defend the state's case was overwhelming. The debate having to be at her house. The debate having to be on a specific day that there was only like 5 days to prep. And then when we got in the room and said, okay, we'd like to talk about your claims, she was like, no. So my question to this gentleman is, if that's your standard, that real men and real conservative right-wingers will defend substance, how could you think Candace won? And secondly, aren't you calling that side out for being refusing to ever debate? And it's not just they're refusing to debate Andrew or me or Ryan Mullally. They won't debate people like Viva Fry, who yesterday when I was on there, he's like, I've asked over and over. There's no one. They won't talk to anyone. They stay in this bubble. They won't defend their opinions. And hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people eat it up. And they don't know that it's positions that they are incapable of defending. So if you want to say, I thought Andrew lost the debate because he couldn't memorize 7 charges, and I think Candace did. She didn't, by the way. She screwed up 2 of the 7, but nonetheless, fine. I think that's not a very intelligent way to analyze the debate, but you're welcome to your opinion. But it's just factually not true that that side's been willing to defend and debate their positions and the other side won't. I could probably list 30 streamers and public personalities that are chomping at the bit to debate this stuff with Ian Carroll, Baron Coleman, Candace Owens. They don't want to do it. They're not out there. Go ahead, find them being like, we're willing to take on any challengers. Come on, let's set up a debate. Go ahead, find it. Not happening. So, I don't know. That's what I have to say on that. Was there anything else? I think that's about it. So, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to put a link out that you guys can call in, but there's going to be rules, so don't get too excited. So here's the link. If you're watching anywhere other than YouTube, it's going to be on YouTube, the link. So it's going to be pinned. I think it pins to the bottom. You can talk about whatever you want. So you don't have to disagree with me. You could agree with me. There's other stories out there. One of the stories, hopefully I get around to talking about today, is Moran's, Fauci's little buddy, pled guilty today. Yeah, that's right. A federal government employee working under Fauci just pled guilty that he was intentionally hiding evidence from the American people. Think about that. That's an incredible thing. So, but obviously I know people are fresh on their minds, the Candace Owens Andrew debate, or maybe the Tyler Robinson case. So whatever you have. If you call in, there's just a couple rules. You have to abide by YouTube's terms of service. That means that you can't be using racial slurs or homophobic slurs or calls to violence or anything of that nature. Pretty simple. You can call me a fat shithead and this, that. Maybe I'll get heated with you. That's okay, though. We don't mind any of that. If I could ask you, both the people in the background right now, you've already done it. It's no problem. When you first come on, if you could just click your camera on, just so I can make sure, unless you're a familiar person, then that's fine. Like Geoverse, I wouldn't need to see your cam. I know who you are, so that would be fine. That's probably about it. Real quick super chats. Johan Devil Dog says, Candace's kids are not George Farmer's kids. I want DNA proof. That's my claim, and I'm sticking to it. My evidence is that he's gay. Changed my mind. That's what it feels like debating these people. Miss Dan, oh my gosh. Miss Dan and Jama. Miss Dan and Jama. $20. Says, up, Rob, you've been doing incredible work on this and every topic I've seen you cover over the last couple of years. Thanks for everything you do fighting for the rest of us. Must be absolutely exhausting. Thank you, man. Like I said last night, it gets exhausting like in a week like this, but it's also exhilarating. So it's sort of both. But I thank you for the kind words. Madam Montspawn. Did I get that? Thanks for the 59 somethings. I appreciate it. Our good friend Jungle, $20 says, hi, I'm Avarice. I'd call in, but you love me too much. Sparks will fly high, and the chat will launch some form of internet coalition to discredit our awesomeness. Cheers to the truth. Thank you, Jungle. I appreciate it. Johan again. $10 says, enough about feelings. Let's get to the substance of the meat and potatoes, not the literal meat and potatoes. Don't get excited, Rob. Thank you. Madam again, 25 something says, Rob, don't feel so much. That's beta. Maybe. Let's see. Jacqueline, $2 says, pretty sure DD thinks Charlie Kirk is still alive. So good luck with that guy. Oh, well. Ugh. Polly Shortcuts, $5 says, you're my favorite debater. They don't want none and make excuses. Keep crushing anyone to get your hands on. You've been putting in the work. Thank you. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Really do. So Crates, $5 says, Rob, I need to hear this live right now. The Shapiddler. What is that outfit? We'll play the Shapiddler cartoon by the end of it. What are you trying to do here? Yeah, the Shapiddlers, that's a good cartoon. All right. So we're going to start with Jonathan Garcia, then Jonah, then Geoverse, then Fallen Heathen. If you want to call in, the link's there. Last thing I'll say, if you've never called in, you don't have to download an app or anything. It'll just bring you up to a URL. It'll ask for camera access and microphone access. You don't have to use your real name. All I need you to do is cam up in the back so I can see your face to know that you're not one of the trolls that's trying to get my channel canceled. That's it. So, all right, let's start with Jonathan. How you doing, Jonathan?
Howdy, sir. How you doing today?
Very good. Very good. So what's on your mind?
Hey, sir. I actually really agreed with the fact that Andrew won that debate on the substance, and obviously, Candace is gonna be all, I won, and you're all bullshit just because you couldn't name the substance. But the reason why I wanted to talk to you is because what I noticed is on the comments when it came to just reading them about why Candace won. I think that possibly, and I'm not sure because I don't tune into Candace, almost ever just because of the bullshit. But I think that she kind of poisoned the well, or her supporters poisoned the well on it was just about Andrew's portion of the debate. And it wasn't about her portion of the debate, is that she had to. So that how people perceive that debate, and especially because there wasn't, I don't think, enough time when it came to it was like less than a week that they had prep time for you guys.
Yeah.
And I think that it was marketed on just Andrew's portion of the debate. I think that's where a lot of people, people like me, or that believe in Candace and stuff like that, get it wrong, is that she didn't really have to do much. And I think that's why a lot of people think she won.
Well, I definitely think that it's true. It's obvious she did not want to defend her position. Andrew didn't give a shit really about defending the state's position, and before everyone jumps on me and goes, that proves Andrew doesn't believe that he's guilty, blah, 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 quite to the opposite. The issue is, every time we talk to these people, we defend the state's position. Every single time. We're willing to defend the state's position. There are many debates on the state's position. Every night there's an X space on the state's position. The problem is the people that are proffering these. I'm going to mute you just because there's wind blowing, but I'll bring you back, I promise. Every time there's a chance to be like, okay, you guys have made these claims, can we discuss that? They don't want to do it. Andrew put up the $300,000 to debate her theories. She insisted that he defend the state's position, but at great painstaking. It was supposed to be a 50-50 debate. Andrew defending his position. She insisted the term overwhelming be included, and her defending her position, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy. She had to defend also that it was overwhelming based on what she said in the past. Of course, she's going to advertise to her. She clearly doesn't want to defend her position, so she's not going to advertise to her audience. And by the way, half the debate will be me having to defend my positions. So she has a considerably larger audience. They're going to go out there and say, yes, it's just about defending the state's case. That's what the debate's about. And so, yeah, a lot of them don't understand. That's when I talked to Dan Blazarian, I'm like, you think she won the debate? What was the topic? I don't know. Well, the topic was Andrew's position that Tyler Robinson's guilty and her position that he's set up as a patsy. Did she provide any evidence? No. Okay. Simple. But the problem is her audience doesn't care anyways, and nor does Candace care. They have it locked in their head that they're allowed to say whatever they want because it's just asking questions, and the burden's on the state to prove it. Well, that's true, and the state will have to meet that burden at the trial, which we're not at yet. They already met the burden of probable cause easily and overwhelmingly. Now they'll have to prove it when it gets to the trial. But we're not talking as attorneys. We're not talking as jurists. We're talking as what we believe happened. And right now, what is it that seems like the most likely outcome? Do we have questions on things? Do we have theories? That's what we're doing. And to espouse all these theories that are incredibly damaging to specific people's reputation and to Turning Point and to the online right-wing space and to the Republican parties, and just hide behind, I don't have to defend anything because I'm just asking questions, is lunacy. It proves that you don't have evidence for your claims, and the millions of people, or at least hundreds of thousands of people that are buying this shit hook, line, and sinker have the right to hear that they're listening to people that can't defend a damn thing that they're saying. They can't. That's what the purpose of the debate was. So that's why I think when it comes to the substance, Andrew clearly wins. He defended the state's case. Candace didn't put forth one argument. There's overwhelming evidence he set up as a patsy. And I also think that Andrew wins long term, even in the scheme of what this was. Candace wins the short term in this sense. Both sides win short term. Andrew's exposure goes up. Candace collects $300,000, and she didn't shit the bed enough for her own audience that they're going to leave her in droves. Great. She's sweating bullets. She got called out in Rogan. She called Andrew's bluff, probably thinking Andrew wouldn't have the money, and so the debate wouldn't happen, and she could say, see, they're all liars. She ends up having to do the debate. I think she was nervous about it, and she escapes and it's like, whew, I didn't have to answer for any of my shit. Andrew wins, though, because what's going to happen is, as time goes on, people are going to see the emperor has no clothes. That they can't defend any of these claims. They just can't. They as soon as they have someone who's not in their little bubble that pushes back in the slightest way, just saying, do you think that Israel's involved? They crumble. They can't provide evidence. They backtrack. They complain about being asked the question. They have meta conversations about why you want to ask the question. They'll do everything possible except defend the claim. They won't do that. They won't provide evidence, right? And then they'll go right back to their show Monday morning and say, we're so close to solving the case. We're so close. There's evidence, blah, blah, blah. But there's a reason that they can't talk about that evidence when they have someone who's like, well, I'd like to ask some questions about it. All of a sudden they clam up or they backtrack. So Andrew's going to win at the end of the day. As we get closer to the trial and as the trial occurs, people are going to see, like, what's she talking about? Milk Bar played that clip yesterday when I did the interview with him. It's literally been 11 months of her almost on a nightly basis saying, we're getting close. We're getting close. Oh, we're so close. I could feel it. Now we're getting close. They're worried we're getting close. 11 months of that. And someone had to pay $300,000 finally to be like, okay, you're really close. Evidence? And she was like, I have none. So that's going to be the ultimate win.
Yes, sir. I totally agree with you. But I do want to leave you with one more thing before I head out, which is kind of a line of questioning that I haven't really heard a lot of people like Jake Rattlesnake or anybody else kind of questioning the questioners, and which is, what is your standard of siphoning through the evidence, right? Like, because you know how law enforcement have procedures and everything like that in order to find out what is true and what is not. Not saying they always get it right or anything like that. I know it can be wrong. But what is their standard of siphoning through the evidence, if you get what I'm trying to say? Because I feel like there is no standard, because of, obviously Candace will get a tip and kind of basically say it as fact. A lot of people will do that. And I just think that, okay, fine. I'm just questioning, how do you siphon what evidence is bullshit and what evidence is not? Because I don't think that due diligence is even being discussed at this point.
Well, I'll let you go and I will answer that. Thank you so much, Jonathan. I really appreciate it, man.
Thank you, sir. You take care. God bless.
Yep. I think that you could get insight in what they're doing based on the things they publicly say. For example, Candace saying there's 0% chance. In other words, nothing will ever convince her that it was Tyler Robinson. Or when Andrew first pushed back publicly and was like, I want you to have to defend your claims, she said, I'll defend they are viable, but you must defend yours are overwhelming. Now, viable could mean different things, but basically, I think the most charitable interpretation of viable is it's theoretically possible. It's viable. The aliens did it. Theoretically possible. It's viable that we're all in the Matrix. And this is all a simulation. And Charlie Kirk's alive and outside the Matrix now. That's viable, I guess. Right? For me, my best conjecture, and like you could also see other things, like Baron Coleman talking about hearsay. He's like, well, the state has hearsay, we have hearsay. But one, the majority of the evidence, or a lot of the evidence, will say that the state has isn't hearsay. The physical evidence isn't hearsay. The videotapes aren't hearsay. The license plate identification's not hearsay. The confessions of Tyler Robinson are not hearsay. None of that's hearsay. And by the way, an attorney, Baron Coleman, should understand that. The claims that are hearsay, like maybe things that the police officers say, or that Lance Twiggs, we'll leave him out, but the things that police officers say, that's considered what we call reliable hearsay. Nate the lawyer explained this yesterday. In other words, this is hearsay from people that are being put under oath that they will be punished if it's shown that they're lying. Unreliable hearsay is when some person that you don't know, that there's no consequence, tells you something that you can't confirm. That's what they believe. So the question is why? Why would they be more likely to reject like reliable hearsay or physical evidence or whatever for unreliable hearsay from sources they don't know? And forget about Candace. Like, what about the people that follow Candace? You could at least say, well, maybe Candace does know the source. Yeah, but her audience does it, and they buy it hook, line, and sinker. And the answer is why. And I think it's very simply just motivated reasoning. And there's different motivations that people have, but the primary one's Israel. And people have reasons, legitimate reasons to not like Israel. I think it goes way too far, but nonetheless, fair enough. I don't particularly like the Iran war. So how convenient would it be if Israel killed Charlie Kirk and we could pin it on Israel and then we could pull out of Iran and that could convince Trump to never deal with Israel again. And Israel's the great evil and they're committing genocide in Palestine and they got us into the Iran war and they control our country and they have for decades. And so wouldn't it be nice if it was Israel that did this? Okay, well then it must have been. Now let's work backwards. Okay, if it was Israel, that means Lance Twiggs wrote the confession. It wasn't Tyler Robinson. Yep. What's your proof of it? It's plausible. Could have been. And that means that the law enforcement officers are lying. What's your proof of that? It could be that, so it must be that. And that's the evidence. They have a theory, and therefore they just shoehorn only the evidence that would prove that theory into existence. And when you're like, okay, you're exploding microphone. Any evidence? Nope. But why not? Well, they'll post off. Well, because they paved over the scene. Or else we would have had the evidence. It was the second shooter. Any evidence? Nope. Why not? Well, the feds were in on it. The police were in on it. So they covered up the second shooter. And it's endless. And so for me, the standard of evidence, they'd never admit this. But it's why they're endlessly uncharitable to anything that Turning Point USA or Erika Kirk or the law enforcement officers say. It's always, we have to assume anything that doesn't come out exactly as they want. For example, Governor Cox comes out, like, as soon as Tyler Robinson turns himself in, it's like, the roommate had messages and from Discord where they discussed the murder, and he admitted it was him, and he discussed the planning and the drop site. And Discord came out and said, no, we have Discord messages that were being discussed, but none of those messages dropped the planning and the drop site. The explanation is very simple. Governor Cox got a little confused that there are text messages and Discord messages. But that becomes a conspiracy. See? That's evidence that Governor Cox and the FBI are changing what's going on. They manufactured all of this. They were going to set Tyler up as a patsy with Discord messages, but then they realized, unfortunately, that Discord wouldn't cooperate. So they had to hurry up and switch and manufacture text messages. That's the claim. It can't be that a dude doing a press conference in real time slipped up when he said these are Discord messages as opposed to some are Discord and some are text. But when Candace and her audience slips up, then it's just an innocent mistake. When Candace lies and says Lance Twiggs' DNA was on the rifle more than Tyler Robinson, No one says, oh, she's clearly lying. Why would we believe anything she says? Innocent mistake. It's like that everywhere, you know? So, Fallen Heathen, man, you disconnected. I see you're next in line. So you might have to reboot. So we got Byron and then J Bands. J Bands, I'll need you to cam up real quick. Good, you're good. M George, can you cam up real quick? Yep, that's good. And then JV will be after that. When we get to you, JV, if you could just cam up real quick before I get there. You don't have to on cam or on screen, just so I can see in the background. All right, Byron, what's happening, man? It's been a while. How you doing?
Doing all right, Rob. Thanks for asking. Kiddo just brought it in the mail. Finally got my freaking Arizona Rattlers.
Rattlers.
A month and a half ago, before the playoff bracket was even announced, and they won the championship. So go Arizona. I normally deeply respect the framework and the methodology that folks like yourself and Andrew tend to utilize, part of which is establishing priors before going into a debate, including terminology and what words are going to have what definitions. Was it just me, or was that not really, you weren't given much of a chance to establish that prior to actually going to her studio?
No, it was in fact the opposite. It was like pulling teeth. Like here's the deal. Like I've talked about this, but just in case people are watching for the first time, it's very difficult with high profile people to set up the terms of a debate, right? And what I mean is this: like if Byron's like, "Hey Rob, I want to call in and we're going to argue DC versus Marvel," we'll just roll with it, right? But if I'm a streamer and Byron's a streamer and there's a contentious issue, right? The wording of a topic matters. The who the moderator is matters. The framework for the debate matters. Like, do we get opening statements? How long is the debate? If you're really serious about stuff, these things matter. And I'll give you an example. Like, if I know I'm going to have a debate with someone that's 30 minutes, that markedly changes my approach than if I know it's going to be 2.5 hours. Right? It's because
you have to get game plan for brevity rather than
right. You focus on like one or two arguments as opposed to a width of arguments, and you got to be more offense focused. And 2.5 hours, it's more charitable. You could give the other side. Everyone understands that, right? Now add $300,000 on top of that. Now you're talking about a contract, right? It is not just two high profile people. The normal struggles you have. What's the exact wording of the topic? Who's the moderator going to be? Now it's plus we're giving you $300,000. So
right, it becomes a lot more legally constrained.
Correct.
And
now
part of where I come in, and I hate to do this because I do like you guys, but what I really think would have been extremely helpful for you folks at the Crucible crew, broadly speaking, is to put forth not so much the question that Andrew asked consistently, which was what's your positive evidence, but more what is your actionable cumulative evidence, because it wasn't just a matter of he was saying, well, there was the text message plus there was the footage, there was this, that, and the other. That's all cumulative. It helps to build the case towards his conclusion, and the fact that he feels that altogether cumulatively adds weight to the claim that he made, which was he was convinced.
So let's pull back.
He had no such burden. She had no such burden.
Let's pull back for a minute, right? So yes, I understand what you're saying, and I'll get to that. So she didn't want to defend her claims at all. She agreed to take the debate, and she's the one who made the stipulations right out of the gate. The debate must be Andrew defending that he overwhelmingly believes Robinson's guilty. The debate must include sending $300,000 to her by Wednesday. It must occur at her house. It must be only on that Friday. Those were the 4 conditions that were outlined. None of those interest Andrew. Andrew's interest was, I want you to debate your theories, right? So the entire negotiation on his part was trying to get that. And a reasonable, what really was wanted was we're not asking for exactly 50% of the time. We don't really interested in sitting there timing it. What we don't want to do is hand you $300,000 and walk in here and this be a 20-minute debate. What we don't want is to walk in and Andrew to defend the state's case for 4 hours and then 5 minutes into getting to you defending your claim saying, I'm having labor pains, goodbye. And you just spent $300,000. So how do you put that in writing? That it's like, we're not trying to be unreasonable. We're willing to give you half the debate to attack the state's position and Andrew's position. We would like half the debate to attack yours.
Okay.
And it was damn near impossible. So, to your point, Andrew is like, I'm defending the cumulative case. His opening statement outlines that. We have all this evidence. Then he's like, that's basically my claim's the state's claim. Everyone knows what Andrew's claim is. So go ahead, take it where you want. She takes it to the gun. He argues about the gun. Then he's like, well, I think the best piece of evidence is the confession. They argue about the confession. And that's basically half the debate. Time's up. Now let's go to Candace. Now, you could say, I don't know how you would have put it in writing. You must defend the cumulative case that you have. That would have been impossible because anytime we tried to put her having to defend the case, the response would be, this isn't a courtroom. You don't get to cross-ex me. You don't get to interrogate me. Those are legal terms. So I don't know how in the fuck we could have ever put, you must defend cumulative evidence. To the point of, if Andrew said there, lay out the cumulative case, well, you see how that works. I debated this guy, Bobby Sauce, yesterday. It's just going, well, I think that they said there was a bald guy in the car, and I think that people don't talk like that in text messages, and I think it's weird that they would have burnt this letter but not burn it, and I don't think a 30-06 would move a shirt like that, and I think a 30-06 would have went through, and I think it's odd that they found a 223 bullet, and I think that the camera looks scrunched. That's the cumulative case. So it's like, then what Andrew's trying, Andrew took it, please, let me finish. What Andrew tries to do is say, okay, let's start one by one. You said Israel did it. Do you believe that? And you see the fruits of that. So if his approach instead would have been, please tell me everything, she would have rambled for 2 hours. Andrew would have been like, wait on that. No. You asked me. You said cumulative. The evidence is overwhelming. It's overwhelming. And she would have just rambled and nothing would have been. So I actually think your suggestion would have been the exact wrong approach. I think that what would have happened, the better approach is to be like, you make specific claim X. I'd like to challenge X. Not saying, please make your case. And she goes, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, X, Y, L, Roman numeral 7, blah, blah, blah. And you're like, whoa, let's go back to 8. Nope, I'm cumulating. I'm doing the cumulative case. I think that would have been a huge mistake.
Okay. Well, again, that's why I wanted to ask why that wasn't done, and you just explained why, because I didn't know that it was that.
Well, she should have, if I was her, this is what I would have done. You know how they mocked Andrew having an opening statement? That's what I would have done when she got to that portion of the debate. Because it's basically 2 topics. So if I was her, I would have been like, okay, give me 5 minutes. I'm going to outline my case. Now, if you want to attack certain portions of that, by all means. And then my closing statement would have been, I outlined like 9 pieces of evidence. Andrew attacked 2. He didn't attack the other 7, right?
Right.
But that burden's on her. The burden's on her. Andrew outlined the state's case and said, I'll defend it. She didn't outline her case. So for me, I don't think that helps her. I think that hurts her. She had every opportunity. She talked 2 to 1. She could have outlined her case in any moment. Instead, she fought tooth and nail to not do so. I'm not saying that. I'm just asking questions. Well, maybe that means nothing. You'll have to watch the show. I don't want to get myself in legal jeopardy, So that's how I look at it. The burden's on her to prove the affirmative case. She didn't even try. So.
No, not at all. And that was another point of my irritation watching the whole thing was from her side. There was no point at which she made an affirmative assertion for any of the possibilities. Saying that it's possible for X, Y, or Z, anyone can do that. You made it rather with a bit of levity, and I appreciate that with the aliens thing. Like, yes, you can go ahead and argue all kinds of possibilities, but we're trying to line up probability. And she did not do that in any way, shape, or form. In the long run, that, you already said it yourself earlier, with your last caller, that is going to end up, in the long run, that's going to be the question that has to be addressed is, why didn't you affirmatively defend any single one of these theories or hypotheses? Because, frankly, she couldn't. And one does hope that in the long run, that becomes exposed. it's not like this is the first time that she's done this sort of thing. She has been a long time leftist tactic individual. She has always relied on conjecture. She relied on making soft implications without following it up with demonstrable, actionable proof for any of these things. When she went on the whole Bridget Macron nonsense, she made inclinations or implications without ever trying to step over the line to get herself in legal hot water and trouble. That is the sort of wine mom drama nonsense that keeps people coming back and watching her, because it's pure WWE level entertainment without ever actually saying something solid and making an affirmative claim.
Yeah,
And that's
I totally
why
agree. I totally agree. Well, hey, Byron, I appreciate it, man. It's always great to hear from you. I hope everything's going good. You take it easy, man.
Just getting the kids ready for return to school, man.
Yeah, I know. It's coming up, right? Same here.
That.
We have open house, like I think Thursday, where we go tour his new classroom and stuff. So next week. Yeah,
my right, kiddos, they meet their teachers yet. So,
well, have a good one. We'll talk soon.
Sure.
A couple things just that I noticed in the chat. First off, we have a modest goal of $300,000. What are we doing? We're only at 0%. Come on, guys. We're telling $5 says, even now, Candace is co-posting on X. Our latest attacks on Andrew and his wife getting into a screaming match with whatever chick on her PS. Yeah, I mean, personal. That's all you see from Candace's supporters as well. Straight ripping $2 says, why not a Muslim patsy if Israel did it? I don't know. Who knows? Couple Stank Jesus says, why am I lying about the timeline? Andrew offered the money first. Well, if we really want to go back to the timeline was Brian Atlas offered money. Actually, if you want to go before that, Word War Debate offered her money to $50,000 to go debate Steven Crowder. That was months ago. Crowder offered to match it, so that was $100,000. She refused. Then whatever podcast offered her $50,000, she refused. Then offered her $100,000, she refused. Then offered her $150,000, she refused. Then Andrew offered to match it, she refused. That was to go on Word Wars podcast. Then Andrew went and Joe Rogan and accurately said, we offered $300,000. She doesn't want to debate these claims. She then responded with, and why did you leave this out when I said $3,000? She demanded $500,000. And that Turning Point claim is their boy. Why did you lie about that, Stank Jesus? Why'd you lie? Why didn't you include that? Why are you being dishonest, Stank Jesus? I'm just curious. That sounds very dishonest. What a piece of shit you're being, Stank Jesus. That Andrew offered $300,000 and she demanded more, $300,000. That's very dishonest of you. Or you could say, well, I just didn't go that far back. Yeah, same here. Everything I said was true. That's exactly what happened. She said, I'll only do the debate if I get $300,000. It doesn't matter that Andrew offered her $300,000 previously to go on the whatever podcast. And then she said, no, I want $500,000 and I want Turning Point to claim you as your boy. I skipped past all of that and got to her ultimate 4 demands. Her 4 demands were, I demand $300,000 be presented to me by Wednesday, 2 days before Friday. I demand the debate occur at my house. I demand that the debate occur Friday. I demand that Andrew argue the case is overwhelming against Tyler Robinson. Those were accurately the 4 demands that she ended up making. All of those demands were met. All of the other time was trying to negotiate Andrew being able to argue what he wanted to. Then, this character. I don't know if we get bots or what. Or if it's just, I'm willing to say these people aren't bots. I really am. But they're a hive mind. Take the L. Andrew didn't research. The man couldn't name one single charge. Learn from the L and do better next time. 1, not being able to name the specific charge doesn't mean that he wasn't correct about the facts that he was arguing. The average person has an opinion on whether or not Tyler Robinson's guilty, and what they mean by that is he the dude that killed Charlie Kirk? They don't really give a shit if it's murder, first-degree homicide, aggravated murder, obstructing justice, witness tampering, discharging a firearm in front of children, etc. Just like people had strong opinions and understood many of the facts of the case of O.J. Simpson and may not have known this specific charging. Second, if that's the criteria, then let's look at it specifically. Technically, Andrew is correct. He is charged with murder. He's charged with enhancement of murder of aggravated murder. But clearly, he is charged with all crimes that he could be found guilty of in this trial. Is it possible that he could be found guilty of the charge of murder? Yes. For example, if they find him guilty of murder and causing the death of Charlie Kirk, but not of providing the aggravated circumstances, he would be convicted of murder, which means that murder is one of the charges that's included. It's just enhanced to also be aggravated murder. So he's aggravated murder is what he's charged with, as well as murder. If they find him guilty of aggravated murder, so be it. If not, he could be found guilty of murder, which means technically Andrew's correct. Third, if you really want to get hyper specific, Candace misstated 2 of the 7 charges. The one, I forget the exact terminology used about the using in front of a weapon, are using in front of children. But the big one that she misstates that he's being charged with felony discharge of a firearm. There is no such crime. Andrew said murder. Murder is a charge, and it's one of the charges that he could be convicted of. She said felony discharging of a firearm. That's not a crime. That doesn't exist, and he cannot be convicted of that. Instead, what he's charged with is felony discharge of a firearm to cause serious bodily injury. Now, Candace is the one, not Andrew. Andrew hasn't been claiming for 11 months. This case has mattered so much to me. I've looked at all the ins and outs. That's Candace. Why did she misstate the charges? I thought she knew so much about it. And yet, her audience won't give a shit. They do not care. That's okay. Harmless mistake. So what? She said felony discharge of a weapon instead of felony discharge of a weapon to cause serious bodily injury. But you guys nitpick, he said murder instead of aggravated murder. I asked that Bobby Sauce guy that yesterday. It's different because Candace cares about the case. So who cares if she flubbed up the charge? Now, would you like to respond? Again, this is stupid gotcha shit. This is like the lowest like intelligence take. Okay, what if I would have been in that debate? And I said, Candace, you know so much. Name the 7 charges. And let's say she accurately did. And I said, okay, what's each statute? What's the number? And she's like, I don't know. And I said, well, aggravated murder in the state of Utah, section 103-1072. The first obstruction of justice counts, section 203-1074. The second one's 203/1045. Witness tampering's 107-1036. Does that mean I win? Oh, Rob wins. Candace didn't even know the criminal statute number. She didn't even know it. Not on one of the charges. Not on one. And let's say she blew me out in the rest of the debate and I couldn't make one affirmative claim. Do you think these people would be sitting here going, oh shit, Candace didn't know the actual numbers of the charge. Oh shit, Rob crushed her. Do better next time, Candy. Of course not. They would say, who the fuck cares? We're talking about the details of the case. Stupid. Danny, did you have a response? I don't want to miss you. See, and he just moves on. No response. By the way, Stank Jesus, Danny, anyone else, feel free to call in. All right, let's move on to M. George. Hello, George. What's happening?
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for having me back.
Of course, no problem.
Yeah, you remember the argument I tried to make last time, or I pretended to make, that the second most likely theory is that he's a patsy given how bad the evidence is against him?
Yes.
Yeah, isn't that what Bobby tried to do when he was on Viva Frey?
It's one of the claims that he haphazardly tries to defend. Yes.
Yeah. Anyway, I have a different claim that I would be interested in. Sorry?
I'm happy to get to a different claim, but you do understand why that's silly.
Oh yeah, of course. Because
Yeah,
usually, if usually the evidence wouldn't apply in the same way it does now if he's actually not the guy.
Yeah, I mean, like, just take a famous murder trial. Like, OJ's found not guilty, right? Does that mean, well, that he must have been set up as a patsy by the police?
No, I was a devil's advocate argument.
Oh, no, I know, but I'm explaining to the not you. I'm just explaining to the audience. So the idea that you say, well, if he's not guilty, that means that it must be that Erika Kirk and Israel and the FBI and Kosh Patel set this dude up. No. The next most likely scenario would be not that this massive conspiracy of tons of civilians and feds are involved in intentionally setting this dude up, but the next most likely theory would be, oh, he didn't do it. The police were mistaken. They need to find the real killer.
Yeah.
And if you are trying to make that argument, then you have to specifically say that, right? It's not enough. Like, if I'm like, what is her evidence that he's set up as a patsy? And she said, well, she doesn't buy the DNA evidence. Okay, but that's not evidence that he's a patsy. And Andrew even says that. It's like, but couldn't there be 100 other explanations for that? Yeah. Okay. Then where's your evidence he's a patsy?
But she's not trying to go with the idea that he's a patsy. She's not saying you should go with that idea, isn't she?
That's what she said in the debate, right?
I know.
And that's what Andrew makes it. So it's like, if that's the topic that's agreed upon, no, it was evident that she didn't give a shit. And here's the thing, she does have the bigger audience, right? And so her audience is going to listen to whatever she says. She could have literally been like, no, fuck you. No, I won't talk about my claims. Now, it may have resulted in having to return the $300,000, but she could have and just been like, fuck you. I just wanted to expose you couldn't defend the state's case. Ha ha. See ya.
Yeah.
She could have done that, and her audience would have ate it up and been like, yep, sounds good. And so Andrew, at least, that's why he was like, give her the chance to go first. Let her exhaust what she wants. Give her an hour and a half to talk about the state's case, whichever she wants, and then let's move on. And so the idea that, they're perfectly happy, they would have been perfectly happy no matter what. If Candace blatantly said, I refuse to defend anything, go fuck yourself. So I'm not surprised.
I would disagree with that a little bit. I think there's definitely a middle ground between the approach Andrew took and full blood sport, where you're pushing a little bit harder. Because if we look at the neutral people, like if you know Trent Horn or Ben Shapiro or any of them, or Nick Fuentes, if they had come back with the verdict that Andrew obliterated her, it would have been better in general, even if Candace herself would have been, I still won no matter what.
Oh yeah, I agree with that. But what I'm saying is, like, when it comes to the claim of her not having to defend, that he's a patsy, which she didn't. She provided no evidence. It wouldn't have mattered if she just blatantly said, I refuse to provide evidence, or if she muddled on like she did here and never provided evidence. It would have been the same. I don't think that would have weighed in. Andrew could have done better, no doubt. I don't, and doing better would be better. I agree. But, I'm just saying she was never going to defend her claims. And that's in reference specifically to the alternate theory that, well, as you were providing the devil's advocate argument, where it's like, maybe she did defend her claims because we could possibly do the work for her and say, if the DNA is not right, this means that the feds intentionally put his DNA there or intentionally took his gun to set him up because they're colluding with Israel or they're colluding with Erika Kirk, and Kosh Patel knows it and the UVU security knows it and he's being set up. Yeah, I suppose you could do all that work, but it's bullshit, At that point, if you're willing to do that work, you would have been willing to do the work if she just sat up there and made fart noises with her mouth. You'd say, so what? I've heard her make the case before. So it wouldn't have mattered.
Yeah, just tune into her show.
Yeah.
Okay. So what I was going to say is I think based on the public set of facts, not in court because evidence has to be admitted and vetted by all the teams, but based on the public set of facts, I would say the probability that he's the guy is in excess of 99%. And I would try to defend the claim if I had to that he was guilty beyond a reasonable doubt in general terms. Because if I just said there's 100 cases with almost identical facts, then in at least 99 of them, he's the guy. You know what I mean?
I think, though, that I can't speak to Andrew. I'll speak to myself. I would never say that. And the reason is because my understanding of the legal process is that I understand that this guy gets his day in court, right? And so I could say it looks very much like he's the person, but they haven't had their chance to present their strongest defense. They haven't. Now you could say, well, wouldn't they be presenting it now? Yeah, a lot of the stuff, as I've debated over and over, they would have, but still, they'll have their chance. They'll have their chance to bring in medical experts and ballistic experts and other things like this. So I would never say that someone's 99% guilty unless it was like completely overwhelmed, like we had, just like blatantly in a crowd of people, someone, execute someone. You're like, okay, that dude did it. So, yeah,
I mean, of course, he gets his day in court, and I agree with that. And they have to follow all the proper procedures and the burden.
This is such. Let me just say, this is such a nitpick. Like it's like, well, the problem is Andrew said 85, not 99. I would have made the same arguments as Andrew and said 99, and then everyone went, oh, okay, well then if it's 99, game over. Like, no, that doesn't.
No, I'm not trying to criticize Andrew. I'm just saying for me, based on the public.
Okay, but I get it. But the point is, I think the fact that Andrew said 85 is showing that he's trying to be good faith about this, right? He's like, look, I also have questions. There are legitimate questions that people could have. Fair enough, right? The state hasn't tried to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. And so I'm not going to be a hyperbolic asshole and be like 99%. And then the state's going to present a bunch of new evidence. And it'll be like, wow, that evidence is even more confusing. So I've gone from 99 to 99.5. Like, it just seems like instead of encouraging hyperbole, like when someone actually is giving you an honest take, that we should say that's good. Otherwise, I guess, it's impressive that Candace said 0%. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. She wins then. She's more confident. Therefore, she wins. That's overwhelming. 0%. So I don't know.
Yeah.
In the
all I'm trying to express is just based on my impression is it would have to be such an incredible coincidence for Tyler to be factually innocent even at this stage of the process.
Fair enough. I think numbers are subjective and putting these sort of things on it, but okay.
Yeah. I do have one fun question though. Do you know about Blackstone's ratio?
I've heard of it, but I don't know exactly what that is.
It's the idea that it's better that 10 guilty men go free than one innocent man gets convicted.
Okay, yep.
Yeah. So I was thinking about that, that in any non-omniscient legal process, there probably is a correct ratio or a correct minimum. So if you had to put a number on it for the false conviction rate or the false negative rate to false positive rate, what would it be for the minimum of a good legal process?
I don't know. Like you're big into. Are you a math guy? You're big into numbers. I don't know. If a gut feeling would be like, I guess one innocent person for like every 1,000 guilty would be probably something I would shoot for. You're never going to get a perfect system, but it is worse to put innocent people behind bars than let guilty people go free. So I don't know. I guess my level of how much worse it is would be 1 in 1,000. But I'm just shooting from the hip here. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. Well, because I was just thinking if the ratio is high enough, you'd never convict anybody based on the exoneration rate that we have.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. If you take it to the logical extent, it's like, and the problem is like the burden that the Candace people are putting on what the state must overcome would be such a nonsensical level that we basically never be able to convict anyone unless we had them in 4K high definition announcing, my name is Bob Smith and I'm about to shoot this person, and then shooting him and then having a notary, sign the fucking videotape. We'd never be able to convict anyone unless that occurred. And even then, we'd have questions. So, yeah, you're right in spirit. Yeah, it reminds me of that old Chappelle Show skit where he's like, did R. Kelly do that? He's like, I'd need his grandmom there, 2 notaries signing it, him to present 2 forms of ID while he's peeing on the girl. Like, it's like, yeah, that's what it feels like. It's ridiculous,
All right. Well, that's all I have. A good day. You have a good day.
Thanks, man. Appreciate the call. Really do.
Thank you.
Yep. Let's read Super Chat. We're still not at our goal of $300,000. Oh, my gosh. Frankie Schwark, thanks for the $5. Says not one step back. Thanks. Really appreciate it. Donald Rose, $2 says keep talking truth, Rob. I appreciate it. Vortome, $10 says, doesn't anybody find it odd that Candace and her Spur crew weirdly are aligning with the worst enemies of Christian conservatism? Do they really not see? Nope. Simultaneously, they'll say I'm aligning with Israel. The mere fact of saying I don't see evidence that Israel killed Charlie Kirk means I'm a Zio shill. But I can't accuse. It's absurd to point out that but you literally have people like Hassan Piker who are supposedly antithetical to everything you stand for, going, you're the best. Keep going. Mark Spears, $5 says, will the Shapiddler get a Cant woman sidekick in the next cartoon? Oh man, not bad. And then Witness, $20 says, Candy Fan goes to heaven. They meet God at the gate. He says he'll answer one question. They ask who did it, and God says Tyler. Candy Fan says, this goes deeper than I thought. That's good. Very good. Remember, get those super chats in. You help support my extravagant lifestyle where I want a gazebo and a garage that doubles as my studio so that I too could claim, as I charge $300,000 for people to come debate in my studio, that they're violating my space. So get those super chats in. All right. Next up, we have our friend Fallen Heathen, man. How you doing?
What's up, brother?
How you been?
Pretty good. How about yourself? It's been a while.
Yeah, I'm good. Losing my voice a little, but doing all right.
You know what? I woke up with a sore throat this morning too. I don't know what the heck's going on. It's weather change or something.
I know what's going on with me. Yelling.
Screaming.
That's what's good. Yeah.
Right on. Well, you know what's really been the most disappointing thing about this whole thing outside of honestly, dude, it's like the QAnon shit from 2020. These people are just too dumb to realize they're dumb, and they're falling for all of Candace's bullshit without they don't even understand debate. But is the people that I also, the other influencers or channels and shit that I also enjoy, how they dogpiled on Andrew and defended Candace without even knowing anything about. I'm just really disappointed in their reaction. And I don't know if you know who JD Delay is, but that guy went after Andrew pretty hard and was mocking him and telling him, for every, let's get in the ring and we'll fight it out and blah 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 blah. He just did a video yesterday with that Roman army lady talking about the Lindsay trial that's going on right now, and how all these crazy wine moms have all these crazy conspiracies about how it's actually the husband who murdered the 3 babies and blah 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 blah, and he's mocking and laughing at them. And I'm like, you do realize that Candace is that crazy wine mom? Like, the evidence in that case is the exact same. She confessed to the murders. Everything links to her. Everything links to Tyler Robinson, yet don't believe this case while mocking everyone that does. It's just, I don't know, it's disappointing. And then the stuff with Dave Smith. I don't know if you watched Dave Smith's show the other day talking about the debate, but literally the only thing they talked about was the gotcha at the end.
Yep.
And I'm like, are you kidding me, Dave? Like, you're better than this. You're way better than this. I expected way more out of you. And their whole episode, he's basically like, he screwed up here. And it's like, yeah, he did screw up here. But it had nothing to do with the debate, Dave. And I don't know. I'm just disappointed in how a lot of these other people that I also enjoy, how bad faith they're being about this whole thing.
Well, for me, the big one was Brett Weinstein. I really like Brett. And I didn't
see what he said.
I haven't seen him comment on the debate, but leading into it, Brett, I thought, is a very analytic thinker. And I might not always agree, and he was like, he's very much trying to say things without saying anything, which already is not a good look. But basically, his take's like, you know, we're just asking questions like we did with COVID, and we were right about COVID. So I don't understand why everyone's attacking us just for asking questions. And it's like, no one's attacking anyone for asking questions. No one's attacking anyone for having doubt. What we're saying is that when you're like, Erika Kirk murdered her husband,
Yeah.
Andrew Colvett murdered or was complicit in the murder. Israel did it. The French Foreign Legion, Brigitte Macron, Kaj Patel's involved. Donald Trump's involved. Specific police officers named are involved. You're ruining people's lives. You're helping the Democrats win. You're ruining the online right space. And all we're saying is you absolutely, at least what I'm saying is you have the right to say any of that. Now, if you defame someone, you defame them, but that's not up to me, right? You have the right to say it. And I'm not mad at you for saying it. I just want you to defend it. If you're going to say it and be like, here's the evidence I have. You don't just say, I think Fallen Heathen's a bank robber. What's your evidence? Yeah, I had a dream. And I'm going to convince my millions of followers that Fallen Heathen's a bank robber. At some point, we're like, that's a pretty fucked up thing. And then I say, how dare you attack me for just asking questions? That's all I'm doing. So to see someone like Brett Weinstein fall for that trap, it's like, holy shit. It's depressing because you look back at these people and the things they've said that you were like, yeah, I agree with that. And you're like, was this person always like this? And I just happened to agree with them in a couple things, but they were never someone I should have been taking seriously. Yeah. Or has something changed? And I think it's the latter. I think that the motivated reasoning to hate Israel now means that these people's default position is Israel did it, prove they did. And so I think, you know.
Well, so now much like all the QAnon bullshit around the election, are we allowed to talk about that still on YouTube? I don't want to get your channel in trouble.
Have it. I'm unaware that we're not, so go for it.
Okay. So much like there was a bunch of fuckery, that happened around 2020, but there was that QAnon put out so many crazy conspiracies that it was just easy to write it off and not even look at stuff that actually happened. And I feel like that's what's going on with this Tyler Robinson thing is they're feeding Candace mostly. They're feeding her so much crazy shit that she's coming out with that even if it was Israel that took out Charlie Kirk, we're never going to get to the bottom of it because it's so easy to write off everything because Candace has made it so outrageous.
When I even said Candace is obviously, and what they're doing is going further, but I said this months ago when I would be like, oh, I don't like Israel. We shouldn't give them any money ever again. We shouldn't allow foreign influence from them. I don't like the Iran conflict, But I could understand that Trump may make the argument, well, there's more reasons than just Israel that I wanted to go into Iran. I don't think that I in the bottom of my heart, I don't think that Trump sat down with Netanyahu and was like, I see no benefit to America to going in. And Netanyahu was like, but you must go, Trump. I control you. I don't think that's what happened. I think Trump was probably like, oh, maybe they are going to get a weapon, and that would be bad for our interest. And maybe this will help us with energy prices. And maybe we can get a new regime in there, right? All I'm saying is I think it's likely that the story isn't just that Trump's like, yes, sir, whatever you say, PP, I'll do whatever you want. And that he's like, I see independent reasons that this could be good for America. And yes, it'll be good for Israel. I think that certainly factors in. And for that, I had people like, Zio shill, I'll never watch you again. And I'm like, and I said this, I was like, I'm starting to think those people were paid by Israel because nothing makes you want to defend Israel more than literally coming out and saying, I would never give them another dime. I don't like them. And someone saying, that's not enough hatred. You must hate more. Andrew's position goes further. We should send Christians to take over the country, to reclaim our holy sites, and have it become a Christian country. Zio shill, how dare you not think they killed Charlie Kirk? And at some point, you're like, Israel's got to be like, go Candace. You're the best thing for rehabilitating our image because people are going to start, and this is an erroneous way of thinking, but you can't help it. You see the most ludicrous criticisms and how laughable they are. And so then you're like, well, maybe these other criticisms are laughable too. And so I'm just going to say, oh, the whole thing's just an op against Israel. But they don't give a shit. What do they care? As long as you get the virtue signal,
I definitely think Candace is a useful idiot, and she's being fed a bunch of garbage because so it's easy to write it off as crazy conspiracy bullshit. That was like another attack. Andrew's timing of getting paid to go to Turning Point USA to do that debate coaching or whatever couldn't have been any fucking worse, because everyone's immediate attack was, oh, now Andrew's being paid by Turning Point USA. He's defending Israel. That's why he wants to debate Candace, because Israel. And it's like the whole timing of that was just terrible, I think.
Well, I mean, he was talking about this a lot with Jake Rattlesnake even before it was, because Jake was more on the conspiracy side of it, and Andrew and him had several. Yeah, he had several debates on it, right? And so, I think that I understand the timing. Look, I'm gonna be straight up with you too. I don't fucking know. I wasn't holding Andrew's hand while I was down there. It wasn't like when he went and took a piss. Maybe fucking they pulled him in a room and was like, here's a big pile of money. But he hasn't told me that, right? Yeah. Oh, what do you do? It ain't me. I get paid one fucking small amount of money to go down there. Yeah. That's it, And so for me, it's like, I'm saying this because this is what I feel is right. And I think these people are damaging and this, that, and the other. But I get it. Why would it matter anyways? I guess is what I'd say. Let's say Turning Point did give Andrew the $300,000 and all that. It's like, okay, what?
Yeah, you still can't refute his claims,
right? So
you can't beat his argument.
I mean, I guess I guess the argument would be that it's motivating. But if I find out that, like, Baron Coleman put up money for Candace Owens, or would it matter? I'd be like, I don't know, like, not really, whatever. Candace is saying Candace, unless I believe that Candace doesn't really believe what she's saying and that she's only saying it because some third party's paying. So if that's the accusation, maybe that's it. Maybe, let's be fair, maybe that's what they're saying, that Andrew doesn't really believe this. He doesn't really give a shit. He's only saying it because he's being paid by Turning Point. Again, I don't think he's being paid by Turning Point. I don't have any evidence of that. But let's say that would be true. I don't think that proves that he doesn't give a shit about what he's talking about, given that he was talking about this shit before. But yeah, I understand. People just, I mean, it's the same type of fucking thinking of like, oh, you came into their house, so maybe you did something nefarious to the house. And it's like, but she insisted that we come into the house. What were we supposed to do? We wanted it to be at a neutral party, So
yeah, did you see that I don't know if it was her or that Baron Coleman guy posted last night, there was some Haitian spy plane or something detective flying over their house, and I'm like, oh, of course, right after Andrew and them bugged the house, there's Haitian spy planes flying over. It's just it's absolutely ridiculous. The guy that you had on a couple of people before me, his last thing he was mentioning about the Macron thing, she is in litigate or in court right now being sued over all that. She's going to be in a lot of hot water once this Tyler Robinson's case is over with. I guarantee you Turning Point USA and Erika Kirk and all them, they're building a case on her right now as we speak. And after sitting down and having that conversation, her, Erika and Candace and stuff, like that's, her basically saying you need to stop it now. And she's been warned and all this stuff. She's going to be in a lot of trouble. And like you were saying about the whole debate with Andrew, it may look like right now on the surface that Andrew lost the debate, but over time, as people start, start noticing things and like things aren't coming true, and what Andrew said, was right, and the walls are gonna close in on her, and it's eventually gonna come crumbling down.
Yeah, I agree. Well, hey man, it's always a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you so much. You have a good one. We'll talk soon, man.
All right, man. Take it easy.
Yep, we'll see you. Real quick, Stank Uygur says Blackstone's formulation doesn't apply here. 75% confidence is enough to execute someone. No, 75% is enough to send them to trial. You disagree? You think he shouldn't go to trial? 75% confidence he murdered Charlie Kirk, and you're like, not good enough for me. He shouldn't have to stand trial. That's your argument? That sounds fucked up. That sounds like, I'll ask the audience here. Can you think of how much an explanation other than pure hatred and delight for the murder of Charlie Kirk, that someone would be 75% confident that someone committed it and not even want them to go to trial? Can you think of that? That's the position Stank Jesus is apparently in. That's the position. Why don't you just come out and say you hated Charlie and you're happy he's dead? 75% chance that this guy did it, and you're like, not good enough for me to go to trial. Disgusting. Can you explain? Can you explain that? What percentage confident that you need to be that someone committed the crime before you think they should have to stand trial? Can you tell me that, Stank Jesus? Oh, not fun? Not fun when people play this game with you? Oh, a public post. I publicly said anyone that demonizes death is bad, but I'm cool with not sending a guy I'm 75% confident killed him to trial. Not even to trial. Let him go. Unless you have 100% confidence, you can't even go to trial, right? My Spurgigan, you're the person. You can't make any claims. No one said 75% confidence means he should be executed. They said 75% confidence, and then we'll see what happens at the trial. He deserves to have his day in court. People like you spurg out and try to slander us by saying, oh, you're saying he should be executed because you're 75% confident. No, we're saying he should have to stand trial because we're 75% confident. No, I know you're not some lefty. You're a stupid fucking Candace supporter or a stupid fucking Candace adjacent supporter. You're worse than a lefty in many ways. You're a fucking idiot. You say something stupid. When I point out how stupid, you're like, you can't say I'm stupid. I'm not a lefty. I know this might blow your mind, but yes, right-wing fucking morons like you exist. Yes. Idiot. Stop slandering people. Stop spreading bullshit. We know. None of you are Candace supporters, by the way. I'm not a Candace supporter. I'm just spreading, okay, for the love of the game, spreading bullshit. Can you show me, all right, Stank Jesus, here's what I'll do. Show me one post that Andrew Wilson has ever made on any social media that says, I'm 75% confident, therefore he should be executed. Please. Or admit that you're a lying piece of shit. We know you're not a Candace supporter. Just admit it, though, right? Admit, I was mistaken. You're the one making assumptions. You made the assumption that Andrew's 75% sure and therefore he wants him executed. Prove it. Prove it. Show me the quote. Show me anything where he said that. I heard Andrew say stuff like this. They haven't proven beyond reasonable doubt. In fact, if you were just arguing that you have some doubts, I'd be the last person here discussing this with you. What I'm here for is that you're making extraordinary claims which require extraordinary evidence. That's what I heard him say in the debate. But somehow you heard, I'm 75% confident, therefore he should be executed. So I'd like you to show me where you saw that. Or admit that you were mistaken. After all, you claim I'm making assumptions about you. I guess you're right. I'm assuming that you don't have evidence that he said that. X-Reflex, call in. You said you'd call in. I am doing call-ins. Call in. Or are you too cowardly? Or are you too stupid to know how to click the link at the bottom? By the way, last night, there is a link at the bottom, pinned at the bottom. You click the link. It'll take you to StreamYard. Follow the directions there. Last night, a former mod of mine named Bill Hicks, publicly, while I was on one of the interviews I was on, typed in the chat, Rob, you need to unmod me. We appear to be diverging politically. So I unmodded him. And then I said, on the stream as we were talking later. I was like, yeah, it's weird. I even have people that are like in my community. Like there are people like a mod just said unmod me. So I did. I said the Candace supporters like in my community. Just to let you all know, Bill Hicks messaged me. And he basically said I was a piece of shit for announcing it publicly. So he publicly on my chat said, remove me from a mod. But he has a big problem that I publicly said, okay, I removed you as a mod. He thinks that was shitty to do. Okay? Then he said, I'm not really a Candace supporter. How dare you? How dare you make these assumptions? Then he called me a Zio cuck. He said that I took money. So I apologize to Bill Hicks for assuming while we were talking about Candace and the debate with Candace, and you publicly saying, hey, your opinions are diverging too much from me, that I assumed it was the opinions on the topic I was talking about, which was Candace. That's my mistake. I'm sorry that I called you a Candace supporter. He is not a Candace supporter. He is a whiny bitch. I'm sorry that his feelings were hurt, the whiny bitch that he is. But don't call him a Candace supporter. So, there we go. Where's this reflex guy? I'll put you to the front of the list. Come on, you want to call in? Where's he at? Let's call me a fat fuck. Come on, take call-ins. Let's go. No one takes them more than me. What's my wife have anything to do with it? I'm not spurging. I asked you to call in. You got one last chance to call in or I'm just going to ban you. I don't give a fuck. I understand. This is it. This is the Candace fans in general. Oh, where's your wife? Hey, you fat fuck. I'm like, why don't you call in? Oh, he's spurging. Ask me to call in with his opinions. Call in. You don't give a fuck about me. Cool. Then why are you here? Clearly you do. Hey, man, I'm talking about you, but trust me, I don't care about you or what you think. I demanded that you take call-ins, but I don't care. I'm just a nihilist. I just say random things. They're just utterances. And what these people don't realize is they're the best advertisement I could have for how ridiculous the Candace crew is. I know. He's going to say, I'm not a Candace fan. All right. Yeah, I've had your chance. Let's go. All right, we got a couple more super chats. If you like the show, send in some super chats. Jacqueline Brennan, $10 says, Rob, please bring up Harpole claims with these people. It was the key for 2+ months. There's now a Fed suit that she's trying to get dismissed. Candace Owens said she doesn't accept the flight logs Erika Kirk gave her in December. So this was, I can never pronounce this, that Erika Kirk, Mitch Snow says that he was at Camp Huachuca on independent reasons, and he sees this guy that looked like he was like, special forces or something, who he later would realize was Brian Harpole, who was the head of security for Turning Point, and he looks over and sees this blonde woman who he could tell was wealthy but was underdressed, like wearing sweatpants or something, and she had striking blue eyes, and he knew because he had an ex that had striking blue eyes, that he would memorize that face forever. And he realized later that that was Erika Kirk. And he ended up like going into some building that they were at. And they were having a conversation with what looked like Congress people. And so they're able to put two and two together. And somehow this theory then becomes maybe they built the exploding microphone at this camp and Erika was there and Brian Harpole was there. And so they're involved with it. Erika comes out and says, like, I was at the hospital with my mom that day. I wasn't there. She produces a picture with her kid's face blurred out. Some random woman that knows him goes, no, that's not your kids. Erika's like, yes, it is, you crazy psycho. And that's where we're at now. Now Brian Harpole has filed a lawsuit against Candace Owens and Mitch Snow. Mitch Snow is representing himself pro se, which means he doesn't have an attorney because he's broke. And Candace, for all of her claims that she would defend Mitch Snow if anything came of it, apparently at this point is not paying for a lawyer for him, is being sued independently. So she's not really bringing up those claims anymore. So we'll see where that goes, but it's just another bullshit claim. They must have been here. Now, let's say hypothetically that it's definitively proven. Let's say Erika Kirk comes out tomorrow and says, here's the security footage from the hospital I was in with a timestamp. Do you think that the Candace crew is going to be like, oh shit, wow, well, this really hurts our theory? No. They're just going to say, oh, well, on to the next thing. It doesn't matter we were wrong about that. That'll be that. You're good, Merlin. I see you, man. Tessa Tempo, $5 says, that's unfair. Candace chose to acknowledge the challenge now, but he's been defending for a whole year. She might even have done it on purpose for this, baby. Old Snipper, $5 says, if Turning Point USA hired you to go somewhere, how much do I have to pay for you to come to my birthday party? It's Sonic the Hedgehog themed. I'm 2027. $5,000. But you can't be a weirdo. Kristen, $20. Thanks so much. Says, Rob, you're the best. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Jason Castle, $10 says, it's funny Bill Hicks got mad at you for publicly talking about him being unmodded, but was praising Hello Listener for publicly claiming Andrew and Rachel are Zionists, works for TPUSA and are snakes. See, I didn't even know this. I'm staying out of the Hello Listener drama. I don't care. But the thing that's funny to me is, like, if you publicly, like, you could have DM'd me and said, hey, Rob, I think we're falling apart politically. Can you take me off as a mod? I would have never said a fucking word. But when you publicly in my chat say, unmod me, we're diverging, you've already made it public. So, whatever. David Moore, $10 says, a bunch of closeted Shapiddlers out there looking to get a peek at you, Rob. Wear a cup everywhere you go. No telling how desperate they are. Pix Paradox, $10 says, Fort Huachuca. There we go. Okay, back to work, not one step back. I'm like Candace. I mispronounce all these words, and then people send me super chats to correct me. It's nice. You're good, Darren. I see you, man. Krish, £10 says, I care so little I've come onto your live stream to insult you. Makes sense. Watched your stream with Milk Bar TV earlier. Good. But at the end where you say this is making you rethink JFK resonate. Yeah, no kidding. All right, we got people on the line. Let's get to them. Keep getting those super chats in. J-Bands, you ready, man? What's up, J-Bands? How you doing?
Yo, this is my first time calling you.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. So what's on your mind?
Yeah, the first thing was, I don't know if these people are bots or not, but like they always say the same exact thing constantly.
Yeah.
Like, I don't get it.
Yeah, I hesitate. I think that the bots are a weird discussion, even outside the scope of this. We all know they exist and they inflate numbers, and but you hesitate to call any individual person a bot because it's a bit rude, So I always assume it's not a bot, but you're right. It's tiresome in that it's just repetition. But for me, it's very much repetition like you see on the left. Like, you'll see these rallies on the left where people are just screaming the same phrase, no justice, no peace. And it's like, oh, okay, what's that mean? No justice, no peace. And it's like, it's just, it's sloganeering. It's like, well, what do you mean? And so, I don't know. But yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, but how can these people say Candace won the debate, but they can never show anything that she won on? Like, it makes no sense. Like, even if Andrew did bad, how would that mean she won?
Oh, that's just it. Like, for me, I think you're framing it correctly. By the way, everyone's making fun of you for your smoke detector chirping. But no, I've said, like, well, let's say that we call Andrew the worst and say he had the worst performance ever. Who gives a shit? None of the Candace people care about Andrew anyways, other than as a punching bag to make fun of. Fine. Same with me. You can make fun of me. I don't give a shit. If I was a Candace supporter and I believed all the things she said, I would be like, well, even if Andrew sucks, like, why couldn't she defend anything? That's the impression I would have, and so for me, it's like, I don't know. And they're just, because it's so much of a team activity for them that they're just like, it's sufficient that I think that I could hang my hat on saying, I think the other side lost. So that's a win. We don't have to defend anything. But yeah, they all say the same things. And I'm asking over and over, can you show me the positive evidence that she put that Tyler Robinson was a patsy? And there's none. You can't blame her supporters for not being able to tell us that evidence because there is none, So.
Right. But that gotcha, though, right?
Yeah. Now, listen, I'll be the first to admit, the gotcha wasn't that bad. They would have, just saying aggravated murder to murder, I would have been like, whatever, same thing anyways. But then Andrew, name 7, and then she did. I think she memorized them beforehand, but whatever. All right, that's a little bad. But then proceeding to go to the phone, not good. Not a good look, and I completely agree. It looks stupid. I get it, but, if you take a step back, you're like, yeah, this was actually nothing, and she screwed up the list of the charges anyways. But yeah, not a great look, I admit.
Yeah, you notice how they hold the double standard. Like when she gets something wrong, it's not a lie, but when everybody else does, it's a lie. So.
Yeah, that's like, it's so funny. I said it to this guy last night. I was like, she misstates the charge. She says felony discharge of a weapon, but it's actually felony discharge of a weapon to cause serious bodily harm. And he's like, who gives a shit? She missed a couple words. But his entire opening statement was Andrew said murder instead of aggravated murder. And I was like, how is that not? At best, that's equal. At worst, it's worse for Candace because she claims to have studied it more. And at least the charge Andrew said is still a charge that's being implicitly charged. So how do you defend that? And they're just like, because we don't give a shit. Because we like Candace. That's why.
Hey. You know? And then just one more thing. And I don't understand how she says she doesn't want to get in a legal pickle for making a claim. She already made the claim on her show multiple times. So why would it be different live? Like, I don't get that.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think that was. I want to be clear here. I have no inside knowledge. Everyone's saying that this was an intentional legal trap that Andrew paid to set up this legal trap. Couldn't be further from the truth. Like, I can't speak for Andrew totally, but I am totally convinced that Andrew wanted her to answer for these claims. Nothing to do with the legal system because he thinks it's damaging the right, it's damaging Turning Point, it's damaging individuals, but it's not about like some legal thing. I don't give a shit, right? So I want to be clear with that. I just couldn't be further from the truth. Candace is going to say what she says. And when it comes to things like defamation, the truth is a defense. So if I say this person's a bank robber and they're a bank robber, they can't sue me for defamation. So if you're certain that you're right, then you're not defaming anyone. And even thinking that it's the truth many times could be a defense. Not always, but most of the time. So actually, I hesitate to say this. I mentioned it last night. I think she may have jeopardized and harmed herself by saying, no, I'm not really saying that, or no, I don't want to defend it for two reasons. One, because by saying I don't want to say that and get myself in legal jeopardy, it's clear that her state of mind is she understands that this could be read as defamation, and she's saying it anyways on her show, so she can't claim like, oh, I didn't know. It's like, no, you know, right? And then the second thing is, like, if you believing something is a defense to defamation, and then you get a chance to talk about it and you basically say, I don't really believe that, then that kind of shows when you were saying it previously, it's harder for you to say, I believe it. Because it's like, but wait a minute, when this dude asked you, you were like, well, that's not really what I meant. And so you can't then later say, no, I did believe it. That is what I meant. So ironically, her trying to get out of a legal pickle may have put her more into a legal pickle. Do you think DJ says she used the word pickle? That was a little jab. If so, 2 points for Candace. That's funny if she used the term legal pickle for that. So, but well, hey, J-Bands, I appreciate the call, man. Call back at some other time. We'll fucking crowdsource some batteries for the smoke detector if you want. We'll get it done.
All right, thank you.
Take it easy, man. All right, real quick, super chats. We'll get to the next call. The appropriate B, $5. Thanks. Says Nick had a good point. In 1 year time, they'll look back and regret of all this. I look forward to the coping here. Yep. Bobby Ballbags, $5 says, Rod and Stealing Birds are back. Jackie, $2 says, I know I'm more interested in the obstruction of than murder. That's got to be a joke. And then OG Mike, $20 says, Candace doesn't need anybody to put her in legal trouble. She does a damn good job of that herself, right? All right, let's genetics for. All right, let's bring him on. What's up, man? Can you hear me? Your mic might not be working. Check your settings. And then make sure you have the right mic selected. It shows that you're unmuted, so it's probably your settings. All right, we'll bring you back up.
All right,
oh wait, that I hear you now. What's up, man?
Sorry about that. I don't know what the hell happened. First time I've ever used something like this, so it's
no problem at all, man.
New tech is weird.
I screw up all the time, and I use it every day. So,
well, I'd like to say first, I was born in Davis Mountain Air Force Base, which is somewhat near Fort Huachuca, and just hearing everybody pronounce it so messed up is absolutely hilarious.
Yeah, I'm bad with it. I know I am.
It's all right. So I'm with Andrew on this and pretty much everybody else. While I do not deal in absolutes, to sit there and say someone is 0% possible, it's 0% possible that Tyler did it. That's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, I've got a chance right here sitting at my desk that I have a hot fudge sundae manifest right next to me that I can eat. It is astronomically slim, but there's a chance. To sit there and tell the platform that she has, there's 0% chance that Tyler Robinson did this. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Whatever you say, lady. But
well, it's you're right. That's stupid on its own face. But then the irony of like this being one of the things that Candace's crew wants to talk about, and it's clear that because Andrew only said 75 to 80 and she said 0. It's clear she doesn't even know what 0% means, because then she proceeds to say, yeah, Patrick, evidence may change my mind, but then it's not 0. Right? And so it's just laughable. Like, she said 0 because she just wants to act like, there's no doubt. But then she also, it's one of these things. It's when you'll notice this, people argue in the moment, right? So I deal with this a lot when I debate people. They'll stall, they'll obfuscate, and what they're doing is they're trying to think, where is Rob going with this? So I'm just going to be difficult in everything he says. So I could say something like this, like, you acknowledge that some people eat peanuts, right? What do you mean peanuts? Huh? No, I'm not prepared to acknowledge that. And you're like, what? And then you spend 5 minutes on it. And what that is it's a sign of someone who's not interested in getting to the truth. They're interested in winning a meta argument, right? And so what you see happen here is she's like, right now I'm being asked what my confidence is. It'll sound really good if I'm more confident than Andrew. Bam, answer 0. Then when Patrick Bet-David's asking her like, but you're not unreasonable. You'll look at evidence, right? In that meta moment, it's like, I don't want to appear unreasonable. So I'll be like, bam, yes, of course there's a chance I change my mind. But when you take a step back and you're like, but those two things can't be simultaneously true. It can't be that you have 0% confidence he's the killer. That means nothing can change your mind. Plus that there's evidence that could change your mind. But it doesn't matter because she's not advocating or she's not debating in a full context. This is legitimately what I believe. It's how do I win each meta point? And if that contradicts later, so be it. My audience will call me out on it.
No, they won't. And it's like I said, I just, for her to say there's 0% chance, and again, I say, the whole hot fudge sundae thing, nothing is, I don't think, a 0% chance of everything. There's a 0% chance of anything. Just like there's no, there could be, maybe Tyler didn't do it. Who the hell knows? Maybe the government set him up. I, be quite honest, doubt that, because who in their right mind would take a patsy position knowing that the government's probably going to be looking at the death penalty? Who's going to do that? You could offer me, my family, $100 million, but I would end up dying. Let me tell you what, my family would say, no, we'll just go ahead and continue where we are. We'd rather have, my kids would rather have their father home, and my wife would rather have her husband home than, be filthy freaking rich. But
yeah. I've heard it. Well, he didn't know he was being set up as a patsy. He just thought, well, then why isn't he speaking up now? Well, because they're threatening him and his family, but I'll give you one more thing. I got 8 people on the line now. So I planned on ending it a half an hour or so, but, well, nothing else, man. Thank you so much for the call. I really appreciate it. And I'll be doing another one of these soon. So hopefully you can call back in.
I'll be Crucible and all that. I keep an eye on you guys here. I love watching y'all. So appreciate it.
I really appreciate it, man. Thank you.
All right. Have a great afternoon there, bro.
Yep. You too. All right. A couple more super chats. Taz Tempo, $10 says, I think Candace specifically waited for a thing like the debate course so she could frame this as TP using Andrew to be litigious. Hence all the deposition talk. She obviously knew about Andrew before. Yeah, I agree with that. I don't know that she waited intentionally, but I agree she knew him from before. Napa, $20 says, kind of mind-blowing, sobering moment realizing how many people bought into the conspiracy hook, line, and sinker. Also sad to hear that Brett Weinstein's on the candy side. Yeah. And then Johan, what's up, man? $5 says, I'm on YouTube. How the F is anyone supposed to call in? Seriously, you were in the chat earlier, or your camera was there. Merlin, what's up? How you doing?
What's going on? What's up?
We got to keep it. I'm going to give you get your best point out because we got a lot of people on the phone. So I don't know how much time we have. So I'll give you
that comment. Yeah, I saw that comment on Fort Huachuca. And, I think the reason why people find that interesting is just that when people bring up the whole issue with this movie or with the situation with Charlie having similarities to that movie Snake Eyes, I think that's why people were so gravitated towards this whole story of like, oh, well, if it was a conspiracy, how was it set up? And I mean, I gotta say, it's a little strange how at that time when that dude came out, he said nothing happened, and then there's some I don't know, there was a meeting and it was like exposed. He was like there was a bomb threat or something, like response or something that they like had to respond to, and it was kind of proven he was there. I think that's why people are like, well,
You
I don't
think it's
know who.
you think it's been proven that he was there?
Yeah, I remember that dude that you had an interview with the other day. The Paramount Tactical brought on his son to kind of discredit his story. And his son even said that they had to call him to like verify the guy's identity. Like
Why
they're
don't you call
the
Mitch
people on the
Snow?
base.
Why don't you call Mitch Snow? Because there's a defamation suit that this evidence would really help him. I guess
Yeah,
I'll
well,
just
I
say
mean,
without looking into this, I heavily suspect that you're incorrect. That it's been proven that this meeting took place.
well, it's not proven. I'll just say that Paramount Tactical had his son on a show, and his son was like the military called me to verify the identity of my father on that
So
day.
just to be clear, on the 8th, Paramount Tactical has Brian Harpole's son on. And Brian Harpole's son says, actually, my father is a dirty, dirty liar. He's
Right.
suing this guy for defamation. But the truth is, I know that there was a bomb threat that day, and my dad was at Camp Huachuca. He was.
No, no,
That's what you're saying.
just like
That's what you're
anybody
saying he
would
said.
have, just like anybody would have feelings about how their father, their character of their father,
But no, wait,
he had his
just
opinions.
pause for a second. You're arguing.
Yeah.
You assume that this child, Brian Harpole's child, knows that Brian Harpole's filing a
I don't
defamation
think
suit.
it's not Brian Harpole, it's the other guy, Mitch Snow is his name.
So,
Mitch Snow's son.
so wait. So Mitch Snow's son confirmed Mitch Snow was at Camp Huachuca?
Yeah, on Paramount Tactical show.
But no one's really disputing that. What they're
But that's
disputing
why it
that
adds
Brian Harpole was there with Erika Kirk.
right, but that's why it added credibility to that story because people were trying to
Oh,
discredit him as a
no,
kook,
no,
that he's like a bad
no,
father and all
no.
these things. And then the kid said on the show, "Yeah, I got called by the security to
If
verify."
I said Merlin, robbed a bank, and
I'm not saying it's true.
I
I'm just
know
saying.
because listen, I know because I was at McDonald's 3 days ago and he called me, and people are like, "This sounds like a bullshit story," and I'm like, "Oh yeah, here's my receipt from McDonald's," and then you're like, "Oh shit, he was at McDonald's." Do you
Well, that's the
understand why that
thing. Yeah.
proves nothing?
But the thing was, the show was trying to discredit Mitch Snow, and his son was like, "My father's horrible, but yeah, the security called me that day to verify my father's
But
ID."
he had Mitch, even on Candace's show, was able to provide like pictures or was like hotel receipts or something showing
Look,
it was there.
I don't know if he
I don't
was
think
there or
most
not.
people
Look.
ever. No. Let me be clear. To my knowledge, I don't know that people were claiming Mitch Snow wasn't there. I think people were claiming Mitch Snow didn't see Brian Harpole and Erika Kirk there. So
Sure,
if people were like, I'm criticizing your story, and you're like, oh yeah, I could prove it by providing a detail that no one's critical of. Like, it would be like if he said, I had a blue shirt on when I was at Camp Huachuca,
But
right?
look,
And then it's like, here's a picture of me with the blue shirt. Like, what am I supposed to do with that? It's like,
I mean, what are we supposed to do with somebody who like served in our military saying this publicly? And it's like, okay, well,
we demand
like
evidence
us,
like we would if it was someone who didn't serve.
right?
Their
Okay, so
service has
from
nothing
our
to do with
position,
whether or not.
there's a lawsuit, right? Our position, there's a lawsuit. Let them do it in the lawsuit, like the court of law. Like we're gonna figure out whatever. Maybe I don't know what's gonna be dismissed. There's all discovery, but whatever. The whole thing also with that, uh, Candace having to bring up that French Foreign Legion. I don't know. These people operate in a world that's different than what we operate, right? And then when you look at the like the things that Charlie was fighting for, speaking about, you know, as younger Americans looking up to our older generations, we want them to like have our best intentions in mind, but we know we're fed with propaganda all the time. So we can kind of we can see the changes going on in the organization, and it's it is what it is. Like, I don't know, but at the end of the day, man, it's just kind of strange that there's all this discreditation trying to go on, like, for each
I think it's
podcaster's
strange that you're
views.
trying to discredit Brian Harpole and Erika Kirk and Turning Point.
I'm not
That's kind of
discrediting
strange. Yeah, you just said
They're
we
public
see the change.
figures.
It's strange. I think so's Candace.
Right, they're public figures.
Okay,
but
so
here's the
just to be
problem.
clear, you think it's strange and lamentable that people are trying to discredit Candace's theory, but you don't think it's strange that people are trying to discredit Erika Kirk and Brian Harpole, even though they're all public figures. It's bad to question Candace. It's good to
No.
question Erika and Brian Harpole.
What I find is strange is this like marketing push towards, grouping on what's her name? Candace Owens as like she's a demon or evil. Like, what is that? She just has an opinion. She's a
I
regular
think
person.
it's strange that all these people are grouping on going after Erika Kirk. She's just a regular person.
And I mean, that's the thing,
Okay,
though.
so
Here's the
have you
problem.
questioned Candace? Do you think it's strange that Candace is doing that?
Candace is in the position to take it because she's a podcaster, right? Unfortunately, people, I think, really like Erika Kirk, but yet because of the situation that happened, it's hard for people to look at this public figure and have like, sort of criticisms of them because they want to give her the credit. It's very horrible what she went through, but it's also like I have questions myself, but I feel uncomfortable asking them. And because of that, there's this push because Candace doesn't care. Candace has more of a relationship with Charlie that she's like, you know what? I grew up with Charlie. I'm going to ask the difficult questions. And us, like regular people, see this push just like, oh, she's a demon. She's evil. Oh, they're doing this for God or what? Like, be real. Like, there's people who are just looking at this and saying, we know what social media does. We know how you're trying to control our media, our content, to push these ideologies and hopefully maybe put someone in a position of politics that gets like some deal done, right? And it's like, yo, I mean, Candace is doing her thing. She's a podcaster. Why is there hundreds of millions of dollars of like content being directed towards her as she's like an idiot? For women, I think Andrew lost that debate just by how it made women look so intelligent and like strong. Like, first of all, she's a black woman pregnant, and Andrew went down
She's
there.
speaking now, right? She's speaking now, right?
She went, yeah, and then Andrew comes up with this. I mean, I'm gonna say yes. People can say, "Oh, Andrew's dumb for saying all women are retarded," but you walk away and you're like, "Oh yeah, there's been times that I thought that." Right? It's just like she won in a way that it's like, yo, what are we doing here? I don't understand what we're doing here. At the end of the day, like they're gonna solve it in court, but we know like there are times where people want things done, and you cross the wrong line in certain areas of our culture, like even in like gang culture. You don't know, people might set someone up.
Wrap
to
it
kill
up,
you.
B. Wrap it up.
Oh, and
Let's
I
go.
want to wrap it up with this, dude. Okay, here's a big point. His parents said that Tyler was radicalized. How was he radicalized? He was radicalized by this rage bait content that it seems, to be critical of Turning Point USA. They had these titles, they're scrubbing that titles, and that content radicalized Tyler to potentially be in that position. And I also think Lance Twix is lying. Because if Tyler's parents knew that their son was being radicalized.
Get it fucking going.
Right. If Tyler's parents knew he was being radicalized, how did his boyfriend not know? Like,
all right, man, go hit the vape pen again. Thanks so much. One thing I will say is, I do hope that you help make people, assuming you're not a troll, I hope that you and become very vocal with other like-minded people and announce your theories. I appreciate.
I think what you're doing is positive. I think what you're doing is
Thank
positive.
You. All right, man, gotta go. I got like 8 other callers.
Troll.
Thanks. Remember last night when I said the one silver lining of this is we get all those people and we put them in a pile and we put them over here and we pat them on the head and say, we don't listen to you about anything anymore. You're over here now. 3 years from now when you're like, I have opinions on the midterms, we say, that's a good boy. You just sit there. So, all right. Darren was next. I know that his camera was screwing up there, so let's get him on, and then we'll try to be fast. We got to be fast. I let that guy go too much. So, Darren, what's happening, my man?
He shoots, he scores. It's robnoerr, dude. You're awesome. You got a great
Thank you.
story. You're really coming up. I'm gonna fire right through it. All right, listen. I'm not going to get into a meta conversation about all the small things. We live in an instant gratification society where everybody's got TikTok brain. Politics and anything related to it have become the new reality TV and soap opera. People are in their camps. The majority of people don't use any type of logic or any type of reasonable discourse. They just pick what makes them feel good and they settle in there. You guys have got your work cut out for you. You are fighting a big, powerful machine. Candace is not great at debate, but she's got a gold medal in the obfuscation Olympics, okay? So she knows how to pivot. She knows how to deflect. She knows how to keep that going. For me, I'm going to wrap myself out, okay? When I was watching the debate, I felt that Andrew had it in hand. But the problem with me was, and I'm ratting myself out here, I'm used to Andrew dominating his opponents so strongly and putting him into a corner that I had to watch it again with you and with him and with Jake to kind of not be like, because I want blood, right? I want him to crush the opponent. I want him to destroy. And when I felt like he was taking a different tact, when he explained it to me later, I did. The best thing about this is the long game, right? Because of the TikTok brain and the instant gratification, people are looking for a stupid clip that has really nothing to do with the positions that he was taking. It doesn't matter that he doesn't know. It's just something viral that they can grab. But the long run, the work that you guys are all doing, carrying this battle beyond, okay? Seeing what he was doing, getting her on tape, getting her recorded, sticking by these positions, and now over time dragging us out into deep water where she's eventually going to drown. I don't think that so much that you're going to turn people who want to believe what they want to believe, but you're going to turn some of them. But the idea is to destroy the idea that this person can destroy an organization that is good for the conservative movement. It's doing work in the college space that needs to be done so that if we have hope in 10 or 15 years from now, we can make a change. You guys are doing great work. I'm not going to take any more of your time. Keep killing it, bro. You're doing awesome.
Thank you. 10 out of 10 call. Look at that. Thanks, man. Really appreciate it. Fast to the point. Yeah, and I'll just comment on that real quick. There is some of this TikTok brain going on, and I think there's motivated reasons to all sorts of this. There's the short attention span. There's the hyperbolic. You just want these short clips. There's also you want to blame certain groups. Maybe it's you want to blame Israel, or you want to blame Republicans, or you want to blame the Trump administration, or you want to blame Turning Point, whatever. So that motivated reason. And the other thing is that there's also these people that, like I said yesterday, it's intoxicating to feel not just you're watching a murder mystery, but you're one of the investigators. Used to watch Matlock or all these shows on TV or Law and Order, and you're just watching a show. Now it's not just you're watching a show, but you're part of the Candace Investigative Agency. You're solving this. We've weaponized this whole audience to go out and solve this crime, and it feels like you're part of this big thing. And I don't know how, with all of the things that the caller and with that sort of combined, how you reach these people. Now, that Merlin guy, the previous caller, that guy's called in 3 days now. And I can't tell if he's trolling. I can't really, because today it sounded like it was getting a little, almost, it was so ridiculous. It was getting into the trolling era, it seemed. But assuming he's not, like, what's the hope of ever reaching that guy? Well, you know, they kind of proved the story because Mitch Snow's son proved Mitch Snow was there. No one cares if Mitch Snow was there. The question is, was Erika? Well, you know, he was there. That's something. What? You know, and Eric, you know, Candace was a girl boss. And, oh, my gosh. It's so frustrating. But more super chats real quick, more calls. Kyle Mitchell, $5 says, what's weird about all of this? It's also possible that Tyler is a patsy and the perpetrator. Both claims could theoretically be true. Yes, theoretically, right? But I think the implication in patsy is, because what Candace keeps saying is he was probably involved, but he's not the trigger man. So he's being set up as the trigger man, right? I leave open to the possibility that other people were involved, of course. But without evidence, it's hard to, like, definitively be like. And when you're accusing specific people, right, you're like, it's specifically people at Turning Point. That's fucked up without evidence. But I wouldn't, for all we know, they're going to charge this dude. And, you know, he'll plead guilty and be like, look, I could tell you the people I was communicating with. It's probably not government actors. It might be other left-wing type people. or, whatever. I don't know. But it's certainly true. That's what I'm saying. I'm not 100% confident. The trial hasn't occurred yet. Let's see the evidence. But it looks overwhelmingly, based on what we see thus far, and he has his right to defend himself in court, that this dude was involved and was the shooter. That's what it looks like. Cast a Tempo, $5. Is this a troll? It can't be real. I know. Crucible Crusader, $2 says, land your Egyptian plane, bro. Jacqueline Brennan, $2 says, she said she didn't accept Harpole's flight logs. Right. And then Napa, $10 says, I feel like Candace missed her true calling, writing daytime TV soap operas. Apparently the movie Snake Eyes was like it. All right, let's go. We got Trex. What's happening, my man?
Hey, Rob. Thanks for letting me up.
Of course. Thanks for calling.
I've been listening to you and Ryan a lot over since the debate has happened, and I keep hearing this talking point that Candace is causing a fracture on the right. And I'm just not entirely convinced that's true, especially with the midterms the primaries that just happened. It seems like the right is still unified under core ideology at the polls. So I'm just wondering if you could expand on what you and Ryan might mean by that.
Do you mind answering a question for me? Would you acknowledge that no matter what direction the midterms go, and I'm predicting Republicans lose, but no matter what, it's not going to be like a landslide. Like you see Republicans or Democrats winning like 80-20. It's going to be like it usually is with close races, and ultimately the House is going to be a mix, right? Would you acknowledge that?
Yeah, and also it tends to be that the party in power loses the midterms.
That's true. That is true. Historically, if you have a president in their second term that controls both the House and Senate, they lose the midterm elections. That's true historically. But the point is, right, just because you're like, well, the Republicans still seem unified, this is an election that's going to be decided by the fringes. Like 1% here, 2% there could really shake the makeup of Congress and Senate. And at this time, where obviously you put the most, look, no matter what, the most reasoning if the Republicans lose is the Republicans. Of course, that's true. Even if you think they're doing good individually, you would still say the buck stops there, right? Like the people in charge. But I think when it comes to the online space, there are hundreds of thousands of people peeling off and becoming blackpilled. And they truly are, Israel controls everything, or there's no difference between the parties, and so we might as well just let the Democrats win or vote for the Democrats. And on the margins, although that's not the majority of people, on the margins, if we have 100, 200,000, 300,000 people that make that decision because of things like what Candace is saying, that's really devastating. Candace is making claims that she knows, she has verifiable evidence that the French government put a hit out on her. She has the names of the assassins, and she's well aware that the information's made it to Trump's desk, and yet he refuses to act. Now, what's she telling her audience? If that's not fracturing the right, I don't know what is.
That's a fair point. I just hadn't heard the idea expanded on it, and I do want to be clear that I think Candace is a crazy person. I don't believe any of her theories. I just wanted that idea expanded on. I know you had other colors to get to, so that's all I had.
Well, Trex, I appreciate it, man. No, and it's a fair question. And what I'm not saying is it's 100% Candace's fault if they lose. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying there was a unifying moment when Charlie got killed. When you turned on social media and saw the left celebrating it, when you saw the New York Times within 24 hours have to retract that they called him a fascist. They said, oh, he was saying these fascist talking points on his show. And then they had to retract and say, yes, he did say those points, but he quoted someone else and condemned them. That shit was infuriating. And there was a moment where you had everyone from Nick Fuentes to Ben Shapiro to probably Candace, I don't know, but you had J.D. Vance, and you had, smaller streamers, and you had Sam Hyde. Like all these people came together and was like, this is fucking enough. We're tired of it. Fucking monsters celebrating the murder of this father. It's fucking grotesque. And all that's gone now. It's all gone. And yes, Republicans themselves have a lot to do with not being able to capitalize on that moment. But certainly this cottage industry of true crime detectives online has done it. And again, I think maybe the bigger consequence than this is the damage that it's going to do to online spaces in general. Because when the fallout ends of all this and it turns out that it's all bullshit, and people just want to, like they did with COVID, just want to pretend they never said this shit and move on. Ultimately, the real thing that's going to happen is people are going to be like, you know what? I don't even fucking trust any of these people. And not just them, it'll be everyone. I don't want to listen to robnoerr. I don't want to listen to fucking anyone. It's all bullshit, just like it was with the Candace shit. That's going to be the real damage. But all right, let's go to MSK next. Ready to go, man?
Yes.
What's up, MSK? How you doing, sir?
Hello, sir. Nice to meet you. I know you don't have a lot of time. I'm just gonna go through all the points like you said. So first things first, if anyone doesn't know this about me, I was gonna be a cop when I was younger, and when I was going to be a cop, I learned this actually is that you usually have like a strike system that this guy said where if someone is deflecting constantly, that means they're actually not even able to conjure up the thoughts properly because they're trying to think about them on the fly. So when Candace is in the debate and she's looking around and, deflecting, that's kind of the sign of someone lying, though. That's just the easiest tell of someone that is just not able to conjure up a coherent thought because they're thinking about it on the fly, right? So the only piece of criticism I could have for Andrew in the debate was, not really knowing each charge. As he literally said himself was a fart. The only reason why I would have that as criticism is because people are going to be like, wait a minute, why is this guy debating someone if he doesn't know the charges, though? That's just an observation. I know that wasn't the point of the debate, but that's what the average person is going to think, which I'm not saying is wrong, but just better for him if he knows the charges more. He
totally agree. Totally agree.
Right.
Yep.
So then the next thing that women always do, they always talk about these random feeling things that always happen or things that are going on right now. So like women, when they're lying or they're not able to really get something going as far as like an emotional thing out of you, because, women can get men to do some crazy things, right? So when Candace is like, well, I'm pregnant this, I'm pregnant that, I'm gonna be completely honest here. Nobody cares that you're pregnant. Nobody cares you open up your legs and get your walls broken into. No one cares that you're giving birth to all these little monkeys out here. No one cares. Nobody cares you're pregnant. That's irrelevant to the subject at hand. It's crazy because all these women are doing the same thing with her that they're doing for that other Lindsay lady. It was like, oh, well, all these other things are going on. It's like nobody cares. You have all these problems. What is your evidence to back up all this? The opening moment in the debate. Do you guys all remember what happened? Andrew was like, let's discuss your exploding mic theory. She's like, I'm not discussing that. Automatic. That's over. Because you don't want to know how I know that? She had a tweet where she literally told Andrew that she said, we can discuss anything you want. Remember she had a tweet where she said, we can discuss anything you want. Yep. First moment in the debate, she says, we're not discussing that. Automatic win. That's a win. That's a win, though. Yep. If she said Andrew didn't adhere to the rules of debate, she didn't. She literally said we can debate anything you want, any questions or concerns you have. She literally said, I'm not discussing that. How is that not a win? How is that not a win? Also, I have a quote for you in this debate right here. I don't know if you guys remember it. I have it pulled up right here, all word for word. Give me 1 second here to look at it on my Twitter page. So PPD had said to her, what are the chances that Robinson shot Kirk? End quote. Candace says 0% chance, end quote. Later in the debate, PPD quote, is there a chance that you change your mind that he could have done it? End quote. Candace says, yeah, of course, end quote. What is that? What are we even doing here? What are we even doing here?
She said at one point, I'm not saying he's a patsy. The topic was her belief she has overwhelming evidence that he's a patsy setup. And so she says at one point, I'm not saying he's a patsy, but the debate was your claim that he's overwhelmingly a patsy. Mm-hmm. And the 0% thing's funny because one, it just shows that she's being hyperbolic in the moment. But as I said there a little while ago, the reason this happens, that she contradicts herself so quick, is she's not interested in getting to the truth. She's actually doing the debate bro shit. And what it is it's like every time someone says something to you, you just negate it. Right. Do you like mornings? No, I hate mornings. Oh, yeah. Okay. And then later you'll say something like, of course I love mornings with my coffee. You're like, but you said you hate mornings. The reason is they're not trying to have a cohesive, when you're telling the truth and you're being honest, your story ends up largely being cohesive. You can contradict yourself from time to time. But what she's doing is just like, ooh, it would sound really good at this moment to say I'm totally confident. So I've 0% confidence Tyler Robinson did it. See, now that looks really good. Then later, she's like, oh, Patrick's asking me if I could ever change my mind. It would be unreasonable to say that I wouldn't. My audience wouldn't like to hear that. Right. So I'll say, of course I could change my mind. But if you take a step back, it's like, then it can't be 0%. If you're
Right.
But it doesn't matter to her, and it doesn't matter to her audience because they have short little attention spans and they're
But
infinitely
this happens
charitable.
with women in general right now. As you saw with that Lindsay Clancy lady or whatever who just strangled her kids. These women are so needing for validation that anything that doesn't go against what they already think in their head, they won't change their mind. It's impossible, right? Yeah. Oh, another thing that I'll bring up here, because I know you have to go in a little bit here, is I'm open to maybe something else happening. I know you said it yourself too. I mean, like literally, didn't a lot of people think Johnny Depp abused Amber Heard until we had a court trial that proved he did it?
Yep.
I'm just saying though, a lot of things in life are possible, give or take the scope of the situation. I've watched Charlie Kirk for a long time. There was a debate he had with someone where, when that one kid was like, you don't have anybody going after you, and he had to bleep out all the stuff that he had said, and then they went back to the video. Charlie Kirk was a very big person. People don't know. So I could imagine he had a lot of people that are wanting to come after him. That's not unreasonable. I don't think that's a crazy thing to say. But, I think people could believe other people were involved if there was, like, I was obviously, as you said before, evidence, right? But you also have to be able to construct your points in a way where you could make people believe these things, right? I think it's like a case of maybe the right idea but wrong messenger kind of thing, because like I'm not trying to listen to no retarded black lady talk. And keep in mind, when people were saying that Candace Owens is some moral person, what was that thing that she used to do? It was this thing, she had like a website where she was gonna, maybe find out your address if you were a conservative. That's the moral person we're aligning with. Remember, this is the person that her opening debuted after coming back was she was going to dox people who are conservatives. That's the person that's moral. That's the person women are morally aligning with. If you think this way, she's going to out where you live.
Well, hey, I appreciate the call, MSK. We'll be happy to have you on again. Yeah. I got a lot of people, sir. But really appreciate it, man. You take it easy. The idea, the Clancy case is fucking nuts. But yeah, I mean, there is a lot of truth in what he's saying there in this sense, that there is this sort of like Schrodinger's woman, right? Where it's like, on one hand, women are these strong, powerful, they could do everything men can. But then on the other hand, it's very much like, well, how could you do that to a woman? That's ridiculous. How could this be expected? So I see. Next, we got Stone Balls, then Miguel. So let's go with the Stone Balls. Go ahead, sir.
How you doing, sir? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. What's happening?
Appreciate everything y'all do. Love you and Andrew. Keep fighting.
I appreciate it.
Want to spitball an idea off of you. Pointing out contradictions and hypocrisy and all of that to these people does nothing. It doesn't move the needle. Candace Owens prides herself on being this journalistic, integral, trustworthy person. I think you and the other creators should get with your clippers and start bashing her on journalistic integrity and unethical journalistic behavior. Like in the debate with Andrew, when she says Erika Kirk should go to jail, and then Andrew addresses it and she says, well, I'm just engaging in hyperbole. Okay, well, that's unethical. A journalist can't engage in hyperbole. So start just hammering, flooding the zone with these clips of her being unethical, and see if that don't move the needle.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. I think that it's something that people are tangentially doing as they're sort of discussing like her contradictions. But I think I focus mostly on that, not in the journalistic sense, but for me, that's the real criticism. And the criticism is it's misstated over and over. Then I'm calling out people, that Merlin guy was saying, why are all these millions of dollars going into treating Candace Owens like a demon? No, I don't care that she doesn't trust the state. That's reasonable, right? What I care about, she's like, and Erika Kirk should be in jail, and she's a black widow, and she's complicit, and Brian Harpole and her planned this, and Israel did it, and it's on Trump's desk, and this particular police officer did it. That's crazy. That's where it becomes unethical, when you're making those claims and you're like, but I don't have any evidence. I'm not willing to defend those claims. And so I've been trying to attack her on the ethical views on that. That's certainly true. I don't, to speak to, would it move the needle to point that she is unethical as a journalist? I don't think so. I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad idea, but do you think her audience can give a shit? Like, well, she's not going to win a Pulitzer.
Well, I think her audience is too low IQ to understand like contradictions and debates and hell, they don't even know what evidence is. But if you attack her on her actual credibility and tie it to her stature of being this ethical journalist that's so trustworthy, if you can destroy her trustworthiness, that might have an effect.
Yeah. Well, I don't think it's a bad idea.
You gotta engage them where they're at. Low IQ, go after low hanging fruit.
I don't think it's a bad idea. But hey, Stone, thank you so much, man, for the call. I'm sorry I got a bunch of people on the line, or I'd spend more time. But you have a good one, man. All right. Jord Djanovic, 10 euros. Thank you, says, I think her biggest blunder outside the debate was taking the money. If she's Charlie's friend that cares about the truth, she would debate for free and make him donate that TPUSA money to charity. Look, I don't know. You can't really say anything about that. Everybody needs money. I'll be right back. I got to take a quick break. I'll be right back. Hi, everyone. As you know, my alleged friend has passed away, and I've spent the last months trying my best to honor his memory by monetizing at every moment that I can, to the tune of me making millions of dollars. Yes, that's mean that I've spread wild theories about how his organization and closest loved ones actually murdered him or helped cover it up. But today, it's time to really support the true victims of this terrible tragedy. And that's me and the people around me. The millions of dollars I've made just aren't enough to pay for my livelihood. That's why I'll be charging people hundreds of thousands of dollars to defend the wild theories that I've made. But that's not enough. How can we be expected to exist on this meager subsistence? That's why I'm encouraging you via these ad breaks through the conversation to buy whatever product it is that I'm shilling. The mere $300,000 I'm making for 3 hours of work just can't cut it. What are we, living in some third world hellhole? So please, whatever product it is I'm shilling, please continue to buy it, but only after you send me your hard-earned money so that the real victims of this terrible tragedy can actually be recompensed. And that's me. Thank you so much. All right. Thanks for this message from our sponsor. All right. Next up, we got Miguel. By the way, we're only at 0% of my modest goal of 300,000 today. Come on. Miguel, what's happening, man? How you doing?
Hey man, can you guys hear me okay?
Hear you great, man.
Awesome, thank you. So thank you for your time, man.
Sure.
So in my opinion, I'm one of those that thinks that Candace won overall, I think. But not sure if you saw this, but recently, I think it was yesterday, that some TPA person came out and said that people who were asking in good faith for information about the information that TPUSA had,
Mhm.
they weren't getting this information, but Andrew somehow got this information
Mhm.
about this secret text that he didn't show. He told us what it was, but he didn't show it.
Mhm.
He, in the beginning of the debate, he said that it was ghoulish, that people were trying to monetize off of the whole event with Charlie,
Mhm.
and then goes on to say, he's gonna drip out the information. So I just thought that was, in my opinion, of bad character. Another thing is, I don't know if you
Okay, wait.
saw, but
Do you mind if we just do them one by one? Else
yes,
I'll
yes,
forget and not be able to get.
yeah.
I'd be interested to hear your take why you think Candace won, but leaving that aside to talk about this specifically, I think that the idea of tripping it out was to show a mirror. First off, had he provided that text to them, right? They would be analyzing this, that, and the other. Why did they deserve that? Why would the people that are calling Erika Kirk a killer or complicit in it, why do they deserve to be like, we have it here on our is it that people have such a problem with Andrew doing this, but they have no problem that for 11 months, Candace has said almost every day, we're getting closer. The information's coming out soon. I have the information, and she refuses. So if the argument is, hey, Andrew's a bad man for doing this. Yeah, fuck him. He's the worst. Anyways, Candace, do you have the same criticism of her?
I disagree because
Of course.
the person that came out yesterday and said that the person, it was like a TPA USA insider who managed the inbox. Apparently, she said that there was all kinds of people in there. There was reputable reporters, and like you mentioned, I'm sure there's people who are bad faith. But the question is, why wouldn't they
What
give
is
the
it?
information to?
But that's a separate question. I'm happy to deal with that.
Mhm,
The question
mhm.
is, one, if the slow drip is bad and immoral, is it bad when Candace does it?
I would agree, but I don't see that there's a slow drip coming from Candace. I mean, I think there is a little bit of that in the sense that she's afraid of getting sued some more. Like she already has been sued by
Wait, wait,
the
wait, 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 wait,
president's
wait, wait.
friends.
But
Yes.
like some of this stuff went like I have the receipt. Stay tuned. She's afraid of getting
Mhm.
sued. Like, I mean, I'll just say from my perspective, it seems like it's always a different standard for Candace. Everything, if someone does on the opposite side the exact same things Candace does, if they were to say, I have a source that Candace is making this up, you'd be like, I don't trust this. This is unethical. Tell us the source. If someone's like, I'll slow drip, it's like, that's unethical. That's monetizing. And then we're like, okay, now let's look at Candace doing it. It's like, well, now there's reasons. When she does that stuff, I don't find it unethical. And from us on the outside, what it looks like is rank hypocrisy. And it makes us not want to take it seriously because it's like, oh, you guys are just in a cult. When your people do the exact same thing you criticize other people, you're like totally good. So Candace, for example, could say, if I said Tyler Robinson's DNA is on the rifle, imminently true, I'm a liar. And the reason is because I didn't then say, but it was the most degraded. And she says, that's a lie by omission. And then the very next sentence she says is, and Lance Twig's DNA's on the rifle more, which is a lie. And so when I bring it up to her audience and I'm like, well, look, if she says I'm a liar for that, won't you acknowledge that she's a liar? And they'll be like, no, she misspoke. That's not a big deal. Andrew's a fool because he said murder instead of aggravated murder, but Candace saying felony discharge of a firearm as opposed to felony discharge of a firearm causing serious bodily harm. That's no big deal. That's just some extra words. It seems that there's no end to the amount of charitability for Candace doing things. And when anyone else does like comparative things, it's, oh my God, they're horrible. So that
I guess I would concede. I guess I would have to concede that point because you're right. I don't disagree that there's a little bit of that going on both sides. Ultimately, I think we're all trying to get to the truth. And I think that obviously some people have their biases. So I'll concede that point. The other point I would make is
but
that
do you
I'm
want
not
me
sure.
to address the
Yes.
the journalist and having this stuff? Ultimately, I
Yes.
think it goes into the world of it's no one's business, right? Like when originally, I think that this would have been if Candace Owens and company didn't exist or weren't doing what they were doing, I think you'd be shocked at how much stuff you would see that you're not seeing now. And that's because right out of the gate, things like this occurred. Andrew Colvin says something very innocuous. He's told by a doctor, oh, Charlie was very strong. He had a very strong neck. He's a very strong man. Like he fought really hard. His neck was like Superman. It didn't go through. Now that's something that doctors are likely to say, just like a doctor told me that my grandpa fought harder than he's ever seen someone fighting cancer. Now that's a lie. And I knew it was a lie, but he said that because he wants me to feel good, because you want to talk up your loved ones and you want to make it seem like they're really strong. You don't want to say cancer ate him to the bone and he was weak and his bowels, he couldn't control his bowel. Like no one wants to hear that shit, right? And so for Colvin to just go on and be like, yeah, he was really strong. He had this strong neck. And people be like, fuck you. That somehow implies you're covering up. If I'm Colvin, I'm never releasing another fucking thing publicly. I'm going to say, fuck all you people. I'm being accused of helping kill my friend. His wife's being accused of helping cover up the murder. Fuck you people. We ain't saying shit. And so the idea that like, even if independent journalists or mainstream journalists were like, hey, Erika, we want to see your private text messages. We want to see the private text messages of your husband. She doesn't know that to anyone. And I completely understand, given the way it's gone, that she's going to be like, nope, you don't get shit. And maybe someone like Andrew that they trusted because they've seen him out there pushing so hard in this, they're like, well, we trust that you're not going to use this in a shitty way. Maybe that's what happened. Or maybe Erika Kirk and Andrew Wilson are bridge partners and play mahjong, and that's why I don't fucking know, but I don't see why it matters anyways.
Well, I guess I would have to consider as well. I would say there's a little bit of both, a little bit of that on both sides. One additional thing I would like to get your opinion on is the fact that Andrew said that this message came out September the 9th, the day before the assassination of Charlie,
Yes.
while Erika at the same time in a previous video has said there was nothing that she had not messaged anybody, that she had not seen those messages. And Candace on her show yesterday, she said that it's possible that some of these messages got deleted because they're on Signal. I personally don't use that service, so I wouldn't know. But kind of wanted to get your thoughts on the implications of that. That Andrew is saying this message is from the night, while Erika is saying he wasn't messaging anyone on the night because she had his phone.
Okay, let me ask you this question. Can you come up with a theory why Erika would have said what she did and been incorrect? Can you just come up with a theory
Yes.
other than
So try
she's
to. Mhm.
give me two
So,
theories if
so
you can come up.
yeah. So the counter argument I think would be that maybe it was a signal message and they get auto deleted and somehow they're able to get into they get the background information as part of the investigation to dig it up and then they give it to Andrew. That's one thought. The other one is maybe she just wasn't looking in the right place. She made some kind of mistake, which I doubt because the magnitude of the investigation. But those are the two thoughts that come to mind as far as the counter argument, but they just don't. The only one that would make sense would be the signal one that they get auto deleted. Therefore, she didn't have access, but at the same time, they're able to dig it back up and give it to Andrew at a later time, just making her look really bad.
I could come up with like 7 more right now. She could say, fuck you. I don't have to tell anyone shit. That could be it. It could be that there were intimate details in those texts, and she didn't want to say, yeah, there's a text saying that, and then have to provide them, and then have a bunch of shit redacted. Is they're like, how's her daughter? Is her flu symptoms getting better? Then because that's redacted and she said it's there, now she has to explain, oh, those redactions aren't nefarious because people like Candace say, that's Israel. That's Israel. That's what he's saying there, that it's Israel. That's why it's redacted. And Candace have to say, no, it's a picture of my daughter. Prove it, show it. She didn't want to go through that. It could be that she was just mistaken, that she forgot in that moment. It could be that she knew the message existed, but she knew that it was talking about the left. But if she said, yeah, it is true, Candace, who's been running around saying that there was this message, if I say, yes, there was a message, but it actually said the left, she's going to say, bullshit, this is proof. They knew it was Israel. We know Turning Point's involved. And so Erika was like, fuck that. I owe them nothing. I'm not going to say it. And there's literally dozens of other explanations of why it could be. Ask yourself this. I've done this over and over. Let's assume that that's true, that Erika lied. She lied. Does that prove that Erika Kirk was involved in a cover up of her husband's death?
I would say that that would prove that she is participating in bad faith. That I would say that that would be proof of
Okay.
just
If Candace
malicious intent.
Owens if Candace Owens lied about Lance Twig's DNA being on the rifle, does that prove she's participating in bad faith?
If that were the case, then I would say yes. I just don't know that for sure, but
Well,
I'll have to take
certainly
your word for it.
she admitted in the debate. Is Lance Twig's DNA on the rifle? She said we can't know that yet. Will you want me to play the clip where she says Lance
Oh
Twig's
no,
DNA is on the
I think I know what you mean. But this goes to the next point that I wanted to make is about the evidence of there being a patsy. So I learned about the Utah law, what is it, 11 something. That law is about hearsay, and I didn't know this at the time, but after looking it up a little bit, it looks like apparently he said, she said type of invest or type of comments can be used as evidence. And so, in my opinion, why wouldn't the possibility that someone, the DNA being the most degraded for Tyler, and then someone else picking up the weapon and planting it, proving that he would be a patsy. I think that those are almost equivalent, I would say.
But you're conflating multiple things. The fact that hearsay is allowed in these pretrial hearings has nothing to do with degraded DNA, right? First off, there's different types of hearsay. There's reliable hearsay, like a cop saying, I saw this guy do that, or I heard this person say this. That cop's sworn in under oath and could be punished. The entirety of Candace's case is hearsay. The entirety of it. And not only is it hearsay, it's hearsay from people that aren't going to be deposed, who you can't even know their name. Why do you trust them?
I would disagree. I would disagree with that point because we know there's multiple people's DNA on the rifle,
But
and
that's a
Tyler's is
different
the most degraded.
that's a different
Hmm.
question. The idea of
Hmm.
hearsay, now you're getting into a separate issue. DNA
Hmm.
on a rifle. I'm just talking about the idea of hearsay right now. Then I'll move on to the rifle. So if you're
Hmm.
like, look, I'm unconvinced that the officer says I saw his plate. I'm unconvinced that the officer says the parents testified to this. I'm unconvinced that Lance Twigg said this because it's hearsay. Fair enough. If that's what you want to say, but then why would you believe anything Candace says? At least the hearsay that the state's presenting, you get to see exactly who's saying it. They're deposed under oath. They could be punished if they're lying. Candace is just telling you some random person that I can't tell you told me X. So why would you accept her hearsay? That's my question.
Maybe,
And then I could get to the
maybe,
gun.
mhm. Maybe I misunderstand. Well, about the hearsay, I guess I'm not understanding the connection between the hearsay and the DNA evidence because in my mind, I guess I'd be moving on to the DNA evidence, meaning that that's was mentioned in court. it was said in court that there's multiple people's DNA on the rifle,
Yeah, that
and
has
Tyler just
nothing to do with
wasn't ready.
hearsay. Hearsay are statements
Okay.
made for the truth outside of court. The DNA evidence on the rifle and a medical examiner talking, that's not hearsay. That's physical
I agree.
evidence, not hearsay. So we can
I
we'll
agree.
put
So,
the
mhm,
so let's put the hearsay stuff aside. Now we just look
mhm.
at the
Yes.
DNA evidence. Okay,
Yes.
first, you'll acknowledge the official story, which no one seems to be disputing, of this rifle is it was sort of a family heirloom.
Hmm. I
That
agree.
would imply that probably multiple people at times have had their hands on this rifle, correct?
Yes, but it's implied that Tyler was the person who would have touched it last, or maybe somewhere in between, and who the person whose DNA is the most present in the weapon could be the person who planted the weapon, and that's the evidence for the patsy theory.
But fair enough. But what I'm trying to do is lay the groundwork. If I just said, hey, there's 4 people's DNA on this rifle, like forget about if it's involved in a murder, you wouldn't find that suspicious because you'd be like, sure, it's a family heirloom. Probably people were handling.
Hmm.
So you don't find the
Agreed.
fact that there's multiple people's DNA suspicious. What you
I
find
don't.
suspicious is that Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded. That's what you find
Right.
suspicious. Okay.
Therefore, he picked it up last.
Okay, so 2 things to say in this. First, you said there the person whose DNA's on it the most, probably most likely was the person to handle it last.
That's what I would think.
Okay, well, first off, that's not true. There's no correlation there. But even if it was, do you know whose DNA was on the rifle the most?
I
In a
don't.
1 in a trillion amount or
I do not know
certainty?
that.
Tyler Robinson's. So you're actually mistaken. The person with the most DNA to a 1 in a trillion confidence is Tyler Robinson. The DNA was the most degraded, though. So Candace conflates those 2 things. She's saying, Lance Twig's DNA was on there more. No, there's no evidence Lance Twig's DNA was on the rifle. No one testified to that. And Tyler Robinson definitely had the most DNA, overwhelmingly, on all 3 objects, including the gun. Degrading DNA does not signify that that means that the person didn't touch it last. All's DNA lets you know is that this person handled this item. It does not speak to how recent. So you can't find court cases where they're like, we found this DNA, which means that this gun was handled in the past week. That's not what it does. Different types of DNA could get on a gun. So let's say me and you we're friends and we're both handling a gun. And I have a rifle, it's got a wooden stock, and I let you borrow it and you're gonna go hunting, right? Now 6 years ago, I was sanding down the stock and I cut my hand and I get my blood on the stock of the rifle. Okay, that's DNA that's on there, right? It's
Yep.
soaked in there, right?
Hmm.
Now, you handle that rifle that particular day and it's sweaty as shit and you're sweating all over it and whatever. Then you let the rifle sit out in the yard accidentally. Now, the elements, and like maybe it's raining, maybe it's windy, the elements are going to start to degrade that DNA. Plus, your DNA is a type that would degrade easier, sweat, which would degrade easier than blood. Your DNA will come up as more degraded than mine, even though I touched the gun 5 years ago and you touched the gun yesterday. So the idea, Candace is spinning this story to you. Find any medical literature that says more degraded DNA means that you couldn't have handled the gun last. It doesn't exist.
Mhm.
So the
And
only
that may be
people's
something. Mhm.
the only people's DNA that we've named that's on there is Tyler's father, who presumably has no motive to kill Charlie Kirk and has an alibi. He was with his family. He wasn't in UVU. All of the evidence points in the same direction. It's not just the DNA, it's not just the confessions, but it's also that he looks like the person in the pictures, right? And his license plate was seen there. And his partial plate was seen when he went back to pick up the gun. And they have evidence they haven't even showed us yet because they haven't had to. They have GPS data that they subpoenaed. They have Google Maps data that they've subpoenaed. They have his confession 4 different times. They have his parents allegedly saying, we called him because we thought it looked like him. They have his friends on Discord saying, oh my God, Tyler, that looks like you. It all points in the same direction. And Candace presents this claim, well, because his DNA was most degraded, he couldn't have handled that gun last. That's just a lie. She's also incorrect when she says all of the evidence is hearsay that was in the trial. That's not true. His confessions are not hearsay. The physical evidence on the gun is not hearsay. The video evidence is not hearsay, right? So she's spinning this story to you, and you seem like a person I think legitimately has questions and wants concerns. Dudes like me and you are laymen. We're not fucking cops. We're not lawyers. We're all trying to figure this shit out. And what happens is some shit can sound like it sounds reasonable to me. Oh, if that DNA is most degraded, that means it was handled a long time ago. But that's not the case. And if you look into it like Candace should be, it's easy to see. Oh, yeah, that's bullshit. That's not the case. So she misleads people like me and you because she knows that we're just going to listen to her and we're not going to be like, well, let's go to the medical literature and see if that's true.
I definitely need to educate myself more on what you described about how DNA degrades over time and so on. The only additional dispute I would have is the video evidence, because even in the court, the video evidence was compressed. It seemed edited. I mean, at least I saw it on Candace's show on how it does look compressed, and when you release the non-compressed version, it does look a little bit different. And I don't know that in any video Tyler has been positively identified, other than some cop I think mentioned that he was wearing Converses and Tyler wears Converses or something like this. So I don't know that he's been positively identified in any video. All the other evidence that you mentioned about the license plates and GPS data, I don't dispute, but the video evidence itself doesn't seem to have positively proven that it was him at the campus on that day.
So again, there's
go ahead.
real quick. Again, there are people. His friend said it looked like him. His mom said it looked like it. We're told that the waiter at the steakhouse that Candace claims happened says that it looked like him. But you're talking about something specific here. And again, I don't want you to take my word for it. I think that you should. I think you should actually look into this yourself, right? And I'm going to try to pull up a clip here. Hopefully, I find this. Because I think this falls into the same category as the DNA that you just talked about. And what it is that as a layman, something seems to make sense to you, but it actually ends up not being true. So let me see if I can find this video.
And while you do that, maybe I can just say, I'm a fan of your channel. I'm a member of your channel. I'm a member of the Crucible. And I really, really appreciate everything you guys do. And I think we're all on the same page about trying to find the truth as best we can.
Yeah. So do you think, just use some common sense here. If it was so easily manipulated, this video that the cops play or the prosecution played in court, don't you think the defense would say, hey, what are you doing? You manipulated video. Don't you think they would say that?
If they noticed, yes, but I don't know that they would know the difference. The cars in the background do look a little bit goofy. They're tiny and compressed. You can tell that it's compressed if you take a closer look at it. I don't know that they would have noticed that at the time, though.
But again, what do you think's most like? You think that Candace Owens figured this out and you figured it out, but the defense didn't?
It's possible that they missed it during the time. I don't know exactly how the court case would work, but I would think if they missed it, then they don't have anything to dispute at the time because they just don't know any better.
Well, can I present an alternative theory and you tell me if this is more likely? Could it be that security cameras that are wide angle lenses just look like this and actually the prosecution didn't manipulate the video? Is that a possibility?
Well, I think by definition it would have been manipulated because if it's wide angled, but the presentation is compressed, then that is manipulated.
No, it wouldn't be manipulated. For example, if I take a camera with let's say I have a Polaroid, but you remember those old Polaroid cameras? Or I don't care, it could be a digital camera. But there's something wrong with it where the pixels in the center don't show up. We wouldn't say that that's manipulated or altered when I put a picture of me up and there's black spots here. You'd say, oh, that's just the way.
So maybe I wouldn't say necessarily manipulated as in they did it on purpose, but definitely altered from the original source, which would have been wide angle, to the presentation that happened in the court.
No
one went in there.
No. What I'm saying is I'm proposing that they didn't alter it. That you get the security camera and the security camera is going to, by its nature, because it's wide angle lens, have distortion. And they just played the security footage with the distortions included. Is that possible?
It is possible. I would say yes.
Well, I would say that that's.
Go ahead.
I would say that that's probably most likely. And what happens is, if that's the case, and you see this all the time. Do you ever see a Ring doorbell video that you see on TikTok and shit? You notice how it looks all distorted, like the person's face is all up close and shit, right?
Right.
Right. That's
Yeah.
not that whoever put that video up is trying to trick you. That's just the way the doorbell camera takes the picture, right? Now you might say,
Yeah.
well, it's hard to get an exact proportion. You're right. It's actually a very complicated process. It's not just a matter of stretching the camera out. So what Candace and company did, she said that this wasn't AI or it wasn't altered by her team, but she knows damn well that it was altered by whoever sent it to her. And the way you do this, there are professionals that you could pay that use sophisticated programs, because what happens is the distortion's not the same on equal parts of the camera. So, for example, the level of distortion on the edge of the camera is going to be different than the edge of the disproportions in the center of the camera. So you can't just put it into Microsoft Paint and go, whoop, stretch it out. That's not going to work, right? Because what'll happen is you can stretch it out to make the cars look the right side, but then the center of the actual camera, it's going to be distorted. You're going to make it look way wider. So I'm going to play you a video here. This is from a guy called Artie Trolls, right? And I just want you to just take this into consideration and see what you think about it.
Accuses us of AI enhancing the photo, of tampering with the video. No, we did no such thing.
But believe it or not, she actually did tamper with the photo, and I can prove it in a split second. So first and foremost, you can see the photo on your screen, right? All she simply had to do with this photo, I'll stretch it over here, because we're going to stretch this photo out. We're going to completely stretch it. Oh, wow. All of a sudden, the cars look normal. Oh, wow. All of a sudden, he looks thicker. And he's got a crazy bend in his arm that really shouldn't be there, but that's what happens when you stretch somebody's wrist out. A great example, here's a zoomed-in version. What, did Lockhart come in and magically cast a spell on his broken arm and turned his arm into a noodle? That doesn't make much sense to me. I don't think somebody's wrist should be quite that long and indented. But of course, there's still a major problem with this photo, right? No matter how much you stretch it, do you know how much you would have to stretch this photo out just to get the bend out of the ceiling up there? You see that right up here, this crazy bend at the very corner of the wide-angle lens? Well, that's kind of a problem, huh? But I guess if we were to just, I don't know, get rid of it and then get rid of all of this on the side, wow, all of a sudden, you can't really tell, can you? But surely Candace Owens would never, ever crop the photo to make sure that all the rest of the curbs are gone, would she? Oh, crazy. That's exactly what Candace Owens did. You can't see the roof in this picture for a reason. I say Candace Owens, but I guess it was Mel, the crazy lady, and Candace shared it. Whoever did this deliberately cropped this photo so you would not be able to tell that it was stretched. That's exactly what happened. This is who Candace Owens is. This is what she does. She will fabricate evidence in order to get you to subscribe to her and give her money. That's
what's going on. Why did they? Because with that image she showed, you would have saw the ceiling still back, because the way that lens works is it's like distorted around the edges, almost like a circle. So the top of the ceiling looks round, but you know that no ceiling's going to be round like that unless it's a dome, right? So why did they crop it specifically? Why does the wrist look so messed up? Well, because they did the most unsophisticated thing possible for trying to get an accurate depiction. They took a camera that was distorted and just stretched it out. And now it's distorted in other ways. And they use that distortion to prove, see, this guy looks wider than Tyler Robinson. But if you look at the details, it's all fucked up. His shoe looks like a clown shoe. His wrist is all fucked up. But again, you wouldn't know that because you're just like, yeah, the cars do look scrunched on that first photo. But Candace knows it. The people pushing that shit know it. And they're out there saying, oh, no, it wasn't altered. But they do it in this way where they never defend their claims. That's why when she gets into debate with Andrew Wilson, she didn't bring up this photo. Why not? Because she knows it can't stand to scrutiny. She didn't defend any claims she made because she knows once people start exposing, well, this is bullshit. So instead she's like, I didn't really say that. When I said Erika's complicit, I just mean complicit in saying it was Tyler. I don't know. Maybe the 12 Israeli cell phones were student phones. I'm not really saying anything. So all I'm asking you, I'm not asking you to trust me. I'm just saying, just remember, there could be things that sound reasonable to you as a layman that maybe it's not. So when someone says degraded DNA, you should be like, well, what does that mean? What does degraded DNA mean? And look it up. When someone says this camera was manipulated, you should be like, let me see if I can find the other side of this argument. Because you're getting fed a line of shit. That's what's happening.
No, I appreciate you educating me on all this, Rob. Honestly, I as you mentioned, I'm a layman. I'm going by your information, Andrew's information, Candace's information, and trying to understand it. And it's not like I'm gonna figure it out, but I think there's value in knowing who I can trust and who I cannot trust. And so that's my whole purpose in, trying to speak with you. And I really appreciate the time you're giving me. And again, I'm a huge fan of
Anytime.
you. I'm a huge fan of Andrew, and I really appreciate your time, man.
Anytime, man. And I truly believe that you're trying to do the right thing and just looking at stuff, and I respect that. So thank you so much, man.
Thank you.
Take it easy. It's tough, man. I know that call went a little longer, but I think it's important because a lot of this stuff gets put in social media, and a lot of these people don't see the alternative side. Like the degraded DNA is easy. That's easy. None of the medical literature makes her claim. And she transfers from DNA to fingerprints to degraded DNA means that he didn't have the most DNA on. And the truth is, the average person wouldn't know this shit. I didn't know it until I started to look it up. But it's like, what I do know is I can follow like a basic chain of logic, and I'm thinking like, okay, well, let's think that I'm on trial for my life, and I'm looking at the death penalty, and I have a defense team, right? And I hear the person say, this DNA is the most degraded. I'd be looking at my lawyer like, well, that's it, case closed, I get off the hook, right? And they'd be like, no, that's not what that means, really. I mean, we'll make the argument, but that's not what it means, right? And so I'm like, oh, the fact that defense didn't do that, maybe there's something to look into. Ah, there I see. Degraded DNA doesn't mean. There's a ton of reasons why the most recent person to touch a gun would have the most degraded DNA. The picture. Wow, they manipulated the photo. Slam dunk. That's the prosecution intentionally framing this guy. Slam dunk. Why isn't the defense talking about this? Right? Then you look into it, you're like, oh, because there's not some nefarious shady thing going on. It's just Candace and companies misleading people to that. That's sort of what I'm on. All right. Super chats. I love that call, though. I'm glad. I was happy to have that discussion. Upgrade later. $5 says, can we include Erika being in video in 2015 Black Start USA video for the CIA and now being a turning point is not the least bit weird? Everything's weird. Can we conclude it's weird that I was in a room with Erika Kirk and then Candace Owens like 2 months later? That's fucking weird. A redneck like me who has no connections to anyone? My entire life, I've thought it's weird that people seemingly know people. I live in the fucking woods. I don't know anyone. So you'd hear like, this dude's a killer. And it turned out his dad used to work for Bruce Springsteen. And you'd be like, what are the chances? Really? But that's the way the world is, I guess. So, I mean, you could say it's weird. What would that prove? That a wealthy, connected, attractive young woman was involved with government shit and then married a dude that was involved in wanting to be in politics? I don't know. But I appreciate Super Chat. Genetic Sport, thanks for being a member. Upgrade later, $5 says, is Erika a moron to kill her husband if she's capable of getting a role in a CIA documentary? I think Andrew was making a general facetious point that he didn't think that she's some like crazy mastermind. Remember, and Andrew's basically been harsh of women in leadership roles anyways. But again, like, consider this. We just watched this debate. We see Candace presents no evidence to her claims whatsoever. And people are like, oh, Andrew at one time said she's too dumb to kill her husband. But she was in a CIA documentary, so how dumb? I'll say this. Yes, I don't think being in a documentary by the CIA speaks to your intelligence. Can anyone show me a correlation? Do you take an IQ test? Do you take like the ASVAB or the SAT before they'll let you be in a CIA documentary? Notice they're not talking about evidence, though, that Candace, it's just, doesn't it feel weird? Isn't that a weird vibe? Would it still be a weird vibe if Charlie was never killed and Erika Kirk was once in a CIA documentary? Is that still a weird vibe? Craftsman, $5 says, ask Gelpy has a poster of Morrissey on the wall. Tacit Tempo, $5 says, talking to Candace fans feels like Sisyphus. Props to defending this so hard, Rob. We could hear it in your voice. Major respect. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Intel Wild says, ever said Cool Vic's channel was hacked? Yeah, I need to get in touch with Vic. But if you could throw some support to Cool Vic's X channel, apparently his Google got hacked. I don't know shit about that. That means his YouTube did as well. But yeah, shout out to Cool Vic. Any way you can support him. It's a prequel, $2. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Joseph Romano, 10. Really appreciate it. And the Great Pix Paradox. Thank you for 10. All right, I gotta be faster. I'm so sorry. We got Stupid Old Man up next. What's up, Stupid Old Man?
Hello, sir. How are things today?
Good. I don't think you're stupid or that old. How about that?
Probably the dumbest person watching your channel. But I will tell you this. I don't know about this debate. I'm here for a detective who can fight supervillains. Do you know where I might find one?
Like, possibly some riddling supervillains. Yes. I know
Hey, let
one.
me be fast. Let me be fast because I know there's lots of people that have lots to say. I'm going to be critical of Andrew in this call, but I want to say a couple things first. I'm not an Andrew Glazer at all. In fact, I've been critical of him on his channel, and enough so that there's some people in this community that figure I should be banned. But let's call a spade a spade. What the man has accomplished is absolutely unbelievable. Like Candace Owens took the debate with him not for the $300,000, because she couldn't ignore him anymore.
Right.
He had so much traffic that she had to deal with. That's a testament to that guy's work. And he's not a guy that's come up with a team behind him of public relations experts who've been groomed. He calls himself the everyman. That's what he's come to this spot from there. So when I say what I'm going to say now, I want to preface it by saying, hey man, the fact that the guy got into this position is absolutely amazing. Now let me make my criticisms, because there's some things that really confused me, and then I'll drop down and I'll let you address them. There were moments where Andrew could have made it very clear who Candace Owens is. I mean, if you look at some of the other situations she's embroiled in, with this Macron situation, the biggest defense against a libel or slander is proving what you're saying. What are her lawyers doing? They're not proving what she's saying. They're saying free speech. That's who she is. Now, she said in the debate, I'm not saying we should go with him as a patsy. Now, that's a concession. That's what we should be talking about. The internet should have been talking about that all week. She said, I'm just joking, Monopoly pass go. This woman is attacking a grieving widow, admittedly with no evidence, and she admitted in the debate. Andrew should have made those things unavoidable and unescapable. Okay, and I don't know why he didn't. All right, thanks a lot, man. I'm dropping down now.
Yeah, always a pleasure, old Joe. It really is. Yeah, I totally agree with it. That's why I said I'd give Andrew a 7 to 7.5 out of 10, and he said the same. I don't know why. You don't always make the best arguments in a debate. Maybe it was nerves. Maybe it was just he didn't get a good night's sleep. Maybe he was so focused on getting to her more salacious claims. For me, one of the things that I think, I'll brag about myself a little here. One of the things I think I'm very good at in debate is what I call setting the framework. And I'm always trying to remember that most of the time, my audience is going to be less informed on the topic than me and the person I'm debating. Just like when I watch a debate, I'm probably less informed most of the time than the two people I'm watching. So I'm not saying that this means I'm smarter than the audience. I'm saying that I've probably prepared for a debate on tariffs, and my opponent probably prepared for a debate on tariffs, and probably the majority of the audience hasn't done that, and so they probably know less about that specific topic. It's not to brag and say I'm smarter than the audience. So what I'm always trying to do is explain to an average everyday person that might be listening what this debate is about and what I consider the win condition for myself to be. So I was at debate con and I debate loaner box, right? And I set it up right out of the gate. That's right in my opening statement. I'm like, here's the condition for me winning. There are three things that I think that I could win this debate. The first thing is that I will give my definition of what a fascist is and prove that Trump doesn't meet it and argue that that definition is preferred. The second thing I'm going to do is say, even if I lose that argument and you preferred loaner box definition of fascism, still Trump is not a fascist. But the third thing that I think is the most important is that this definition problem is irrelevant to me. What's really relevant is why we are picking this term. And so if there's ambiguity in you, the audience, at the end of the debate as to what the term fascist means, you ought to ask yourself, why is the left insistent upon calling Trump and other people on the right fascist? And the answer is because they know it mobilizes their base, up to and including acts of violence, including assassinations. That's me framing the debate so that the average person has okay, I see. Now, you may disagree with that. My opponent might say, no, that's an incorrect framing of the debate. But I'm trying to frame the debate so that the average person just tuning in, who I'm assuming knows next to nothing about the topic, he's just like, I want to be, that you put that there so that they could, okay, I have an understanding of how to look at this debate now. I think that Andrew could have done a much better job of this. His opening statement out, Patrick Bet-David screws up what the topic was. The word overwhelming was included at the insistence of Candace Owens, that Andrew must defend the state's case is overwhelming because he said it once. We then were able to prove to Candace in the negotiations that she has said that it was overwhelming, that he was set up as a patsy by the feds. In the contract negotiation, the topic became 1, overwhelming that Tyler Robinson did this, or 2, overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is innocent and was set up as a patsy. The contract took out the word by the feds, which was the agreement, but fine. So fair enough. That's what the contractual topic of the debate was. Patrick Bet-David's like, Andrew's theory that's overwhelming and Candace's theories on, if he's a patsy. Well, that he discludes the word overwhelming, which matters because Candace knew optically that including that word overwhelming was something she was going to attack, but she has to meet the same burden according to the. So Andrew should have continuously went back to that. I would have, after he defended the case, I would have put a little closing statement and said, listen, I stand by, you all know the state's case. I mentioned it in my opening statement. I gave her an opportunity to attack it how she wanted. I said what I thought was the most compelling, which was the confession. I think I'm not impressed with her attacks on the case. She didn't bring up anything. She didn't bring up this photo. She didn't bring up the steakhouse stuff. She was just like, well, degraded DNA. So what? That doesn't prove anything. Well, maybe Tyler wrote the Discord messages, but do you have any proof of that? No. That's it. That was the tantamount of what she got. Now we're going to move on to her case. Now it's incumbent upon her to explain to you what her theory is, what proof she has that she's saying he's overwhelmingly a patsy. She doesn't do that. Instead, Andrew starts to give her outs, which is fine because the real goal was Andrew wanted to get her to talk about her theories. So Andrew gives her an out. Well, one of the ways you might prove that Tyler Robinson's a patsy is to say someone else did the killing. Because remember, her claims are twofold. That Tyler is innocent of the murder and is a patsy. So it certainly would speak to his innocence to say, actually, it was Israel that killed him. No dispute there. So Andrew says, did Israel kill him? Well, did the French Foreign Legion? Did Erika Kirk? She doesn't meet her burden. But the bow on the end of it should have been Andrew saying, you see? Remember, half of this topic is her having to defend overwhelming that Tyler Robinson's a patsy. He should have nailed that home to the audience. And when she starts going off this tirade, this is all transcendental. This isn't what the debate is about. No, my friend, this is exactly what the debate is about. The first half of the debate was me defending the state's case, which I did. This is your time to defend your claim. This isn't transcendental. This is directly what the topic is. So most of my criticisms of Andrew's performance have to do with the framing. It's not the substance. I think Andrew does pretty damn good in the substance. He fucks up with the name the 7 charges, let me see your phone thing. Of course, he'll admit that. And I think he could have done better on the hearsay and better on the degraded DNA. But, I mean, you can forgive that. You don't know everything. But I would have liked to have seen more on the framing. I think that would have made it succinct to casual viewers. Like, oh, because I think a lot of people walk away from that debate and they don't know what the fucking topic is. So, but great call. All right, we got Bones. I see you keep trying to jump in. I think you were next in place. So, Bones, real quick, what's up, man?
Hey, sorry, man. I kept leaving the app because I was trying to pull something up on Twitter. I just wanted to see, have you seen this guy on X, Mr. Exclusive or Doc MAGA?
I don't know.
So he put up a
Sounds
thing, and I
familiar.
think Ethan Andrew Colvett replied to him in the replies, and they're talking about. He put up a thing. It's going to be a series of debunking the Candace cult, and it's like a big long thing going over the exact messages that were sent in Discord, like word for word, and it's all basically about how they were like, it's your doppelganger, Tyler. Like this guy is like they can clearly see it looks like him. That theory's gone. It's debunked.
Yeah, it's weird when you read the briefs and the charging documents and everything. It's really, there's a lot in there. And that's one of the points that I think is worth pointing out, because remember, part of their claim is, if again, always ask yourself this, and listen, don't trust me. If you're just listening to me, don't trust me, right? Let's assume that you're objective and you're not trying to be on either team like that Miguel guy. I truly believe he's being objective. Ask yourself this. Anytime you see a piece of evidence, right, you ought to be like, does this matter? If this was true, what does it mean? So start with that. Let's assume it's true. Egyptian planes. That's the very first Candace claim I heard. And I'm like, okay, what about them? Well, they were over, and everyone in my chat's like, this is all bullshit. This was debunked. And I was like, okay, but let's take a second and say it's not. Let's say it's true. Okay, what does it mean? What does it prove? What does it even evidence to suggest? I don't know, right? No one's outlined what that could mean. It's just, well, we have questions, okay? What about Erika and Charlie fighting the night before? Well, what does it mean? Well, maybe their relationship was a little rocky. We infer from that she tried to kill her husband? Or she's covering it up? Like, I don't know, right? Like, now let's look at the other end. What if these pictures are real? What if those pictures really are Tyler Robinson? Well, boy, that's strong evidence. It's not proof, but it's strong evidence. Oh, he was on campus. He was at all these locations. The timing of it would fit in with the timing of the dude that ended up crawling on the roof. Pretty compelling. So they know that. So they're like, well, it's not him. Let's stretch this picture out, see it doesn't look like him. And certain people said it didn't look like him. So when you start to see people that knew Tyler that are like, that looks like you, that's compelling. And so one of the things that was on the Discord, and not many people know this, is the day of the murder, once the pictures initially got released on this Discord, several of Tyler Robinson's friends start messaging like, holy shit, dude, that looks like you. And he's like, lol. And they're like, oh man, they're joking because they're like, clearly it's not him. You're not going to think your friend's a fucking assassin.
Yeah, the first message, which I didn't even know this until I saw this guy tweet, literally the first message was someone sent the picture in the Discord with no caption. And then the reply was someone saying, where are you at? With like a skull emoji, like joking around.
They're like
what are you
joking,
doing,
right? They're joking because they're like, well, it's not him, but holy shit, that looks like him. Now, Candace and crew claim it doesn't look like him at all. And yet we see the friends thought it did. The mom and dad said it looked like him, but Candace says, no, they never said that. For some reason, the mom and dad allowed the charging document to say they said that and have never spoken up. Okay, right? The cop said it looked like him. The person from Turning Point said it looked like him. Tyler admits that it's him. And so they have to impugn each piece of that evidence. And when you're like when you start to look at it, you're like, well, what's your evidence? And it's shit like, well, I have a source that told me that Tyler's parents never said that. Can we know anything about this source? Nah. But why won't
which would
Tyler's
violate the alleged gag order, by the way.
Why won't parents come forward? There's a gag order. Would you stay silent if your son was facing death because of a gag order?
But no, not would stay silent to the defense team, would stay silent to the judge, and everybody besides, they would not stay silent to Candace
Owens. Yep. And it's like you look at this shit and you're like, damn. But yeah, so now I'll check out that account, because one of the things that you all should do is don't take my word for it. Go to the source material. Read the state's brief. Read the charging document. Read the state's opposition to motion to dismiss. Just read it.
Colvette's replying to this.
Yeah, and read the defense's shit too, by the way. I'm not saying not to read the defense's shit. And you'll be amazed at what's not there from the defense. Like all these easy theories that, like, you don't hear the defense saying they intentionally scrunched up and compressed the video. Why aren't they saying that? The defense raised objections when the prosecution put a red circle on the video. They said that's manipulating the video. Judge says, I agree. But the defense allowed them to scrunch up the video? according to Candace and company. Do you see the problem with this? It's like, and then of course, it's just gonna, you know, another thing I wish Candace would have got, or Andrew would have got Candace to admit, for the record for later, is, will you admit if the defense never brings up these theories that they must be in on it? Because that's the next step.
That is,
It can't be that Candace was wrong. It can't be that Baron Coleman's wrong. It must be they're right. And so therefore, if the defense doesn't bring this shit up, then they must be incompetent or corrupt. That's the only possible. It couldn't be that Candace is wrong, right?
That and the what was the other thing I was going to say? The thing is, I've watched a lot of true crime. I've watched a lot of it on YouTube, on Netflix. I watch a lot of true crime where people deep dive into these crazy cases. There is anomalies like these in every case. It's just that they're not being scrutinized by this margin of people. You see,
like
this
for
stuff all the
example,
time.
I'll give the game away, right? One of the things I do when prepping for a debate, particularly as a coach, I try to take time and say, if I was arguing the other side of this, what would I argue? So I'm in that lens of what is the best compelling evidence that would suggest that he's possibly a patsy? Something that, you know, I anticipated that it was likely to be that she didn't even attempt to defend the claim, which is what happened. But if she was, we were trying to prepare for the debate in two ways. What Candace is likely to do versus what Candace would do if she's the most capable debater, right? So in that lane of the most capable debater, if Charlie was fighting with Erika, I'm not going to spend my time on that. You know, all these wild theories about their relationship, donors and all that shit. I'd say, fuck all that. I don't have to prove Israel did it. I just have to prove that he's being set up. So the evidence that I could point to would be, one, the picture that they manipulated. If it's true that the federal government intentionally manipulated a picture, that's strong proof that they're trying to set the guy up. Agreed? Right? That seems to be right. Second, I would go with the Miranda issue. There was a claim that official paperwork said that Tyler Robinson was Mirandized at like 6:20 or something like that, around 6 o'clock, but it doesn't have a date stamp. Now, the claim is that this proves that he wouldn't have had access to his device to get on Discord to make the ultimate confession that he did on Discord. That would strongly suggest that someone else created those Discord messages, which could suggest that he would be a patsy. The third thing I would say is the Pangooch Steakhouse. That would affect the timeline. Not necessarily make it impossible because there'd still be explanations, but it goes a long way to showing that there's evidence that the state's sitting on that really screws with their timeline that they're not releasing. So I would focus on that. And the fourth is that a Ring camera that saw a car that the police think matches the description, the owner of that Ring camera said that it looked like there were 3 or 4 people in the car and it was driven by a large bald man. Now that would seem to prove that there was someone else suggesting that maybe there was some sort of patsy. Now, I have answers to all of this. That's what I was doing, was preparing. Okay, how would I answer these? For example, let's just take the bald man situation, right? Well, when you actually look at what was said, what we're told is we don't have the actual transcript of what that witness said. All they said was it looked like the driver was a bald man and there were a couple other people in the car. But once the transcript's released, it might say something like this. I don't know. I couldn't with confidence say who it was. It was being driven so fast, I just glanced at it. Okay, but if you had to guess, I don't know, a bald guy with 3 people in it? Now that hits different, doesn't it? It's like, oh, well, you know. Now I'm not saying that is what was said. I also know that witness eye testimony is oftentimes very unreliable. And as you're saying, if you look at other trials, this shit happens all the time. People misidentify, you know, Ted Bundy. Oh, I think it was like a 5'6" man. Well, Ted's much taller than that. But the physical evidence and all the other shit's overwhelming. The more likely conclusion is that people are unreliable when they're witnesses in the moment, right? But no, none of that, like, to my chagrin, none of that was brought up. None of that shit I just told you was brought up. I could have argued Candace's case way fucking better than Candace. But she didn't bring up any evidence at all. And so if you're Andrew, you're not going to be like, I mean, he brought up the steakhouse. Because we're chomping at the bit to debunk the shit she's told. And she's just not bringing it up. She's not bringing up anything. She's just going with shit like, I don't think it could be a 30-06. There's dust in the barrel. Easy answer. Well, the DNA. Easy answer. Well, Tyler could have wrote the messages. Easy answer. You know, so you're right. If you look at these, like, historical examples of trials and murders, there's always these anomalies. But we never like, well, one little anomaly means that the case goes away. We don't look at it that way.
Yeah, and on top of that, not only do we have people, eyewitness, like you said, accounts are very unreliable. Not only that, but I would explain a lot of the stuff that you was looking into, playing devil's advocate with it. And you are actually able to explain everything that you just said by, well, they just made a mistake. The 6 p.m. Mirandized thing. Oh, maybe they marked it down wrong. Does that
There's a
mean
ton of explanations. They could have marked it down wrong. They don't have a date, so he could have been Mirandized later the next day at like 6 the next day, right? It could be that he was Mirandized but was still allowed to keep his phone, which he had access to Discord on, right? It could be that the guy that wrote down 6 p.m. made a fucking mistake, and maybe he meant to put 9 p.m. instead of 6 p.m. All of these are possible, but you ask yourself, you're like, okay, that's a question. That's a question that's reasonable. A reasonable person could say, that's odd. I'd like an answer to that. Sure. So then think, okay, well, what are the likely scenarios? So I just gave you some. What's the other likely scenario? Okay, that they lied from the other side. They're lying. Okay, let's assume that's true. So the police wrote down that he was there at 6 or claimed 9 or 10. He turned himself in, but actually their own documents show that he was there at 6. Okay, that means that they had to fabricate the Discord messages Tyler Robinson couldn't have. Okay. Oh, the guy left, but that's okay. Okay, right? Then why aren't the parents speaking up? The parents would be able to say, no, we dropped him off at like 5:30. He was in the jail in custody by 6 o'clock. He couldn't have made these messages. Why aren't they saying that? That's pretty damn compelling. That a key piece of evidence, the confession on Discord, was manufactured. That's fucking compelling. Why? What incentive would the defense have to not bring this up? What incentive would the fucking parents have to be silent? And furthermore, it wouldn't just be the parents' word, because I guarantee the parents had their cell phones on them, which means it would have been pinging off towers outside the police station. So they'd be able to say, check my GPS data. I was at the police station 5:30 dropping my son off. But no one's doing it. And so you were like, okay, what's the most likely explanation here? But no one blames you for asking the question. It's just saying, I have a question, therefore I jump to the conclusion that it's fucking, he was a patsy. All right, we're never going to get through all this. I got to fucking, Krish, 10 pounds or euros, thank you. I once met a French guy I worked with in Kazakhstan in Planet Hollywood in Vegas, big place. The odds on that are crazy. I thought it's a small world, not, oh shit, French intelligence are after me. Yeah, I've talked about this, all of these coincidences. I'll retell this one more time, but if I go downstairs when I'm done here, let's say I still got 1, 2, 3, 4 people on the call, right? And I'm like, yeah, I'm going to end it early, which is very rare for me, but I'm just like, my throat's sore. I'm tired. I'm going to go downstairs. I haven't had lunch yet. Go downstairs. And my wife's like, hey man, you got to go get some paper towels at Dollar General. I'm like, oh, okay. So I peck around for 2 minutes. I go get my shoes on, go out to the car, monkey with the radio station for 17 seconds, pull out. My neighbor's there. I wave to my neighbor. Hey, what's up, man? Blah, 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 blah. Go pull out of the car, head towards, get stopped at the red light. The red light turns red just right in front of me. I decide not to go through the yellow. I decide to stand there. As soon as I turn, there's another car coming. I have a fender bender. What are the chances that I fiddled exactly 17 seconds with the radio? What are the chances that my neighbor happened to be outside at that moment and I happened to say hi to him for 3 seconds? What are the chances that I did what I rarely do and end my stream with 4 callers on the line? What are the chances of that? And then what are the chances that the guy I hit had a bunch of series of events exactly like that to put us both in that exact place at that exact time to bump fenders? What are the chances? You'd be like, that's impossible. 1 in a zillion? Statistically impossible. And yet it happened. It happened. That's what we're talking about here. So when you say shit like, what are the chances that the officer's camera went off? Suspicious, I know. I'm not saying that it's not worth questioning, but it's like, okay, what are all the explanations we can have this? Well, he forgot to charge his camera. Okay. Why, if it was intentional, why not shut the camera off 5 minutes earlier before he was even heading up to the roof? What? But that's just it. It's like weird shit can happen. what are the chances that a backpack that belonged to Turning Point was left in front of a bus station? I don't know, probably pretty low. And yet, if I said, what are the chances that people would have scattered and left objects around because there was just a shooting? Probably pretty high. But the chances that that backpack ended up at that bus stop, I guess low. What does that prove? All right, I got to be quick with the rest of these calls. Let's get them fast. Our good friend Zach Gelpy. What's happening, Zach?
Hey, Rob, how you doing?
Very good.
Real quick, I just want to convey something about the election and how what you were mentioning that, elections like this can be won or lost by the fringes. If you take the whole population, I know I've said this before, but if you take the whole population, most of those voters don't count, right? So you have to take out, non-citizens for right now, people that, aren't of age, things of that nature. Now you're left with people that are citizens that are of age. Well, a lot of those don't count because they're not registered. So you have to take them out. And then from there, the people that are registered, there's Team R, and that's about 40% of the population, and Team D, which is about 40% of the population. Both of those don't count because they're always going to vote Team D or Team R. So you're left with trying to get about 50% plus one of 3% of the overall population. Now, with what's going on right now, if you take people that are of the base, right, the Republican base, and you shrink that to instead of 40% of the population to 38 or 37% of the population, well, now you have to win, 51 plus 5% of the population, overall population. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
And that's where the real threat is with what's going on right now. It's shrinking our base.
I agree totally. And we're doing so in a time where Democrats are openly acknowledging that they're going to pack the courts, that they want disinformation boards. We know that they're going to bring in tens of millions of more people, etc. We saw what happened under the Biden administration. And it wasn't Biden calling the shots, it was the people behind him. And if anything, the direction of the Democratic Party, even at its fringes, is becoming more radical with the DSA now coming into power. And so at this crucial time, what are we going to do? I see that Lionel Media, did you see this? You know who I'm talking about?
No, I'm not aware.
Lionel's this attorney that calls Andrew Pickles all the time. He's hilarious. And he puts this out today. He's a big Candace. Right? Here's what he puts. Behold this young lady, Z to the hill. She's the head of Unfuck America, who they were all laughing when Charlie got killed. These are people that stated mission was to tear down Charlie Kirk and Turning Point, right?
Yeah.
And Lionel, who's a Candace, I love Charlie, Justice for Charlie guy, goes, behold, this young lady supposedly represents a political orientation many swear they reject, yet she consistently produces brilliant content that aligns perfectly with what they believe. Read on. The left-right paradigm is dead. She excels at ferreting out malevolent figures who migrate from trolling to stalking, opinion terrorists driven by attention, numbers, and metrics. Their internal alarms are either broken or were never connected in the first place. Welcome to a new world, a new political orientation, and sharper understanding of who the enemy truly is and who never was. So now, the Candace people, here's an admission, are wrecking directly with an organization and their founder that gets paid by Act Blue with the stated mission of taking down Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA. And the Candace people are like, the Candace orbiters are like, she's a great woman. There is no longer a left-right. Truly, she's an ally, and she's going after the enemies. And who are the enemies? Andrew Wilson, Turning Point. You can't make this up.
Right.
And when you look at it and you're like, do you see how damaging this is? And they're convincing hundreds of thousands, and it is. It's literally going to be that they're going to end up convincing hundreds of thousands of people like, you know what? Actually, the Democrats are good. They're the ones who respected Charlie, the ones that cheered on his death. That's where we're heading. And What are you going to do? Logically talk them out of it? You see me trying to logically talk to them about the facts of the case. There's no getting out of it with logic. They're just going to be like, but you're bad. You disagree with Candace. Z agrees with Candace. Z's good. Z's a Democrat. Democrat's good. Vote Democrat.
And here's the other thing. Here's the other thing that's dangerous. I've heard this today a few times. Well, once the case, is the court case, happens, we'll find that she's all wet. But the problem is that'll be too little, too late when it comes to the actual election.
Yep. 2 years from now, it might be 2 years before we get a verdict in the trial.
Right.
Who knows? We haven't even, the judge hasn't even officially held over the binding yet. So, and it'll be too late. And then it's like, and people will move on. And it's weird because I feel like our timeline's accelerating. And what I mean by that is because we're more interconnected than we've ever been with social media and, the internet and everything, the news cycle's faster. Right. So maybe before it would have been like an assassination would have been the big news for an entire quarter of the year. Now it's in and out in 2 weeks. Right. And so we see this shit occur in real time that maybe before it would have taken decades. So I saw COVID. I was there. I watched it in real time. I saw people from online figures to media figures to politicians to people I knew doing things like cheering for lockdowns. And now they swear it never happened. We're only 4 years away from it. And 4 or 5 years away. Didn't happen. Who did that? There were no lockdowns. What are you talking? No one cheered for lockdowns. They didn't even exist.
Yeah.
And you're like, how many of these people right now are in my chat under a different name that were cheering on lockdowns, have never answered for it? And you know what? I'm not trying to disparage my chat, but you see what I'm saying. So with this shit, how many people are buying this shit hook, line, and sinker? And it's just going to be on to the next grift. No consequence. Fuck, we fucked that up. We helped fracture the party. We attacked innocent people. Oh, well, anyways, next thing. And you just shake your head. You're like, holy cow. Well, Zach, I got to let you go. I think it's very...
No, that's all I wanted to convey. Thank you very much. Have a good one.
Yep. I'm going to get some water, and then we're going to finish up with these calls. By the way, we're only at $456, which is 0% out of the $300,000 that we needed today. That's terrible. All right. Read some super chats real quick, then we'll get to the rest of these calls. Darth Moss, thank you as always, man. $50 says, "Yo, Rob, please show the Candlelights the We're Getting Closer compilation that Milk Bar played last night. Is it up on his channel? Let me check. I will play it if it's on his channel. Does anyone have a link to it? I guess I could play my video from last night. Is that what you're suggesting? Let's see if I can find it. All right, here we go. How do I collapse that? I can't just, there we go. All right, here we go. We're getting closer, folks.
Getting close to something, keep going, and we are definitively getting closer to what took place on that day, and we are getting closer. I think we're close. We are definitively getting closer. We're getting close. We're getting close. Very close. We're inching ever closer. We are now, I believe, extremely close to solving this thing. as I get inch closer and closer to discovering the truth, I've got a feeling about that. We're close. We're getting closer to something, and that something is pretty big. I just sense that we're getting close. I sense that we are getting very close, and we are getting closer, getting very close to something. We're getting closer because we are getting close. We are definitely getting closer, very close. We are very close. We are close. We are dangerously close to something. We are dead close to something. And I think every day we are inching closer. Who killed Charlie Kirk? You know we're getting close. We're inching ever closer. We are inching closer, a little closer to solving the Charlie Kirk murder. And I'm getting very close. And we are getting very close. But I'm getting closer. I'm getting real close. My prayers are with you, Candace. You are close. We are close. And we're getting closer to the truth. Get closer. We are getting close. We are getting very close. Attacks from every possible angle they can think of shows how close you are. But we're getting close to the truth. And we know we're getting close to the truth. Now I'm getting closer. You're getting closer to truth. What are we getting close to? Yeah, that's my question. What are we getting close to? Candace, I feel you are so close to exposing it all. I think we are inching closer because we're getting really close to something very dark, but we're close to it. And I think we all feel it, that all of these lies are going to be revealed regarding Charlie's death. And I sense that we are making progress. It really freaks me out that Andrew said you could just not do what you are doing, seeking the truth and asking questions, and be okay. He said that quote, you could just not do what you're doing and be okay. It's almost as if he is aware or realized on air that you are close to the truth. Positive evidence or not, I sense that we are getting closer to the truth and they are getting panicked.
We're getting closer, folks. We're getting. Who the fuck watches this? How could you watch that? You're being fed a line of shit. It's brutal. It's fucking days of our lives. Tune in next week to see who Maria cheats on her husband with. Ooh. We're finally getting close to solving the big mystery. Tune in next week. Open your pocketbook, grab your bottle of wine, and tune in. It doesn't matter if I have evidence. I feel it. I feel we're getting close. This time I know I'm right. I've said it for a year now, almost every week, but now I know I'm getting closer. We all know it. You know it. And by the way, if people start debunking my crazy bullshit, that's just because they know I'm close. That's all that means. So the more you hear people saying I'm batshit crazy, that's more proof that I'm getting close. You see? And I feel bad. There's guys like that guy Miguel that called in earlier. He seems like a decent guy. Most of the people on our side are skeptical of government. That's why most of us were against a lot of the COVID shit. So you're already preconditioned to be skeptical, which you should be, of official narratives. Absolutely. But that's different than Erika Kirk's involved, and I have proof that the French Foreign Legion, and I'm this big investigator, and we're figuring all this shit out. You should be skeptical of her as well. All right. Keith, $10 says, Rob, I have a source. My source is a mailman's brother's kids, teachers, chiropractor said Andrew Wilson is Mossad. Was his name Mr. Coombe? Wilson makes basketballs. Basketballs, Bibby. Checkmate. Holy shit. Crack the code. Joseph Romano, $10 says, Rob, can you please go over how many people would have to be in on it if Candace was right? Foreign governments, public orgs, private citizens, Dems, reps, states, Fed, more please. She has claimed the French Foreign Legion. She has claimed the Israeli government. She has claimed Masonic cult. She's claimed Mormon beekeepers. She's claimed Erika Kirk, Brian Harpole, other key people, Andrew Colvett. In fact, Andrew Colvett, Charlie came to her in a dream and said it was Colvett that betrayed her. Pretty much all of the Turning Point security that day would have to be on it. Several members of the university security, all of the police officers that were involved in the scene would have to be involved. The leadership of the university that approved the paving over, Kash Patel and the FBI that's been giving evidence, Donald Trump, because she claims that the evidence of the assassination plot from Bridget McCrone was actually sent the entire way to his desk. So Trump himself would have to be involved in it. Then you'd have to have the prosecution, they're lying intentionally. The judge, Graff, he would have to be involved in it. We haven't got there yet, but eventually they'll say the defense team had to be involved in it. The parents have to be involved of Tyler Robinson in some degree, in the sense that they're not speaking up. So they have to be coerced or intimidated or something like that. Lance Twiggs is involved. The friends that said that they identified him would also have to be involved, unless the other explanation is they're not friends at all. They're creations of the state. So they're fake people and it was actually feds. So whoever manipulated the Discord messages there would have to be involved. Governor Cox would have to be involved. Then you have the medics would have to be involved. The ballistic experts that testified have to be involved. You'd have to have the medical examiner involved that said that this bullet and caliber was capable of killing. Then they claimed that an entire hospital was emptied out. That means that every single person that works at that hospital would have to stay silent and complicit, knowing how unordinary it was that right around the time Charlie Kirk was assassinated, that the entire hospital had to clear out and move somewhere else, which would be an incredibly unusual situation. And yet no one's speaking out. This means that doctors are involved at that hospital, the nurses are involved at that hospital, the secretaries are involved at that hospital, the maintenance workers are involved at that hospital, the lab techs are involved at that hospital, the janitors are involved at that hospital. But not just them, it would also have to mean that all the patients that were moved are also staying quiet. So this means if you were in there for sort of surgery and you had to spend the night, you were in the emergency room, etc., all of those people would have to be involved. And everyone whose families with those people, particularly the patients that would have had to have been informed that their family member was moved to another hospital, they too would have to be involved. And that's just for now. The list will expand. Now you may ask yourself, if you were the French Foreign Legion or Mossad or the FBI and you wanted to kill Charlie Kirk, maybe you'd do it with a bunch of intel people because you could trust you guys would stay silent. Why would you rely on janitors at a hospital to stay silent? Why would you rely on random security guards at a university to stay silent? Why would you rely on medical experts to stay silent? Wouldn't you just take the dude out at his house so you didn't have to rely on all that shit? If you were faking evidence as the medical examiner that it was a 30-06 shell, why wouldn't you just say, and oh yeah, by the way, it matches the gun? Why not just say that? Open and shut. Oh, yep, that was the murder weapon. Does specific. Why say it's inconclusive? Might as well go all the way. Why plant a gun that Baron Coleman and Candace Owens would be able to deduce wasn't the caliber? Why would you do that? Why wouldn't you plant a lower caliber gun that they would say, well, maybe it wouldn't go through the neck? They had time. They saw what the wound was, and then the gun was found later. If they planted the gun, why not just plant a different gun? Or you go with Stank Jesus. Charlie got in the way of the war machine and got killed for his troubles. No evidence. Yep, all these people were involved. He got in the way of the war machine. They're all involved. That's it. Open and shut. Remember when I said motivated reasoning? Start with the conclusion. I don't like the war in Iran. I think Israel led us to it. Therefore, I think that's why Charlie was killed. Now, I'll shoehorn all the evidence into that theory, and I'll ignore everything that shows that that's not the case. That's it. All right. Let's get some more super chats and then we'll get to the calls. Jacqueline, $5 says, in some cases when a plea is made, accepted, everybody packs up and it's over. This won't. Oh, it won't stop unless DP, but unless no death penalty. But state still must show all evidence in the court. Alan Zetlin, music, $10 says, do you think Candace believes what she's saying? I think she's convinced herself, but I think deep down she knows she's full of shit. Chief Justice O'Dizzle, $2 says, what are the chances? Apparently 100%. Rocking Red Reaper, $5 says, Andrew Wilson should have asked if he's proven guilty. Will she admit it and apologize for being wrong and misleading? It wouldn't have been a bad line. I agree. Jefferson, $2 says, many people voted Trump as the sanity choice. Tal Babo, $2 says, I'm getting a clue with how close we're getting. Of course, it's so close. Piano Dean, $5 says, my gut feeling is Candace was cheating with her earpiece, and by her own standard, what more evidence do you need? Joseph Urbano, $5 says, thanks, Rob. My point was to keep all these people quiet. There's such a lack of evidence just to prove this is near impossible. Jason Mulgren, thanks so much for the 50, says, oh no, don't play the closer compilation. I still have blue balls from last night, and you're doing it again to me? Sorry. Eeyore, $5 says, all it would take is one date and James O'Keefe for this to be exposed. Wicked Wally, eat with this little fake mustache. Wicked Wally, $5 says, you know, Rob, I'm no fancy big city lawyer either myself. When you list all this shit off, it sounds pretty fucking stupid. Dyson, $5 says, I know it was a group of people at Turning Point USA who were directly involved in Katie's termination at the behest of Israel. Solved. There you go. David Moore, $20 says, has anyone found it suspicious that Candace Owens immediately started trying to get people to look away from Tyler Robinson? Isn't that suspicious? I mean, what could he have on her that would dedicate such integrity to try to point it away from him? Good question. Feels weird. Jefferson, $2 says, did Charlie fly a lot? Planes are easier to break. If Erika was involved, they could have poisoned him in his home. Big Daddy Pod, $10 says, remember how Chuck Colson talked about how 12 powerful men in D.C. couldn't keep a secret longer than 3 weeks, and it brought down Nixon? But all of these people framed Robinson. Yep. All right, I got to get to the calls. We got to get to at least $1,000. At least. My goal's 300,000. I feel like, don't make me play the video again of how I'm the victim here. Kerry, what's happening, Kerry? How you doing?
Hi, Rob. It's been a while.
How's it going? It has been a while. It's good to hear
I'm
from you.
fine. Hello from over here in Spain. It's nice. It's about 9. I mean, it's about 10, 15.
I'm keeping you up late then, huh?
No, it's not. I'm fine. I'm working. I'm working. I'm up for work soon. I'm on the night shift today.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what's on your mind?
Yeah. First, let me start with some updates over here. We had an earthquake over here in Andalusia in Granada.
Wow.
So just yesterday, so sad for us. I never knew we had earthquakes in Spain, but we did. And but I just want to start to thank you, man. That was a good job you guys did, even though not what we got used to expecting. I think what really happened is that we're so used to Andrew getting the steamroll in that even when the beating felt moderate, we feel that he's not done enough. I think that's the only thing, because give it a couple of weeks as lawyers start combing through that debate. I'm very sure there'll be plenty of debunks coming in. That's my belief. So I have to tell you, man, congrats once again. And I believe you're getting bigger and bigger. And sorry to Brian Shapiro. Very soon, your second flyer take won't fit you anymore.
That's great. Well, hey, man, I really appreciate it. I got to get running, but Kerry, it's always a pleasure, man. I hope you have a fantastic night.
Thanks.
Here, and hopefully we'll talk soon.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye. See ya. I just saw this clip. If we're going off vibes, right? That's what this is about, vibes. And Erika lied, right?
But I remember you were kind of the first one that sort of made this a thing where you could be a personality on the internet and sort of earn your own income that way.
Yeah.
And then you did this horrible thing.
I know, I told the truth.
You told the truth.
Oh,
and
gosh.
the rule number 1 on the internet, if you want to survive, is to never tell the truth.
Be a liar.
Be a liar.
Yeah, essentially.
Exactly.
Uh-oh. I feel like we're getting closer. We're getting closer. Be a liar? If you want to survive, be a liar? Never tell the truth? Huh. Uh-oh. Now, we have to take that at face value, right? After all, when Andrew said Erika Kirk's too dumb to kill her husband, that had to be taken literally. What do you mean by that? So here we go. Candace has to take that literal, right? No? Of course. It'll be different. It's different. Hashtag. All right. This poor guy, Phil, and Level 4 Lobster have been waiting forever. Phil, you're up, man. I'm so sorry.
No, you're good, man. It's D for different. Remember, it's always D for different.
Oh, okay.
No, I actually agree. I just had a couple like questions for you. You might have run through them. The bald guy that was talked about in the car, was there anything on that? That was it just hearsay?
No. Well, yes, it is hearsay, but no. Here's the claim again. I'll say a Ring camera captures a car that looks like it could possibly be Tyler Robinson. And when they talked to the person who owns the property with the Ring camera who saw the car, they said it looked like it was being driven by a bald man with some other people in the car. Now, this is being used to prove if that was Tyler's car, then in the timeline, at some point, he had other people with him or other people were in his car. But here's some of the problems with that. One, just in general, eyewitness testimony could be bad at best, right? Like it's often people misidentify things. This happens a lot, right?
Yep.
Secondly, when you look specifically at that part where this objection is raised, they haven't released the transcript of the interview with this person. So we have no idea what the full conversation. They only released that snippet, and it was the defense that brought up that snippet. Unless I'm wrong, I've looked for this full context and I couldn't find it. So it may be that they said, can you identify who you thought you saw in the car? And they said, no. And it's like, are you sure? And they was like, well, it was so quick, but if I had to guess, I don't know, maybe a bald guy with 3 people.
Yeah.
In other words, we don't know until we see the full context. But even if the person says, I'm certain it was a bald guy, that doesn't mean that it was, right? So, I mean, that's the sort of stuff. But these are the questions that are reasonable to ask. Like, that's a reasonable question to ask.
Correct. Yeah. Is there any proof that Charlie Kirk denied $100 million? Is there any, I just hear this stuff and I'm like, I can't find anything on it. I see a bunch of anonymous sources and I'm like, where are you getting this from?
I don't know. I am convinced that there was a conversation with donors that were pulling out money because of his changing stance on Israel. Whether or not the claim of specifically being offered $100 million and saying no, I don't believe that was proven true, but I could be wrong. So, but I think the general point of it is probably true that there were donors that were like pro-Israel that were going to stop sending him money. And I do believe that Charlie had said, there's claims that he said like,
yeah, he was done with it.
I'm not going to be intimidated by these guys. Yeah.
Right. Valid point. One last thing. Is there any I was looking for the I saw somewhere that it said that his vertebrates C2 through C7 were shattered. And then I couldn't find it. I was just curious if you knew anything about that.
Let me I'll pull up what the medical examiner says. So give me 1 second. So I'll let you go, but I'll pull that up. So keep listening, okay?
Thank you, sir. Have a wonderful day.
You too. Thank you. All right. Let me pull up my evidence file. Starting here. At approximately 12:23, an attendee standing in front of Mr. Kirk was questioning him, and a gunshot rang out, and a bullet struck the left side of Mr. Kirk's neck, killing him. The bullet's trajectory was front to back, slightly left to right, and downward. The medical examiner concluded the manner of death to be homicide. A forensic examination studied by the ATF revealed the bullet that killed Kirk was a .30 caliber class round. It created a complex entrance gunshot wound and fragmented Mr. Kirk's neck. The bullet, or at least parts of it, sequentially perforated the anterior left side of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck, and the carmen carotid and left internal and external jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side of the C2-7 vertebrae and transected the spinal cord. The medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spine cord was traumatically absent. He suffered other injuries, including bilateral apical and posterior intercostal hemorrhages, pulmonary apical hemorrhages and hematomas, and multiple disruptions of the thyroid, cricoid, and tracheal cartridges. They also observed hemorrhaging around his heart, both of his lungs, and subarachnoid space around the cerebellar vermis and the peritoneal regions. So it did say that it is C275. So, all right. Lastly, our good friend. By the way, we got to get the super chats up if you want me to play the Shapiddler cartoon at the end here. Level 4 Lobster. What is up, my friend? How are you doing today?
Good. How are you, Rob? Am I coming across well?
You're coming. Well, I mean, it's you, so as well as you can. But no, you sound good. It's good to hear from you, man.
No, I mean, I might as well. You fat bastard. Is that what you want to hear?
Yeah. No, your audio sounds good, man.
Actually, I found it comical because all these coincidences, your 17-second radio station switches, all this, like all that was happening to me today. Zach came on, and I know Zach can fucking keep talking till the night fucking comes, and everything worked out perfect so that I could get as many deliveries done as possible so I could get home to rock my merchandise, get a free merchandise little commercial put in here.
Oh, look at that. Yeah.
Look how nice that looks.
Wow. Yeah, robnoerr.shop. Thank you, man. That's excellent. Thank you so much. I hope it fits comfortably.
It's a good hat. I just want to go quick, shotgun a few things. We all know the reason for Candace's comments as far as the Crucible team going there, talking about she's never had a more, what did she say, rude or unprofessional? What was her comments?
I think it was unprofessional and rude. I think she said a lot, so she said it in,
Well, we all know Gerald's a saint, and we know you are always on your best behavior. Andrew's going to be Andrew, so she would have mentioned Andrew if that was the case. We all know who she's talking about. It's the lawyer. It's always the lawyer. Ryan was there. Ryan was there.
Yeah.
He was putting his fluids all over the place.
Yeah.
When Monday comes, not this Monday because you just did it, but when you do the Law and Order, make sure you let Ryan know the secret's out. We all know it was him.
Son of a bitch, yeah.
As far as the debate goes, I think everyone and their mom was expecting like a Tyson-Holyfield fight.
Yeah.
Everyone was expecting a KO or at least just like, blood sports. But what we got was a Jake Paul Tyson in his retirement fight. It was entertaining at points, boring at other points. Probably the best thing is when Tyson's, in the back room with his ass hanging out. That's pretty much all this debate was at the end of the day. And I don't think that the Crucible's win scenario was actually something that could have happened that night, because from what I understand, what everyone's talking about, like just getting her to sit down is a small W, but the real W comes what happens next, what happens the next few weeks, what the general public is talking about. That's where the win is. And I noticed it a lot on other random shows. Like if you watch Destiny, I didn't get to catch Destiny's opinion on it, but he's probably trashing Andrew. I watched Sitch and Adam. Adam was acting as if it was, the whole thing was just like a disgusting thing. I'm kind of interested to see this Sunday when you go, if that gets brought up. I don't know if you've got a chance to review Adam and Sid's show. It's like 7 hours, so I don't expect anyone to do that. But I think really the W comes moving forward, not that day of. If you look at it like a boxing match, and it was nice that the breaks were there, because if you card the fight, I think overall Andrew did get the W as far as his hits landed. Candace's biggest hit essentially came in the last round in the final seconds when Andrew's putting his hands down, I think. Was it bad? Yeah, it was horrible. Like, and especially dragging it to the phone, and even technically some of your fault too, Rob, that long pause waiting for that fact check to come through.
Oh, now wait. I will defend myself. I will tell you exactly how that, here we go. All right. I knew this would come up, and I forgot to mention this. So I still got the text chain. I said,
Oh, another long pause for a fact check, Rob? What are you doing
I said,
there?
quote, we can bring up the clip, but can you just say We have a clip of her 7 days ago still saying Twig's DNA's on the gun. When did she realize she was wrong? So I was like, we don't have it. We can bring it up. Can you just say the most recent? Because she said, don't play the clip. Don't play the clip. So I said, we can bring it up. But can you just ask her? That was 7 days ago. And I said, now ask the above. It's from 7 days ago. When did she realize she's wrong? Please ask this. Like, I was trying to be polite yet forceful the whole time. So I was like, because she was like, don't even play the clip. And so I said, look, I could get it if you need, but just ask her. And he says, we have a clip. That was the only time when I said something that he responded within like 3 seconds. So he's like, oh, and we have a clip. I'm like, wait, I gotta get it. I'm just saying, if she insists, we could bring it up, but will you just ask her? So yeah, that sucked. And then the process, as I explained, was I had to email Candace's team, who that guy then had to put it on a computer. Then he had to find the timestamp and then play it. So that's what the holdup was. I sent that clip like that. You know, it was just a holdup from her team. So,
like I said, I think if you carded the fight or the debate, it ended in Andrew's favor. And I think at the end of the day,
did I lose you? Oh, shit. The Egyptian planes got him? No. There he is. Did they get you? The Egyptian planes? Oh, look at this. This is going to be funny. He can't hear us right now. It's a late. Oh, no. All right. Real quick. Well, Level 4 Lop's always one of my favorite people. Jack of Blades, thanks for being a member. Over on Rumble, I'm so sorry. It was frozen. What's up, Lobster?
I am so sorry. My wife ended up calling. Right. It's always the wife ruining things. By the way, tell your wife I said hi. I hope everything's going well at home. I hope the gazebo's going well. And I haven't heard you mention it for the longest time, but I do hope that you're wearing a fresh pair of socks every day, straight out of the carton. Rob, you're doing so well. Keep going, keep rocking. When I said you are my rage, you are more than you know. Your voice shows it enough. You are doing a great job, and it sucks that this is a situation that you're getting kind of a big push on. But like at the end of the day, the thing that angers me the most about this whole situation is I remember the video of the young kid who bought the suit after Charlie's death. And he actually, his wife bought him the suit, and he was describing how the suit made him feel. And he was describing about what had happened to Charlie Kirk made him feel. And the big negative takeaway from all of this crap that Candace Owens is doing is like, there was a huge push to go back to church, to really take a hard look at family and all that. And is just ruined. So
I'm with you, man. I feel the same way. So, well, hey, man, it's always a pleasure. We'll talk soon.
All right, man. Have a good one.
Thanks. Let me Rumble Benkosi, $10 says I left the rest of the 300,000 in my other time machine. Sorry, shit. Almost. Joey, $5 says sounded like my wife, always getting closer, but gets there. Joey B, $2 says never gets there. Yep. And Mangozi, $5 says we're getting close to that goal. Close. We're getting closer. All right. I promised everyone I'd play the Shapiddler cartoon. So if you don't know, there's this guy, Brian Shapiro. Here, we'll play our theme song for Brian Shapiro. Oh, wait. Let me start it over.
He harasses women in messages, has a weird infatuation with men's organs. He's a syndicated radio host, and it's all about respect. He's Brian Shapiro.
Yes, Brian Shapiro, the one and only Brian Shapiro. So I was asked by the amazing people over at the Crucible Tunes department to do a little voice acting for a character. I was supposed to be like Agent Bullock in the Batman animated series. And so I was more than happy. Those guys are hilarious. So we did a little brainstorming and then jumped right in, recorded my lines. So in case you haven't seen it, we will play the Shapiddler cartoon for you. Here you go.
Everyone's gonna see what the real tough guy is. And it's not you that's smarter than me. Rob, who do you think I am?
You're the cartoon. You've always been the cartoon.
Mushroom gobbler. You're a mushroom gobbler. Okay. Okay. You're okay.
Did we mention the master of ceremonies will be none other than Andrew f***ing Wilson?
We love you, Andrew Wilson.
We got 12
No,
Pakistanis involved in
no,
And that's how Rachel Wilson saved a burning cat from the oldest tree in town. Oh, what a fun story. In other news, in a shocking turn of events, Andrew Wilson will be replacing the traditionally all-female lineup of the annual Folk City Funk Rockathon in City Center this Saturday. It's sure to be just a whole...
Oh, hello, me. I almost didn't recognize you. It's you, the cartoon man. You're not smarter than me. You're not smarter than me. You're not me. It's so much Except it's true, right? It's true. You're not smarter. You're not smarter than me. And I'm not smarter than you. Aren't you? Oh, two sides of the same polished rock. One talks, the other mocks. What am I? Are you the cartoon? I'm the Shapiddler. You are smarter than me.
Crucible City Police Department, what's your emergency?
Is this the CCPD?
Yes, sir. What's your emergency?
I'd like to report a suspicious taco truck parked in the alleyway next to the Museum of Broadcasting.
Okay, is that the one on 49?
It looks illegal. It's probably illegal.
Why does it look illegal, sir?
It's parked in a haphazard way, and I think that there's illegals inside of it making delicious tacos.
Okay.
How's that?
Sir?
I think you should send Detective Noor.
We've got a unit on the way, sir.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Let the shapiddling commence. Bienvenidos al Camión de Carne del Señor Shapires.
What do we have here?
And remember, dumb, stupid, dickhead detectives eat for free. God bless our men and women in law enforcement.
Free quesadilla? Case about to be in my stomach.
Feeling peckish, Detective Noor?
Oh, shit!
Why would a one-legged spider try to kick the warts off of a pickle?
Come on, stop what you're doing. You're gonna hurt yourself.
Because f*** you, robnoerr. F*** you.
Ryan.
You f***ing shitter.
Ryan.
You mushroom gobbler. You f***ing mushroom gobbler.
Ryan, no.
Get in the truck, asshole.
I'm just getting word now that a strange boy in theater clothing is holding a law enforcement officer hostage inside of what appears to be a food truck. There's no word at this time on whether or not he's armed or if the truck itself is a threat. There is SWAT presence, as you can...
Good evening, mushroom gobblers. I hate to ruin your rubbernecking, but it's time for a quiz show, courtesy of the Shapiddler.
Shapiddler?
The master of mysteries
Shapiddler?
and the emperor of enigmas.
What is with the outfit?
Shut up.
What are you trying to do?
Shut your mouth, Mommy. I mean Detective Noor. Yes, Detective Noor will be my corpulent captive for as long as it takes until my questions are answered. But these queries are not for you tittering TFS-afflicted troglodytes at home. No. I have questions for the Smoky Man. So help me out here, bro. If it's the case that I solve your riddle, bro, then it stands to reason that you'll release Detective Noor. Good question, you chain-smoking chapper of asses. And I'll answer that in a moment. But first, let me say this. I am a bird, neither seen nor heard. Try solving that, little Shapiddle. You have 24 hours, asshole.
The answer's my dick, Smokey Man. My dick.
No, shut up.
It's always my dick.
No.
I have no idea why this guy is obsessed with seeing my penis.
That's
Just don't worry about it, Smokey Man. Stay home, enjoy your dinner.
That's not.
The guy is absolutely obsessed with my penis.
No, I'm
Who
not.
the fuck listens to my show every night and calls in only to demand to see my penis?
How do I turn this thing off?
It's like an obsession with the guy.
Come on,
My wife hasn't asked to see my penis as much as Brian Shapiro.
Shapiddler.
The Shapiddler is the most desperate person
Shut
I've
up.
ever seen. The reason he's constantly obsessed with me and Smokey Man and all these other people is the guy desperately wants friends. It's one of the most pathetic things I've ever seen.
This isn't part of the
He's
broadcast.
constantly going on about how, I'm friends with Jack Pasabin and I'm friends with Michael Knowles. The guys don't even know who the fuck he is. Oh, but I forgot. He's a syndicated
I am
radio
a syndicated
host.
radio host.
All
No,
about
no.
respect.
I
Respect,
am-
Rob. Show me your penis, Rob. It's about respect,
yeah,
Rob.
no, it is about respect, Rob. Shut up, Rob. Shut up, Rob.
Respects this
That's what we're doing now?
I refuse to believe this guy's ever
Because
done
it's
one
the Rob
thing
Noerr show.
successful in his life.
Turn off
Here's
your
riddle for you. How the fuck is this guy managed?
I can't turn this off. I can't turn this off.
In some sort of fucking
So please-
online space.
please
That
turn off
someone
your
is even
television.
fucking sad,
Please.
pathetic, stupid, and ugly as this motherfucker.
I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I want to go home. Roberto, esto es para ti, porque eres un de setas. Si soy el hombre de los acertijos, eres poro y estúpido.
There you have it. That is the Shapiddler cartoon. Yeah, it was harrowing. I said I don't know what's more harrowing, being captured by the Shapiddler arguing with Candace supporters. So it was fun. Those guys are easy to work with. The voiceover stuff, that was the first time I ever did voiceover stuff. So as you may expect, you end up recording a lot more than's actually used. And so I think what they did, that I don't know if I'm giving away trade secrets, but they kind of had an outline of what they wanted the episode to be. And then they were just like, all right, man, you just talk and we'll animate around you. So a lot of it was just me ranting. Like somewhere there's a recorded 6-minute rant of me just talking shit. And they took out parts of that and, so Jack of Blades, $5 says, thank you, Rob, for taking the time to discuss and debate everything around this Candace stuff. Much love and enjoyed meeting you at DebateCon. Thank you, man. Not one step back. Jonah, we'll bring you on real quick here. I'm wrapping up, so we got a little bit of time. What's up, man?
Hey, how's it going? First time talking with you. I've followed Andrew for a long time.
Thanks for calling, man.
Yeah, absolutely. My two thoughts are, number one, I watch a lot of UFC, and the debate itself to me really feels like a striker versus a grappler. So if you can kind of, I see Candace as somebody that is trying to get the quick punch in, like her zingers, right? That feels like a striker to me more often. And it's not that Andrew can't do that, but Andrew stylistically, he will just slowly constrict you around the facts until you're out, right? I feel like his methodical approach in those sections where it makes sense to be methodical feels like that type of that type of fight. And to me, that's maybe the uphill battle a little bit from a perception standpoint. The audience in UFC, it reacts to big hits, right? It reacts to those types of fight styles where sometimes in UFC, if the grappler honestly will get booed sometimes just because it feels boring, right? So that comment there. And then the other thing I thought, I had wondered if Andrew had taken the stance of speaking to Candace's audience, this is going to sound bad, like at their level. And by what I mean by that is, saying that, hey, if we really want justice for Charlie, and I feel like that type of feeling and sentiment didn't get brought up enough, that if we really want justice for him, we should be more discriminating. We should interrogate the facts more so and not have these sort of kind of vibes and feels of and inklings, like we should be even more critical. We should be, and I think that would have been an interesting angle to take to appeal to his audience. Like we actually want to be even more rigorous on all of this. Like that's what Charlie deserves. He doesn't deserve, feels and vibes.
Yeah, I don't disagree. There's certainly more that could have been done to appeal to his audience. Ultimately, the decision was made, I think, that it was just so hard to get her to hammer down on anything that it was just like we wanted to just get stuff on record so that you could bounce off from that going forward. But, it's, one thing I will say is I think that it is exhibited that Andrew's trying to be good faith the whole way through this. When he says 75 to 85, he could have bullshit and said I'm 99%. Or I mentioned this last night. In the lead up to that debate, the two big arguments that everyone was making about the case all week was the picture that Candace put up that she stretched out, but then the defense's motion to have like some of the enhancers struck. And people on our side, the state side, they are more likely, they were falsely claiming over and over that was the defense admitting that it was Tyler Robinson on the camera. But what those filings actually are saying, even if it is true that that's him, we should still remove these enhancers. So we could have been bad faith and just went for an optic victory and just said, here it is in black and white. They admit that was him on the stairwell, and then when she started just like filibuster over her and yell and scream and did the same sort of stuff she did. So Andrew was actually trying, like even the questions of the gun, he's trying to explain it in a way that makes sense. No. Like when you shoot, dust doesn't always expel and dust could get in the barrel. And when it comes to a fragmenting bullet, like here's how the core lock jacket works and it could shoot and sometimes it could split up in air. It could hit at an angle. He's trying to explain it, and there was no reciprocation, so.
Yeah, I think it's really tough too. For hats off to Candace in terms of her ability to sort of spin rhetoric is very good. In the moment, her ability to think on her feet and very deftly kind of hand wave away something that should honestly be paused on and actually dissected. Her ability to kind of slide past that and move on to other things is very good. And, I think it's tough if Andrew comes in an honest point where he says, yeah, the 75 to 85%. I think that's him. Really, I agree, being totally straightforward. Like, yeah, I think if a reasonable person, an open-minded person would make that type of statement. And the fact that they want to seize on that does make it extraordinarily difficult then to say that, that there was this, lack of a win or however people want to frame it. But anyway, Rob, I think you're doing a great job. I know you're trying to wrap up. I don't want to keep you, but super excited to talk to you. Love Andrew very much. All good things, and God bless to him.
Really appreciate it, man. Thanks so much. Call in some other day too. Thanks. All right, we only made it $576. What the heck is wrong with you people? Philip, thanks so much, man. $2 says shock gloves would have been a nice touch at the end. Yeah. Kyle Rode the Dinosaur says 2-3 year Dagestan forgot. Thank you. And then Weatherman 2 months says thanks, Rob. Let me see it. No, I will not be shapiddled. All right, let's see if there's anyone to raid. I hope you guys appreciate it. Now, I'm still going to try to do a show at 10 p.m. tonight, I would think. Our good man Jim Bob's on. Nice. If any debates come up, I'm still trying to goad people in debates and take anything I can get, so you might see me just pop on. So let me know. What do you... All right, but before I leave, we'll talk about this again. Tyrannosaurus Hicks, who was Bill Hicks. Apparently, I'm a Candace supporter. That's news to me. Last night, I did a debate on Viva Fry show, and then I did an interview on Paramount Tactical show, and then I did an interview on Milk Bar TV show. All three of the shows that I did yesterday was about the debate between Candace and Andrew Wilson, right? While I'm doing the show with Milk Bar TV, Hicks there, who was a mod of mine, Hicks says, Rob, you should unmod me. We're diverging with what we believe. No problem. I go and unmod him. Later, as I'm talking to Milk Bar, I'm like, even one of my mods, like, is listening to this stuff and disagrees with me so much that they want me to remove them as a mod. Bill Hicks would like you to know that it was me impugning him for assuming that him mentioning that difference that we had while we were talking about Andrew versus Candace Owens for 7 hours had to do with his beliefs on Candace. So he really wants to make it clear. He's not a Candace supporter. He's not. So I want to clear it up. He's not a Candace supporter. He has other differences. I just happened to be talking about Candace Owens for 6 hours, and he happened to announce publicly at that moment, we're starting to diverge, so he doesn't want to be my mod. But it was absurd of me to think that it was on the issue that I was talking about when he asked to be removed as a mod. And so I deeply apologize for impugning him as a Candace supporter. Sorry. He also had a problem that I said something publicly. Now that might seem odd to you because if he wanted to keep the matter non-public, he could have DM'd me. Hey, maybe I shouldn't be a mod anymore. But instead, he publicly put it in my chat. Okay, so I did not think he was interested in that being private, seeing as how he is the person who publicly said, our interests are diverging, could you please unmod me? Great. Then, as he's lamenting the fact that I accuse him of being a Candace fan, as he sends me a Discord message today, he says, because he thought I was genuine in good faith, but because I said he was a Candace fan, I destroyed all of that. Yes, you heard that right, folks. I'm clearly no longer genuine or good faith because as I was talking about Candace Owens and he publicly said, I can't be your mod anymore because we're diverging, I assumed it was over Candace Owens. So that destroyed any good faith. Get it? How horrible of me to assume the issue that I was talking about at the time that he publicly said, I don't want to be your mod anymore, was the issue that he had a problem with. So now that's destroyed. Then he calls me a fucking clown. Then he says, I hope the shekels were worth me selling my soul. Yes, that must be it. I must be getting paid by Israel to accuse this guy of being a Candace supporter. And he says I could have quietly unmodded instead of saying it publicly. He asked publicly to be unmodded. Now he says I have, quote, Zio-cuck-gayness. He's not a Candace fan, though. Don't conflate it. So I have Zio-cuck-gayness. I'm strawmanning people into a false dialectic. See? It's so gay what I'm doing. Now I'm bought and paid for. Fuck Candace Owens and Andrew Wilson. They're two sides of the same coin. So there you go. Happy now, Tyrannosaurus Hicks? But don't call him a Candace supporter. Don't do that. You get it? Yep, that's exactly what he's doing. And I played you the clip from Lionel Media. That's what's going on. So don't forget, this is going to be the new narrative. There is no difference between the left and the right. We need to come together with people like Unfuck America, like Z, that attacked Charlie the whole time he was alive. The left-right paradigm is dead. She excels at ferreting out malevolent figures. Welcome to a new world, a new political orientation where we align with the trans and the anti-Christian people that laughed at the murder of Charlie. It's a false dialectic to say those people are opposed to us. That's false dialectic. Now I am going to make another assumption here for our good friend Bill Hicks. Seeing as how He calls me a Ziocuck, and he says that I'm bought and paid for. My guess is that the real dialectic is everybody that hates Israel's on one side, including the trans and the DI people and the people that want unfettered illegal immigration and the people that want to censor us online and the people that wanted us locked down under COVID. That's Team A, and Team B's Israel. That's the new dialectic. Vote Democrat. After all, there is no such thing as Democrat and Republican. We need to shatter the false dialectic. The left is the same as the right. There's your big brain take. There it is. Disagree with that? Don't think that Israel killed Charlie Kirk? You don't see proof of it? Well, you're a Ziocuck. You've been bought and paid for. Stand up and say, we should never give one dime to Israel ever again. We should send Christians to take back our holy sites and make Israel a Christian nation. Ziocuck. Why? Well, because you're not convinced that Israel killed Charlie Kirk. Hey, hello, listener. How you doing? Hi, Bill. I'll mod you. Don't worry about these guys. Do you guys need like a little friendship party or something there? Nice of you to show up in the chat, though, dude. It's all so silly. The real people that are doing the real work, you know. Yeah, that's what it is. It's a Tony thing. That's what it is. That's all. They're doing the real work. I don't even give a shit. I didn't treat those people like shit. But whatever. That's how it's going to be. There you go, man. Low IQ J-Spurgs unite. Good job. But that's where we're at, though. You have to pick a side. Israel does everything always. They killed Charlie Kirk. You must always say that they're responsible for everything, or you're a Ziocuck. Oh, yeah, I would happily debate Clint Russell on it. I would. I'll have to reach out. Anyways, some super chats to get to. Weatherman, 26 bucks, says, hey, Rob, congrats on 600. Thank you. Appreciate it. Dartho Moss, 10 bucks, says, buddy, you stream 23 hours a day. You can't expect to make 300,000 every stream. I thought that was the going rate. ACIP, 10 bucks, says, he beat her on core premises in her position. His flop on details let her present a false win. His nonsense hypothetical with Schroyer began severing him from some of his ortho-truther support. Yeah, the hypothetical was like, he was just making the claim that like these girls were going to grow up in a really hellish environment in Iran. But whatever. Jason Mulgren, $77.83 says, this gets you to 10% of your payment from the Jewish folk. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Chief Justice O'Dizzle, $5 says, perhaps he has an unverified receipt that clearly identifies what his concerns were at the time. If not, Candace Owens. Krish, €5 says, what the F? I swear this Candace is real. Obsessed Crowder is mental. Yeah. Nazir, $2 says, wanting to be a mod is gay. And then Jefferson, $2 says, robnoerr, master of tone, like a bagpipe. Yeah. Make sure I didn't miss any comments that are relevant. No, Hicks, it's not believe the government narrative or you're a Candace fan. It's when you say, what you're saying is diverging me from you right now, so take me away from being a mod, and what I'm saying is complaining about Candace, the logical intuition would be that you're upset because of what I'm saying about Candace. I didn't know that it was our interests are diverging because something you haven't even publicly spoke on, which is that hello listener doesn't like you and Andrew, means that I'm divulging away from you. And I was supposed to be able to read your mind and say, oh, you're upset about something that I haven't even talked about. I thought that you were upset about the issue I was talking about then. That seemed to logically intuit what was following. If we're having a discussion and I'm like, actually, I'm for allowing all these illegals to stay. And you're like, you know what, Rob, I think this is too much. We just disagree too much politically. And I'm like, oh, you're upset about that illegals comment? No, 7 years ago, you wore a pair of red shoes. I've just been ruminating. How dare you assume it was about what you said about illegals? I don't know. I need to fix that. The Admiral Akbar, I gotta get in there and fix that. But I wish Tony and Hicks and them well. They could have fun. I don't care. I'm not wishing them ill. Okay, so let's say that's true. You were diverging for a while. Fair enough. That's no big deal. That happens. No problem. You didn't want to bite your tongue any longer. Okay, but the logical conclusion would be when you finally stopped biting your tongue that was the issue you were upset about, which happened to be the Candace thing. So then to get upset when I'm like, oh, you're upset about the Candace, you must support Candace. Oh my God, how dare you? How dare you call me a Candace supporter? Like, what? Anyone in their brother would say, oh, that must be what he's upset about, the stuff you're saying right now. Pretty Raccoon, £5 says, hey, Rob Enormous. That's funny. You look like a washed up Brian Shaw. Sounds like RFK. You, Andrew, and the Crucible do fantastic work. Not one setback. Thank you. I kind of do sound like RFK here. I don't understand why anyone ever wants to be a mod anyways. It sounds horrible. I wouldn't want to be it. Thanks, Hicks. Same to you, man. I don't get it. But certainly if you're a mod and for any reason you don't want to be a mod anymore, my goodness, of course. Whether it be that you disagree with me politically now or you're just like, this is fucking stupid. Why would anyone want to be a mod? Any number of reasons. Fine by me. I can't hear you. You're muted.
Hate the sure thing. I said, you can mod me. I'll time out all the women. I promise.
No.
Time them all out.
I have enough mods. Yeah, man. By the way, I'm certainly not getting Israel money. I am fucking flat broke right now because basically the only money I get's from streaming, and I basically couldn't stream much in the last month or so. So last month my total was down probably about 30%, and this month it's not tracking well because I was gone like 3 weeks. So Dartho, $5 says, or perhaps not publicly denounce Rob on air and then expect him to privately address your demands. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. And I know, like, look, I am not Orthodox. Tony is. And, hello, listener. And that, for those that aren't following the drama, I don't even fucking care to get into it. Hello, listener. I think he has some strong opinions on Israel. That's perfectly reasonable. But he's Orthodox, and Andrew and Rachel are Orthodox, and he put up a video just saying he doesn't particularly care for Andrew, and I was mentioned in it. That's no problem. I wasn't going to address it. And, it's a bit of a problem if there are people in my community that are friends of his that I have to deal with that are, if I'm DMing and stuff, are going back to him. But other than that, I don't care to address it. No problem. And there's a question of, like, as an ortho person, like, should you privately go to another ortho person and express your disagreements, or should you say it publicly? And okay, fair enough. Like, but I'm sort of out of the fight. I that's not it's not my cup of tea, and whatever. If someone doesn't like me, that's okay. No one's fucking obligated to like me. I don't give a shit. So I wish nothing but the best for Tony. I don't really care, and I understand that me thinking like constantly harping on Israel, or maybe it's that I took money from Turning Point USA to help coach the team, and Turning Point's an extension of Israel or something like that. I don't know. Whatever the criticism is, no problem. Welcome to have the criticism. I don't care. I don't wish any hard feelings about it. But I didn't expect it to like spill out into my channel, like Tony to be here and Bill Hicks to come out. I mean, a bit weird, but I still have no hard feelings. I don't give a shit. Anyways, a couple more super chats. AC $5 says, why do we need to prove Kirk was killed by Israel to debate against Zionism and for paleoconservatism? We were shifting Kirk's and Turning Point's views. Yeah, I've argued this, that I think it's better to not just give up a big organization like that and try to help them on the good things, and then on the things you disagree, try to sway them more to your side. But I guess it's this like, it's like a deontological perspective where it's like, no, you can't work with any group that you ever think does things that you think are immoral. Napa $5 says, hypothetically, what would it cost to undo a whip song? Just curious. That's a good question. I don't know. There would be a riot probably. So Big Daddy Pod, $10. Yeah. Rob, it's not that your mod is offended that you mentioned it publicly. He wanted to spurg when he told you to unmod him, and you just humbled him when you didn't react. That's why he's here now. Yeah, I don't know. And then Oz, thanks for the $5. Appreciate it. I would not become Orthodox because of how you see one person act, to be fair. I wouldn't do that. Or for that matter, you should be Christian. But like, I think we could all acknowledge, despite what you think the true religion is, that there could be actors in it that don't always act the best, and you shouldn't leave that, I don't think, besmirch the entire religion. So I would love to try Orthodoxy. There's not a church really anywhere near me, but who knows what the future will hold. So right now I'm going to a Catholic church, but I don't know. Let's see. Anything else? I'm going to go downstairs and hang out with my family for a while. We're raiding over to Jim Bob. Speaking of Orthodox, Jim Bob's a great dude. So thank you to Avarice, my editor, Black Elk. All of the call-ins today, everyone who donated. We only made it to 0% of our goal. A bit shameful, if I say. Well, Jim Bob's wrapping up. Then I'll get out fast.
Jim Bob's done. We do have the new people. There are new friends over with the book club. They're the only one live I see. That's it.
I don't have their pages. Let me see.
Do you have AJ Rants?
Let me check. No. How's it spelled?
I put it in the back chat, in the private chat, the link.
Okay. Is Candace live? Right over there. All right. Let's see if this works. If this doesn't work, we're just out. I don't have redirect privileges for him. So, all right, we're just going to be out. It's not working. So, well, thank you all so much. As we leave here, I should be back at 10 p.m. tonight. Like I said, I might be over sooner. But just take a moment and think about the life of Charlie Kirk, how the left celebrated his murder, how people are telling us to work with those people now in the name of helping Charlie. It's crazy. So say a prayer for Charlie and his family. I will see you all tonight, probably at 10 p.m. Don't hold me to it, but it should be. But thank you so much, everyone. As always, have a good one.
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. You are here to make somebody else's life better, the pursuit of liberty and freedom. You know what gives me strength? The hundreds of thousands of you that say, Charlie, keep going.
1 Corinthians 5 and 15. So that's all pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God of all.